Hello everyone, I'm the Creeps Cabin. I know you use these videos to fall asleep. So before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. It was late summer when I decided to go camping alone for the weekend. I had done trips with friends before, but this time I wanted to see how it felt to be out in the woods without anyone else around. There was something about the idea of being fully alone that pulled at me, even though deep down I knew it carried risks. The place I chose was about 2 hours out of town, tucked deep into a forest preserve that I'd read about online. It wasn't a marked campsite with running water or fire pits, just an open clearing that hikers occasionally used. I packed up my tent, sleeping bag, food, and a small hatchet, thinking that was all I'd need. By the time I reached the trailhead, the sun was already starting to slide down the sky. The air was warm but heavy, the kind of heat that pressed against your skin and made you sweat even when standing still. The trail leading in was narrow, winding between tall trees that shut out most of the light. My backpack pressed hard against my shoulders as I walked, and the longer I went, the quieter it got. At first there had been the sound of distant traffic, then birdsong, but after about an hour, there was only the sound of my own boots crunching against dirt and leaves. When I reached the clearing, I felt a small rush of relief. The open space was about the size of a football field, surrounded on all sides by thick trees. Grass reached almost to my knees, and there were a few old fire rings left behind by others who had camped here before. I picked a spot close to the tree line, but not so close that branches could fall onto me, and I set up my tent. By the time I had it staked down, the sun was nearly gone, leaving only a thin strip of orange light above the horizon. I started a fire, boiled some water, and made a quick meal. The flames crackled, spitting sparks into the air, and I sat watching them, feeling more tired than I expected. The quiet pressed in heavy around me. I could hear crickets chirping in waves, and every now and then a rustle in the grass or a twig snapping out in the trees. I told myself it was just animals, probably deer, but each sound kept me alert. When you're out there alone, every little noise feels sharper, like it carries weight. By the time I crawled into my tent, the fire was nothing but glowing embers. The night was darker than I had imagined. Without the moon, the sky was a sheet of black, broken only by the faint glow of stars through the thin nylon walls of my tent. I lay there listening, pulling the sleeping bag tight around me, telling myself to relax. Sometime after midnight, I woke up suddenly. At first I didn't know why. I lay perfectly still, my heart thumping in my chest, waiting. Then I heard it. Slow, deliberate footsteps moving through the grass outside. The sound wasn't constant, more like a step or two, then silence, then another step. It wasn't the hurried movement of an animal. It was steady, cautious, human. I held my breath, straining to hear. The footsteps moved closer, brushing through the tall grass, circling near the edge of the clearing. I wanted to believe it was another camper, maybe someone wandering through, but the thought didn't make sense. This wasn't a marked site. There was no reason for someone to be out here in the middle of the night, moving so slowly, not saying a word. I reached quietly for my hatchet, which I had left beside my sleeping bag. My hand closed around the handle, slick with sweat. I didn't move, didn't unzip the tent, just waited. After a while, the sound faded, like whoever it was had gone back into the trees. I stayed awake for hours, listening, every small sound jolting me back to alertness. Eventually, exhaustion dragged me down, and I slipped back into a restless sleep. The next morning, the clearing looked normal again, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. When I stepped out of my tent, I noticed the grass around it was flattened in spots, as if someone had walked circles there during the night. My stomach twisted. I told myself it could have been deer, but the pattern was too neat, too deliberate. I packed up my gear quicker than usual, but part of me didn't want to leave. Part of me wanted to believe I was overthinking, that it was just nerves. I decided to stay one more night. I spent the day gathering firewood, walking a little farther into the woods, but never too far from camp. The deeper I went, the more uneasy I felt. At one point, I found an old tree with deep scratches carved into its bark, high up where no small animal could have reached. They looked too wide to be from a knife, and too intentional to be random. I stared at them for a long time before backing away. By evening, I had a fire going again. The air was cooler, and the night came quicker than I expected. As the sky darkened, The forest around me seemed to grow heavier, each shadow stretching longer, the silence louder. I ate, stared into the flames, and tried to ignore the feeling that I wasn't alone. When I finally went into the tent, I kept the hatchet beside me again. I lay awake, listening, waiting. Hours passed. Then, just like the night before, I heard it. The same slow, deliberate steps. This time closer. The sound of grass bending under weight, twigs cracking softly. My throat went dry. The steps circled the clearing, moving in and out of range, like someone pacing, watching. Then I heard breathing. Low, steady, just outside the thin wall of my tent. My skin went cold. I tightened my grip on the hatchet and forced myself not to move. The breathing stayed for a long time, then faded again, footsteps trailing back into the woods. I didn't sleep. I waited for morning, counting the hours, feeling every muscle ache from staying so tense. When the first light finally broke through, I crawled out and scanned the clearing. The grass was pressed down in clear tracks leading straight to my tent, and then away again, back into the trees. That was it for me. I packed everything up, shoving it into my backpack without care. I didn't eat, didn't bother putting out the ashes of my fire properly. I just needed to leave. My shoulders ached as I hauled the pack on, but adrenaline pushed me forward. The trail felt different in the daylight, but I couldn't shake the sense of eyes on me. Every time the wind shifted through the leaves, I thought I heard footsteps behind me. Every bird call sounded sharp, like an alarm. About halfway back to the car, I found something that froze me in place. On the ground, just off the trail, was a cigarette butt, fresh enough that it hadn't been there long. The forest had been empty when I arrived, and I hadn't seen anyone else the entire time. Whoever had been out there had been close, maybe following. I didn't touch it. I just stared for a moment before moving again, faster this time, my heart pounding in my chest. When I finally reached the parking lot, my car was the only one there, just like when I had arrived. I tossed my pack into the trunk, got in, and locked the doors before even starting the engine. My hands were shaking as I gripped the wheel. Driving away, I kept checking my mirrors, half expecting to see someone step out of the trees and watch me go. But there was nothing, just empty forest fading behind me. Even now, I don't know who it was or what they wanted. Maybe it was someone living out there, maybe just a stranger passing through. But the way they moved, circling, waiting, breathing outside my tent, it wasn't random. They knew I was there, and they wanted me to know they were too. I never went back to that place. Every time I think about camping alone, I remember the sound of footsteps in the grass, the breathing just outside the thin wall of my tent, and the cigarette but left on the trail. It reminds me that being alone in the woods doesn't always mean you're truly alone. Sometimes someone is out there, watching, waiting, and you might not even realize how close they are until it's too late. I remember the feeling of cold sweat sticking to my back, even though the air outside was warm that evening. The sky was clear, the kind of summer evening that feels harmless, almost comforting, with the last bit of sunlight fading behind the trees. I had decided to take a walk, something I did often when my head felt crowded. The road near my house cut through open fields and patches of woodland, quiet enough that you could hear crickets buzzing before night even settled in. I didn't think much about the fact that I was going alone, or that the daylight was slipping away quicker than I expected. I started along the road with my hands in my pockets, noticing the way the tall grass leaned into the wind and the smell of dry dirt rising from the ground. Every now and then a car would pass, but as I went further out, the traffic thinned until it was just me and the fading orange glow in the sky. I had gone this way plenty of times, so I wasn't uneasy yet, just wrapped in the rhythm of my footsteps and the thought of how far I'd go before turning back. By the time I reached the old split in the road, the sun was already slipping below the tree-line. The left path led back toward the main road, the one I usually took when I wanted to stay in familiar territory. The right path narrowed into gravel, leading deeper into the woods. I don't know what made me turn right. Maybe I was restless. Maybe I thought I'd cut through and come out near the other side faster. At the time, it felt like a harmless choice. The gravel crunched under my shoes, louder than I expected in the still air. The trees pressed in quickly on both sides, tall trunks crowding close together with their branches blocking out the last scraps of daylight. Within minutes, the orange glow was gone, replaced by that heavy, dull shade that comes just before true dark. I kept walking, trying to memorize the bends in the path. I had no flashlight with me, only the weak glow of my phone if I needed it, but I told myself I wouldn't. It was supposed to be just a walk. I noticed the air grew cooler as I went further, and the sound of insects wasn't as strong in the deeper woods. The silence pressed closer, broken only by the crunch of my steps. Then I heard something else. It wasn't loud at first, just faint enough to make me stop and hold my breath. Leaves shifting, branches snapping, not the sound of a squirrel or a rabbit. Heavier. I stood still for a long moment, staring into the dark between the trees. Nothing moved, nothing showed itself, so I told myself it was just the woods adjusting to the night, maybe a deer moving somewhere off the trail. I kept walking, but my steps were slower, more careful now. My ears strained for every sound. The path bent left and narrowed even more. The trees looked thicker here, leaning toward each other, as though trying to cover the road completely. My stomach tightened when I realized how quickly the light had gone. I pulled out my phone and checked the time. Past 9. The screen lit up my face for a second, harsh and artificial against the dark, before I shut it off and slipped it back in my pocket. That's when I heard it again, only closer. Heavy steps, the crunch of leaves pressed down by weight. This time I froze, my heartbeat hammering in my ears. I turned slowly, staring down the path behind me. It was empty, but the sound had been clear, not my imagination. The silence afterward was worse, as if the woods were holding their breath too. I forced myself to keep moving. My walk had turned into something else now, no longer peaceful, no longer meant to clear my head. Every step felt like it echoed. My throat was dry, my palms sweaty. I kept glancing over my shoulder, catching nothing but the black shapes of trees melting into each other. My mind wanted to race ahead with thoughts I tried to push down. I didn't want to believe anyone was back there, following me. I didn't want to think about what else it could be. The path sloped downward into a dip where the air felt damper, colder. That's where I smelled it. Something sharp, almost metallic, like rust or blood carried faintly on the breeze. I stopped again, sucking the air through my teeth, straining to place it. It was faint, but it didn't belong. I didn't want to linger long enough to figure out where it came from. When I started forward again, I heard it without question this time. Footsteps, steady and deliberate, behind me. I turned fast, phone in hand, screen lighting up a weak circle. Nothing. Just the trees, their bark peeling and pale in the glow. The sound stopped the moment I stopped. I stood there shaking, arm raised, waiting to see movement in the shadows. I spun back and walked faster, almost a jog now, gravel scattering under my feet. My breath was quick, shallow, and loud in my ears. The trees pressed tighter, the air thicker. Every time I picked up speed, I swore I heard the same rhythm following, matching, just out of sight. Not running, not stumbling, steady, as though whoever or whatever it was didn't need to rush. At one point the path forked again, but I didn't remember it from before. Both directions looked the same, dark, narrow, endless. My chest tightened with panic. I stood there for too long, trying to decide, when I heard it again, closer this time. I took the left without thinking, feet pounding on the gravel. The left trail felt less like a road and more like a game trail, weaving tighter between trees. Branches scraped my arms and caught on my shirt. My legs burned as I forced myself to keep going, not daring to look back now. I could hear it still, faint but certain, something moving behind me at the same speed I moved. Always matching, never retreating. I started to notice landmarks now, desperate for something familiar. A fallen log, half rotted and split open. A rock jutting out of the ground. None of it helped me know where I was. The woods seemed endless, twisting on themselves. My lungs hurt, my throat raw. I slowed, stumbling, when I noticed something ahead, an opening. The trees thinned suddenly, and I stepped out into a clearing. The ground leveled into short grass, the moon just high enough to cast pale light across the space. Relief hit me for only a second before the silence of the clearing felt worse than the woods. I stopped in the center, bent over, hands on my knees, gasping for breath. My ears strained. Nothing. The footsteps were gone. I stayed like that, staring at the tree line, waiting for something to move, waiting for a shadow to break off and come toward me. My heart hammered so hard I thought I would pass out. The longer I stood there, the more I felt watched. Not from one place, but from every direction. I could feel it pressing in, thick and heavy. I knew I couldn't stay there. I had to pick a side of the clearing and hope it led me out. My body felt like it moved on its own, stumbling forward, eyes scanning for any sign of a road, a light, anything. That's when I saw it. Off to the right, half hidden by trees, a shape that looked like a fence post. I moved toward it, then saw the faint outline of wire strung between posts. My chest loosened a little. A fence meant property. Property meant people. I followed the fence line, brushing against rough wire, ignoring the way it scratched my arm. After what felt like forever, I saw a break, an old wooden gate, half hanging, crooked on its hinges. I slipped through, the sound of it creaking behind me making my skin crawl. On the other side was another path, this one wider, packed dirt with tire tracks pressed into it. I followed it as fast as my legs could carry me. My legs ached, my knees weak, but I didn't stop. My head whipped around at every sound, every shift of leaves, but the woods behind me stayed silent. It wasn't until I saw the glow of a porch light in the distance that I finally let myself breathe. A small farmhouse sat up on a rise, its light cutting across the road. I don't remember crossing the last stretch, only the way the gravel cut into my shoes as I nearly ran to reach it. The sound of a dog barking from somewhere in the yard was the first normal thing I had heard in what felt like hours. I stopped under the porch light, bent over, hands trembling, sweat dripping down my face. I didn't knock, didn't go to the door. I just stood there in the light, refusing to step back into the dark. My chest rose and fell, air burning in my lungs. For the first time all night, the silence didn't feel like it was pressing in. It felt like safety. I never found out what was in those woods. I never figured out if someone was following me or if my fear had twisted sounds into something else. All I knew was the steady rhythm of those footsteps, always matching mine, always close but never seen. Even now, years later, I can still hear that sound in my head, the way it stopped every time I stopped, the way it returned when I moved again. That night I walked home along the main road under the pale glow of the porch light until I saw the distant glow of street lamps, refusing to let the dark swallow me again. I never took that right-hand path again. Even now, I never walk without a flashlight, and I never ignore the feeling of being followed. Because the silence of the woods isn't empty. It remembers and it waits. And if you're not careful, it follows. I never liked driving late at night, but sometimes I didn't have a choice. That night I had been working late and didn't leave until after midnight. The road home stretched for miles through empty farmland, the kind of place where there are no streetlights, no other cars, nothing but the thin white lines of the pavement and the shadows of trees reaching across from both sides. The night felt heavier than usual, darker than usual, and the silence inside my car seemed to grow louder the further I drove. I could hear every small noise, from the soft hum of the tires to the ticking sound when I touched the indicator, and it felt like even the smallest sound echoed in that endless space. The road was so quiet that I started noticing every detail more than I usually did. The dashboard lights glowed faintly, throwing a pale green on my hands gripping the wheel. My headlights stretched ahead, cutting a narrow path into the dark, but everything outside that beam was pure black. I kept glancing at the rearview mirror, and every time it was just as empty as before. Still, I found myself checking it again and again, almost expecting something to show up behind me. The only other lights came from the red glow of my taillights, bouncing faintly against the road behind me whenever I looked back. I had about an hour of driving left, and already my body was feeling heavy from exhaustion. My eyes burned a little, and I had to blink often to keep them sharp. I rolled the window down for a moment to let the cold air hit me, and it worked for a while. The smell of fields and damp dirt drifted into the car, reminding me how far I was from anything. No houses, no gas stations, no sign of life at all, just miles of empty road and black fields. About halfway through the drive, I saw something up ahead on the road. At first it looked like nothing, just a shape lying in the center of the lane. But as I got closer, I realized it was an animal. A deer, stretched out on its side, completely still. I slowed down and moved around it, the beam of my headlights brushing over its lifeless body for just a moment. Its eyes reflected the light, bright and glassy, and then were gone as I passed. I felt a chill creep into me, even though I knew deer often got hit by cars around these roads. Still, there was something unsettling about how still it was, how it seemed to have been left there in the middle of nowhere, like no one would ever come for it. I tried to shake it off and kept driving, but a strange feeling stuck with me. The road seemed emptier than before, and I couldn't help but keep glancing at the mirrors again. My ears picked up every sound in the car. The hum of the tires almost seemed to grow louder, vibrating through the floor. My fingers were tight on the steering wheel without me realizing it. I told myself it was just the tiredness making me uneasy, but that didn't help much. A few miles later, I thought I saw movement at the edge of my headlights. Something darted across the road too quickly for me to get a clear look. My foot slammed on the brakes without me even thinking. The car skidded slightly before coming to a stop. I sat there breathing hard, staring out at the empty road ahead. Nothing was there. I leaned forward, squinting into the dark, but the road was clear. My heart was hammering in my chest, and I sat there for what felt like a full minute before finally pressing the gas again. The car crawled forward slowly until I felt safe enough to push it back up to speed. The longer I drove, the stranger it felt. The night wasn't just quiet anymore. It was oppressively silent, like everything around me was holding its breath. I couldn't even see stars overhead, just thick clouds covering the sky. The beam of my headlights seemed smaller, as though the darkness was swallowing them up. Every part of me wanted to reach the end of that road as fast as I could, but it also felt like no matter how far I went, the road was stretching longer than it should. I tried to distract myself by focusing on the small details inside the car. The faint scratches on the steering wheel, the way the fabric of the seat pressed against my legs, the slow rise and fall of the fuel gauge needle. But each time my eyes drifted back to the road, the unease hit me all over again. My body was tense, shoulders tight, jaw clenched, and the air inside the car felt warmer than it should, even though the window was cracked open. Then I noticed something strange. When I looked into the rearview mirror, for just a split second, I thought I saw headlights in the distance behind me. Two small dots of light, faint but there. Relief washed over me for a moment. I wasn't alone on the road. But when I looked again, the lights were gone. The road was just as black and empty as before. I kept glancing back every few seconds, convinced I would see them again, but there was nothing. I told myself maybe it had been my eyes playing tricks or a reflection from something, but the unease deepened. My body wouldn't relax no matter how much I tried. Minutes passed like hours. Every bend in the road felt the same. Every tree at the edge of the headlights looked identical. It started to feel like I wasn't getting any closer to home at all, just stuck in an endless loop of the same stretch of road. My grip on the wheel tightened even more, and I had to keep rolling my shoulders to shake out the stiffness. My breath sounded loud in the small space of the car, and the back of my neck prickled as if I was being watched. I tried not to look in the mirrors anymore, but my eyes kept drifting there on their own. That same black nothing stared back at me every time. My brain started to fill in shapes that weren't there. For a second I thought I saw a shadow move in the back seat reflection, but when I twisted around, the seats were empty. My stomach dropped all the same, and I forced myself to keep my eyes forward, not trusting the mirror anymore. The miles dragged on until finally I saw something up ahead that broke the monotony. A car pulled off to the side of the road with its hazard lights blinking. Relief hit me at first, proof that I wasn't alone, but it quickly turned into hesitation. The car looked out of place. It was angled oddly, not parked properly, almost as if it had been abandoned in a hurry. The blinking orange lights threw a strange glow on the ground around it, and as I slowed down I saw that the driver's door was wide open. No one was inside, no movement around it at all. I passed it slowly, my eyes straining to catch every detail. The car looked fairly new, clean, but something about it felt wrong. The hazard lights kept flashing rhythmically, and the open door gaped like a mouth. The fields around it were empty, but I couldn't shake the thought that someone was hiding just out of sight, waiting. My foot pressed harder on the gas as I passed, and I didn't look back in the mirror. I didn't want to see if something was there. The last stretch of the drive felt like a blur of fear and exhaustion mixing together. My heart never fully slowed down, and every little sound made me jump. The deer, the strange flash of headlights, the abandoned car, they all piled up in my head until I felt like I was being herded forward by something unseen, pushed faster and faster down that endless strip of asphalt. When I finally reached the first faint glow of lights from the outskirts of town, the relief hit me so hard I almost laughed. The sight of a gas station sign in the distance felt unreal after all those miles of darkness. As I pulled into town, the road slowly came alive with streetlights and the occasional car. The world felt normal again, noise and light and people around me. I could breathe easier, but my body stayed tense, and the back of my mind wouldn't let go of the night behind me. Even when I pulled into my driveway and shut off the car, the silence felt heavy again. The house was dark and quiet, but at least it was home. I carried myself inside quickly, locked the door, and stood there in the hallway for a long time listening. The hum of the refrigerator, the faint ticking of a clock on the wall, the creak of the floor beneath my feet. It all grounded me, but it didn't erase the road behind me. That long, empty stretch of blacktop, the lifeless deer, the flicker of headlights that weren't there, the car with its door open in the middle of nowhere. I knew I'd have to drive it again someday, but the thought of that road stayed with me long after the night ended, pressing on me whenever I remembered just how alone I had really been out there. I never thought a simple trip out into the woods would change the way I looked at being outside at night. I always enjoyed being away from the noise of town, away from the sound of cars, people, and lights. The forest had always felt like a kind of escape, where I could walk and hear only the crunch of leaves under my boots, the snap of small branches, and the rustle of wind through the trees. But that one night, everything I liked about it was replaced by a kind of heaviness I couldn't shake, and every detail burned into my memory in a way that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. It started with what was supposed to be a short solo hike that I had planned to stretch into a night of camping. I picked a spot that was far from any official campground, tucked away off an old logging road that hadn't been used for years. I parked my car at the end of the road, slung my pack over my shoulders, and started walking deeper into the woods. The late afternoon sun filtered through the trees, painting the ground in broken strips of gold and shadow. My pack felt heavy at first, but I adjusted to it quickly, finding a rhythm with each step as I followed the faint line of a deer trail. The smell of pine needles mixed with damp soil, and the air felt cool but clean in my lungs. After about an hour, I came across a small clearing that looked perfect. The ground was flat, surrounded by tall trees on 3 sides and a ridge on the 4th. It felt sheltered but not claustrophobic. I dropped my pack, set up my tent, and gathered a pile of firewood from the fallen branches nearby. The process of setting camp always felt grounding to me, hammering in stakes, tightening guy lines, arranging my gear. When the tent stood solid and the firewood was stacked, I sat on a log, lit a small fire, and let the quiet settle in around me. By the time the fire had burned into a steady glow, the sun had nearly disappeared behind the ridge. The forest grew darker by the minute, the spaces between trees turning into solid walls of black. The fire's crackle and occasional pop felt louder against the silence, and every now and then I'd hear the call of a night bird or the distant snap of something moving through the underbrush. I told myself it was just deer or raccoons. That's what it usually was out here. I ate a simple meal, just some noodles boiled in my camp pot, and sat staring into the flames as the night deepened. The sky above the ridge faded from purple to a deep blue, and stars began to appear in patches through the tree canopy. I leaned back against my pack and listened to the sounds of the night. It felt peaceful, but under that peace, I noticed a tension in my chest that I couldn't explain. I kept glancing toward the tree line, my eyes trying to pierce the dark, as if expecting to see something standing there. Nothing ever was, but the feeling stayed. Eventually, I left the fire burning low and grabbed a small flashlight to collect a bit more firewood. I didn't want to run out later in the night, and the thought of sitting in complete dark with just the tent fabric between me and the outside didn't sit well. I walked a short way into the trees, the flashlight beam cutting across trunks and branches, the light bouncing with each step. The air was colder under the cover of the trees, and I noticed the way the beam caught the fog of my breath. I bent down, gathering dry sticks and pieces of wood, stacking them in my arms until I had a decent load. That's when I heard it. At first, I thought it was just my breathing echoing strangely in my ears, but it wasn't. Behind me, not more than 20 or 30 feet away, came the sound of heavy breathing. Slow, deep, and rough, like the sound of someone catching their breath after running. The hairs on the back of my neck stood straight up. My flashlight shook slightly in my hand as I turned, but the beam only revealed tree trunks and the tangled brush between them. I stood frozen for a moment, listening. The breathing continued for several seconds, then began to move, shifting left, fading but still there, as if something was walking away slowly. The crunch of leaves underfoot followed it, faint but steady. My chest tightened. I strained my eyes, trying to catch any sign of movement, but all I could see was darkness layered between the trees. I forced myself to move, walking quickly but carefully back toward my camp, the pile of sticks pressed hard against my chest. Every step I took, I expected to hear the breathing behind me again, closer this time. But the forest stayed quiet except for the sound of my own boots and my own breaths, quick and shallow. When I finally broke back into the clearing, the sight of the faint orange glow from my fire felt like a lifeline. I dropped the wood, almost stumbling as I crouched beside the fire, feeding sticks into it until the flames rose higher. I sat there, staring out at the tree line, my pulse pounding in my ears. It could have been an animal, I told myself, though the sound of its slow, deliberate breathing didn't match with any animal I'd ever heard out here. Coyotes yipped, deer snorted, bears huffed, but this had sounded human. The rest of the night stretched long and heavy. I kept the fire burning brighter than I usually would, tossing wood on every time it began to dim. I sat upright, eyes fixed on the trees, listening for any sound. Hours crawled by. At one point, I thought I heard something faint, a crack of a branch somewhere in the distance, but it didn't come closer. I tried to tell myself it was just my nerves, but the tension never eased. When morning finally came, the sky lightening to gray, I felt relief wash through me, but it was mixed with exhaustion. I stepped out of the tent, stretching stiff muscles, and looked around the clearing. Everything looked normal, the trees still, the ground littered with pine needles and twigs. But when I walked to the edge of the tree line, I noticed something in the soft dirt just inside the shadow of the trees. Prints. Not the hoof marks of deer or the paw prints of coyotes. These were the clear outlines of boots, pressed into the earth, leading from one side of the clearing into the woods. I stood staring at them for a long time, my stomach sinking. The tracks weren't mine. I had entered the woods from a different direction, and I hadn't walked this way at all. The prints were fresh, edges sharp in the morning light. I followed them a short way into the trees, but they quickly blended with the forest floor where leaves covered the ground. I turned back, unease tightening in my chest again. I packed up my camp quickly after that, stuffing everything into my pack without the usual care. My eyes flicked constantly to the trees around me, half expecting to see someone standing there watching. When I finally hoisted the pack and started back down the deer trail toward the logging road, I walked fast, not stopping to rest, not looking behind me. The silence of the forest pressed in with each step, and every sound seemed sharper. The flap of a bird's wings, the rustle of brush, the creak of trees swaying. When I reached my car, I tossed the pack into the back and climbed in, locking the doors as soon as I was inside. I sat gripping the steering wheel, breathing hard, scanning the tree line one last time. Nothing moved, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been there. Something that had stood close enough to watch me by the fire, close enough to breathe heavy in the dark. Driving away, the forest thinned, the road winding back toward town, but the weight of that night stayed with me. The sound of those breaths behind me, the tracks in the dirt, the feeling of eyes in the trees, those weren't things I could explain away. It hadn't been my imagination. Someone had been there. Someone had walked into those woods and stood near my camp in the dark, close enough for me to hear the air pulling in and out of their lungs. And that thought alone is what unsettled me more than anything. Out there, miles from anyone, no lights, no noise, no help, someone else had been watching me. Not an animal, not some trick of the forest, but a person. And the truth is, I'll never know who they were or what they wanted because they never showed themselves. They just watched, hidden in the dark, until the morning came. That was the last time I camped alone deep in the woods. Even now, when I think about going back, I picture those prints, fresh in the dirt, and I hear that slow, steady breathing behind me in the dark, and I know I don't want to ever hear it again. It started as a simple idea to get away for a while, nothing more than a weekend trip out in the woods. I had been working long hours, barely sleeping, and I thought some time out in nature would help me clear my head. I packed my tent, a small camping stove, and enough food to last me 2 days. The weather looked good, no rain in the forecast, just cool nights and mild days. I chose a place I had never been before, a stretch of forest and hills about 3 hours from home. It wasn't a marked campsite, just a field on the edge of the woods that I found by tracing dirt roads on the map. That appealed to me. No crowds, no people wandering nearby. Just quiet. The drive out was long, the kind where you lose cell service and notice how the road gets narrower, more broken, with patches of gravel that make the car rattle. By the time I reached the field, the sun was leaning low in the sky. The field was flat and open, tall grass rippling in the evening wind, bordered by dense trees that stood like a dark wall. Beyond that, hills rose, their ridges sharp against the fading light. I parked the car near a break in the grass and carried my gear toward the center of the field. Setting up camp felt easy. I staked down the tent, arranged my sleeping bag, and lit a small fire with dry sticks I found scattered near the edge of the trees. As the last light disappeared behind the hills, the sky faded to a deep blue, then to black. The fire was the only warm glow around me. I sat on a folding chair, ate a quick dinner, and felt myself relax in the quiet. Crickets chirped, and every now and then a breeze rustled through the grass. At around 9 o'clock, I noticed movement on the ridge. The fire had burned down low, and I was leaning back, staring at the hills without much thought. That was when I saw a shape against the night sky. A person. I froze, staring at the figure as it walked along the ridge, not hurrying, just moving straight across from one end to the other. It didn't pause, didn't look down into the field, just continued at a steady pace until it vanished over the far side of the hill. The sight unsettled me. It was late, too late for someone to be hiking out there, especially alone. The ridge was far, maybe 200 feet away, but seeing someone up there at night gave me a strange feeling, like I was being watched even though they hadn't stopped. I told myself it didn't matter. Maybe it was just a hunter heading back. Maybe a farmer checking land. I put more wood on the fire and tried to shake off the unease. Later, when the fire burned lower again, I went into the woods with a flashlight to collect more sticks. The trees closed around me, the ground soft with fallen leaves and branches. My light bounced from trunk to trunk, and I kept telling myself to hurry, to just grab what I needed and get back. That was when I heard it. A sound behind me. Heavy breathing. I stopped moving, the flashlight shaking in my hand. The sound was close, too close, like someone standing only a few feet back. My heart pounded in my chest. I swung the light behind me, but nothing was there, only the narrow gaps between the trees, the bark pale in the beam. But I knew I had heard it. Not the sound of wind or animal movement, but the slow, labored rhythm of someone's breath. I crouched, grabbing whatever sticks were near, my hands trembling. The breathing started again, but this time it was moving, drifting away through the trees. I turned the light and caught the faintest suggestion of movement, a shadow slipping between trunks. No clear figure, just the way something passed through, breaking the pattern of the woods. The sound grew fainter, until finally it was gone. I didn't wait. I ran back to the field, the firelight ahead of me like safety itself. My chest ached, my legs shook, and when I reached the tent I dropped the sticks without caring how many I had gathered. I stood there for a long time, staring at the dark wall of trees. I wanted to believe it was an animal. A deer. A bear. Something natural. But the way it moved, the way it sounded, it hadn't felt like that. The night dragged on. I fed the fire just to keep the light steady. Every crack of a branch in the woods made me flinch. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there. Watching. Waiting. I barely slept, drifting off only to jolt awake at the smallest sound. When the first light of morning touched the field, I felt relief. The forest looked less threatening in daylight, just ordinary trees and brush. I forced myself to eat breakfast to calm down, telling myself I had overreacted. Lack of sleep, nerves, imagination. The ridge was empty now, the woods silent. I considered packing up and leaving right then, but part of me refused to give in. I had come all this way to spend a weekend out here. If I left after one night, I'd feel weak, embarrassed. I decided to stay. The day passed slowly. I explored the edge of the forest, keeping my walks short, and sat in the field reading a book I had brought. Nothing happened. It felt calm again, almost normal. By afternoon, I began to believe I had worked myself up for nothing the night before. But as evening fell, my nerves returned. The sun slipped behind the ridge, and shadows stretched long across the field. I couldn't stop myself from looking up at the hill again, searching for movement. At first, nothing. Then, as the sky deepened to blue, I saw it again. A figure. The same steady walk, following the ridge, as if on a path only it knew. This time I felt no doubt. Someone was out there. Someone had been watching me since the first night. I kept the fire high, feeding it constantly as darkness fell. The woods loomed closer in the firelight, their edges sharp. I stayed awake again, my nerves frayed, my eyes heavy but refusing to close. Hours crawled by, the silence broken only by the crackle of fire and the occasional rustle in the grass. At some point in the night, I heard movement again. Not breathing this time. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate, moving through the grass at the edge of the field. I turned my flashlight, but the beam reached only so far. I caught nothing but swaying blades of grass. The footsteps stopped, then started again, circling, always just outside the reach of my light. I gripped a heavy stick from the firewood pile, my hands slick with sweat. My chest was tight, every muscle ready to bolt. But the steps never came closer. They lingered, circling, testing, then fading away into the dark. By the time morning came, I had made my decision. I wasn't staying another night. I packed my gear quickly, barely touching my breakfast. The field looked harmless in the daylight, but I couldn't forget the figure on the ridge, the breathing in the woods, the footsteps circling my camp. I loaded the car, glancing constantly at the trees, at the hill. Nothing moved now. The silence was heavy, like the place was holding its breath. I drove away fast, not looking back until the field was out of sight. Even now, I can still picture that figure against the night sky, walking the ridge without pause. I can still hear the sound of breathing just behind me in the woods, the deliberate crunch of footsteps circling in the dark. I'll never know who it was or what they wanted. But I know one thing clearly. I wasn't alone out there. And whoever was out there made sure I knew it. The memory stays with me, sharper than it should, as if I left part of myself in that field. I've camped since then, but never alone, never again in a place without other people nearby. The silence of the woods no longer feels peaceful to me. It feels like something waiting, something patient, something that can follow without ever being seen. It was supposed to be a simple night outdoors. I had been needing a break from everything and decided that camping alone in the woods would be the best way to clear my head. I drove out far from town, down a rough dirt road that narrowed with every mile. The air grew colder as the sun sank lower, and by the time I parked at the small pull-off spot near a field, I could already feel the silence pressing in. There were no other cars, no lights, nothing to suggest anyone else was around. Just me, the field, and the forest that bordered it like a black wall. I hauled my pack out of the trunk and set up camp at the edge of the field. The grass was tall in places, brushing against my legs as I moved. The ground was uneven, but I managed to pitch my small tent close to the tree-line. The air smelled damp, heavy with the scent of dirt and leaves. As I gathered wood for a fire, I noticed how quickly the daylight was vanishing. Shadows stretched across the field, long and thin, before dissolving into the thick darkness of the forest. By the time I got a fire going, night had settled in fully. The flames threw sharp orange light around me, and beyond that circle was nothing but pitch black. I cooked a small meal, sat by the fire, and listened to the sounds of the night. At first, it was calming, the occasional chirp of insects, the rustle of leaves in the breeze. But soon, I realized just how deep the quiet ran. The noises came in faint bursts, far apart, leaving long stretches of silence where I could hear nothing but the faint crackle of the fire and the blood rushing in my ears. I leaned back, staring at the ridge of a hill about 200 feet away. In the dim light of the fire and the faint glow of the moon, I noticed something moving along the top of it. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the eyes, maybe branches swaying. But no, the shape was distinct. It was upright, walking steadily across the ridge. The way it moved was strange, slow but consistent, never stopping to turn or look. It didn't stumble or pause, just walked until it vanished over the far side of the hill, swallowed by the dark. A chill ran through me. Out here, in the middle of nowhere, seeing someone that far from the road didn't make sense. I tried to brush it off, telling myself it could have been a hiker or even another camper scouting around. But the way the figure had moved, so deliberate, without hesitation, sat wrong with me. I stayed by the fire for another hour, feeding it wood to keep it strong. But eventually, I needed more fuel. The pile I had collected earlier was almost gone. With only a flashlight in hand, I stepped into the edge of the forest. The beam of light cut through the darkness, showing the tangle of trees and fallen branches. The air felt colder beneath the canopy, damp and heavy. My boots crunched on leaves and twigs as I searched for dry wood. The silence was heavier in there. I kept stopping to listen, shining the flashlight around, half expecting to see someone standing between the trees. At one point, I froze because I thought I heard something breathing. Heavy, steady breathing, just behind me. I spun around quickly, shining the light through the trees, but nothing was there. My heart thudded, so hard I felt it in my throat. I tried to tell myself it was just my imagination, that maybe I was hearing my own breath echo in the quiet. But then it came again. A deep inhale, then a slow exhale, as if something large was standing just beyond the beam of my light. I gripped the flashlight tighter, sweeping it side to side, but the sound seemed to move away, fading deeper into the woods. Branches shifted somewhere ahead, faint movement that didn't look like wind. Panic gripped me, and I turned back toward the field, carrying only a few sticks of wood I had managed to grab. I walked fast at first, then broke into a jog, stumbling over roots until the trees thinned and I saw the glow of my fire ahead. The open field looked safer than anything at that moment. When I dropped the sticks beside the fire, my hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped the flashlight too. I sat close to the flames, feeding them until they roared higher. I told myself I would stay awake all night, that I wouldn't risk closing my eyes out here. The thought of something moving around in the dark, unseen, breathing like that, it made my skin crawl. But hours passed, and exhaustion pressed down on me. The fire died lower despite my effort to keep it alive, and my body grew heavy. I crawled into the tent, zipped it up tight, and tried to convince myself I would be safe inside. The nylon walls felt paper thin, every sound outside amplified. I lay there, listening to the night, straining to catch anything unusual. Somewhere out in the field, I heard grass shifting. A slow, deliberate movement, not like wind. My chest tightened, and I held my breath. The sound moved closer, then stopped. The silence was worse than the noise. I didn't dare move. I stayed frozen until my body finally betrayed me, and at some point, I drifted into a restless sleep. I woke before dawn, the air inside the tent cold and damp. My back ached from the hard ground. For a moment, I felt relief, thinking maybe the night had just gotten into my head. But when I stepped outside, the grass near the edge of the field was pressed down in a wide path, leading from the forest toward my camp. I packed up quickly, not bothering to eat or make coffee. My hands trembled as I shoved everything into the trunk of the car. As I pulled out of the field, the sun was just beginning to rise, lighting up the ridge where I had seen the figure walking the night before. In the fresh light, the whole hill was empty, quiet, and harmless looking. But I knew what I had seen. I knew what I had heard. Someone, or something, had been there, moving through the dark woods with me, breathing just behind me where I couldn't see. The thought of it stayed with me all the way home, sitting heavy in my chest, and I realized I didn't want to go camping alone again. Not after that night. That was the last time I set up a tent in the middle of nowhere. Every time I think about doing it again, I picture that shape walking across the ridge, steady and unbothered, like it knew I was watching and didn't care. And I remember the sound of breathing that didn't belong to me, drifting through the trees. I left the woods that morning, but I still feel like I never truly got away from whatever was out there. I never thought I would look back on that night and still feel the weight of it pressing on me, but every detail has stayed carved into my memory. It started out like any other trip into the woods, one of those times when the air feels just cool enough that you want to breathe it in deep and let your body relax. I had gone out with a couple of friends, but by late evening I ended up being the one who wandered off alone to collect more wood for the fire. The sky had already shifted into that deep shade of blue where the last light of day fades out and shadows blend together. The field where we had set up our tents was open enough, but just a few steps into the tree line, and it was like walking into a whole other world. The ground was damp, soft in places where leaves had piled over the years, and the smell of pine was thick in the air. I carried only a small flashlight and a bundle of thin twigs under my arm, thinking I would gather some thicker branches before heading back. The forest was alive with small noises, the kind that never seem threatening until you're alone. Crickets chirping, the occasional snap of something moving through brush, the soft hoot of an owl in the distance. Every sound felt sharper than it should have been. I kept glancing back at the faint glow of the fire through the trees, wanting to keep it in sight, but every time I bent down to pick up wood, it seemed further away than I remembered. The ground was uneven and sloped downward in spots, and I found myself drifting deeper than I intended. When I stopped to shift the wood in my arms, I caught the sound of breathing. It wasn't mine. It was heavy, slow at first, but real. I froze. The sound came from behind me, maybe a little to the left, like something standing just far enough in the dark to keep hidden. I turned my flashlight toward the trees, but the thin beam only caught bark and shadows. My chest tightened as the breathing grew louder, then faded like it was moving away. I wanted to believe it was an animal, maybe a deer or something else in the undergrowth, but it hadn't sounded like that. It had sounded deliberate, steady, and almost too close. I crouched low, letting the branches in my arms slide quietly to the ground, and listened. The woods had gone strangely still, as if every insect and bird had decided to keep quiet all at once. I could hear the faint pounding of my own pulse in my ears. I told myself to stand up, to keep walking back to the fire, but my legs felt heavy. I didn't want to turn my back to whatever was out there. I shifted slowly, taking a step backward, my eyes scanning every tree trunk and shadow for movement. The glow from camp had dimmed even more, and I realized I had wandered further than I thought. A low wave of panic pressed on me as I tried to trace my steps back. My flashlight beam shook in my hand, catching bits of moss, broken logs, and patches of earth where roots twisted up. Every few steps I would stop and listen again, convinced the breathing was behind me once more. At times I thought I heard it just over my shoulder, faint and uneven, but every time I spun around the woods showed me nothing. My mind kept telling me it was just an animal, maybe a wild boar or a large dog straying into the woods, but deep down I knew that wasn't right. The breathing had rhythm to it, the kind that matched a person rather than an animal. The silence that followed it was worse, stretching out longer and longer until I found myself desperate to hear anything just so I knew what I was dealing with. As I climbed a small rise, I finally saw the faint flicker of the firelight again, far off through the trees. Relief hit me, but it was shallow, because that's when I noticed something else. On the ridge just above the fire, silhouetted against the faint orange glow, there was movement. A figure. It walked along the crest of the hill, slow, steady, its outline dark and solid against the night sky. It didn't stop. It didn't turn. It just kept a straight path across the ridge until it disappeared over the other side. I stood rooted in place, staring at where it had been, my throat dry. The distance wasn't far, maybe 200 feet at most, but it was close enough to know it wasn't a trick of my eyes. I knew every one of my friends was still at camp, sitting by the fire, and this shape had been moving above them. I wanted to yell, to warn them, but no sound came out of me. Instead, I forced my legs to move, taking careful steps down toward the camp. The wood I had gathered earlier was long forgotten. Every step felt like it echoed too loudly in the quiet woods, my ears straining for that breathing again. When I broke through the last stretch of trees, the firelight hit me fully, and I felt a rush of safety just being in its glow. My friends were sitting there, laughing, unaware of anything out of the ordinary. My body was trembling, sweat sticking to my shirt, even though the night air was cool. I didn't tell them what I had seen, not then. I just sat down by the fire, my eyes darting constantly toward the ridge. But the night wasn't done. Later, when I forced myself to go back near the tree line for one last armful of wood, I heard it again, the breathing. This time it was heavier, closer, and moving between the trunks just inside the forest. I could see faint shifts of shadow, the outline of something slipping through the gaps. It was like watching someone pace back and forth, just out of reach of the firelight. My stomach turned cold, and I dropped the branches I had gathered, stumbling backward until I was back in the circle of light. I stayed there the rest of the night, wide awake, staring toward those trees. The fire burned low, my friends eventually crawling into their tents one by one, their laughter fading until it was only me awake, watching. I never saw the figure again on the ridge, but I could feel it out there, watching in silence. Every time the wind shifted, I thought I heard that faint, steady breathing drifting in from the darkness. By morning, the forest looked ordinary again. Sunlight cut through the branches, birds filled the air with sound, and the ridge was just another hill. My friends teased me for looking tired, and I didn't tell them why I hadn't slept. I didn't want to explain what I had seen, because I knew they wouldn't believe me. But I knew. I knew that somewhere out there, just beyond the edge of where the firelight reached, someone had been standing. Someone had been breathing, waiting, and moving through the trees in silence. And as much as I tried to push it away, I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever it was had been closer to me than I had ever realized. Even now, when I walk in the woods alone, I catch myself listening for it. The slow, heavy sound of breathing that isn't mine. I look at ridges and tree lines longer than I should, waiting to see a shape moving across them. And I know deep down, that night wasn't a mistake or my imagination. It was real, and it left a mark that has never gone away. I remember that day starting out so normal that nothing about it hinted at how it would end. The weather was clear, the sky pale blue, and the air held that late summer heaviness that made everything feel slower. I had gone out early in the morning with the idea of exploring some woods that were about 2 miles from where I lived. I had driven past them plenty of times, always noticing how thick and endless they looked from the road. There was no sign, no trail marker, just a break in the tree line where an old dirt track disappeared into the shadows. It wasn't an official park or anything like that, just a patch of woods that stretched out over hills and fields that no one seemed to use anymore. I parked my car on the shoulder of the road and stood there for a minute, looking into the line of trees. The first thing I noticed was the silence. Even though cars passed occasionally on the road, the sound seemed to fade quickly once you stepped close to the woods. The trees crowded together tightly, dark bark and branches pressing in, and it gave off that heavy feeling like you were about to step into another world. Not in a magical sense, but in a way that reminded you how small you were. I had no real plan. I just wanted to walk, maybe see how far I could go before it got too late. The dirt path was soft under my shoes, scattered with dead leaves, sticks, and the occasional patch of mud where the ground still held on to rainwater from days before. At first, it was simple walking. The path bent gently and led deeper in, the trees arching overhead, branches scraping lightly in the breeze. The air cooled as I moved further, the sun dimming behind the thick canopy. I found myself glancing back more than once, not because I was scared, but because the road and the open sky seemed to vanish so quickly behind me. Within minutes, it felt like I was sealed inside the woods. I kept going, letting the path take me further. Birds moved somewhere above, leaves crackled under the tiny feet of squirrels or chipmunks, but otherwise it was strangely empty. The deeper I went, the less I heard. The stillness was heavy, like even the animals didn't want to be too loud here. The path eventually split, though it wasn't a clear split, more like the main track fading and two thinner ones pushing off in different directions. I chose the one on the left, more out of instinct than anything else. As I walked, I noticed small details that added up slowly. Old branches that had clearly been broken by something heavy, marks in the dirt that didn't look like boots, and even a faint smell that reminded me of something animal, musky and sour. I pushed it out of my mind, telling myself deer probably moved through here. Every so often I would stop and listen, thinking I heard movement in the distance, but it always faded before I could focus on it. After what felt like an hour, I realized I had lost all sense of direction. The path had twisted so many times that I couldn't picture how to get back. The woods all looked the same, tall trunks and layers of brush and bramble, no landmarks to hold on to. I pulled my phone out of my pocket, checking the time and signal. It was nearly 3 in the afternoon, and I had only one bar of service that flickered in and out. I figured I had plenty of time before dark, but I didn't like how quickly the light seemed to fade under the trees. I kept walking, telling myself that paths always connected somewhere. The ground dipped into a small hollow, damp and spongy under my feet, before rising again into thicker growth. That was when I first felt it, someone watching. It wasn't a sound, not even movement I could see, just that pressure on the back of my neck, the weight of eyes. I stopped cold, listening. Nothing. Not a single bird, not even the rustle of wind in the branches. The woods had gone silent. I told myself it was my imagination and kept moving, but every so often, I glanced over my shoulder. Shadows looked like figures standing still. Trees seemed closer together. I tried to focus on small details, like the patterns in the bark or the way the ground bent, to distract myself. But the feeling only grew heavier. At some point, I heard it, clear enough to know it wasn't in my head. Footsteps. Not close, not heavy, but steady, pacing in the distance behind me. I froze, standing perfectly still, and the sound stopped. My chest tightened. I waited, barely breathing, eyes darting across the trees. After a long stretch of silence, I started walking again, this time slower, lighter. A few minutes passed, and I heard it again. The same rhythm, the same distance. Whoever or whatever it was keeping pace with me. I tried to convince myself it could be an animal, but the steps were too measured, too evenly spaced. Deer move in bursts, not like this. The realization crawled through me like ice. I didn't run, though every instinct screamed at me to. Running felt like it would confirm something, that I knew I was being followed. Instead, I kept walking, listening to every sound, every shift of air, every crack underfoot. The path narrowed until it nearly vanished, forcing me through brush that scraped against my arms and legs. The further I went, the more closed in it felt. I finally came to a small clearing, an open patch surrounded by thick growth. I stopped there, partly to catch my breath, partly because I didn't know which way to go. The silence pressed in again. I scanned the trees slowly, eyes tracing every gap, every shadow. Then I saw it. Not clearly, not enough to make out details, but movement. A shape slipping between two trees and vanishing. It wasn't close, maybe 50 feet away, but it was there. My stomach sank. I felt pinned, caught in the open clearing with nowhere to hide. I forced myself to move again, picking one direction and pushing through. The undergrowth was thicker now, clawing at my clothes, catching my ankles. My breathing was louder than I wanted it to be. Every few minutes, I looked back, always half expecting to see someone step out. By now, the sun had dropped lower, and though I couldn't see it through the canopy, I could feel the dimness growing. The woods took on a darker, grayer tone. I pulled out my phone again, hoping to use the GPS, but the signal was gone completely. The screen showed nothing but a blank map. My battery had already slipped down to 30%. I stuffed it back into my pocket and kept going. The footsteps behind me returned, closer now, though still hidden in the trees. My pulse hammered so hard that I felt it in my throat. I sped up, breaking branches under my feet, not caring about the noise anymore. All I wanted was to get out, to see the open sky again. The terrain shifted into a slope, rocks jutting out, loose dirt sliding under my shoes. I climbed quickly, hands grabbing roots and trunks to pull myself up. At the top, I stopped and looked back down. The shadows at the bottom shifted. For a second, I thought I saw a figure, tall and still, but by the time I blinked, it was gone. My breathing was ragged, chest tight, but I pushed forward again. The woods seemed endless. Every rise led only to more trees. Darkness came fast. The light faded until the woods were nothing but outlines, trunks like black walls against darker shadows. My steps slowed, partly from exhaustion, partly from the fear of tripping on unseen roots. I pulled my phone out one last time, using the dim flashlight. The weak beam cut a narrow path ahead of me, everything else swallowed by black. That was when the sound changed. The footsteps weren't behind me anymore. They were to the side, moving parallel, breaking branches in the dark. My mouth went dry. I turned the flashlight that way, but it hit nothing except trees. I spun slowly, the beam shaking in my trembling hand. Nothing. I started moving faster, almost stumbling, the light bouncing wildly. Then, out of the corner of the beam, something moved. A definite shape, crouched low, slipping back into the shadows. I didn't think. I ran. Branches tore at me, the ground uneven, my legs burning. The light swung uselessly, but I didn't dare turn it off. The sound of pursuit followed, closer now, heavier, crashing through the undergrowth. I pushed harder, lungs screaming, heart pounding so loud it drowned everything else out. After what felt like forever, I burst into another clearing. This one was larger, and through the trees on the far side, I saw it, the faint glow of the road. Headlights passed, a car moving along in the distance. Relief surged through me so hard my knees almost gave out. I stumbled toward it, tripping, scraping my hands on rocks, but I didn't stop. The last stretch was a blur, crashing through brush until I broke free onto the edge of the road. Cars passed occasionally, the sight of them grounding me, pulling me back into reality. I turned once, looking back into the wall of trees I had come from. It was silent again, still and dark. Whatever had followed me hadn't come out. It stayed hidden in the woods, watching, waiting. I walked the shoulder back to my car, every step shaky. When I finally unlocked it and slid inside, I sat there for a long time, gripping the steering wheel, staring out at the tree line. The woods looked ordinary from the road, quiet and harmless, but I knew better. I knew something was in there, moving in the dark, keeping pace with me. When I finally started the engine and drove away, the relief was hollow. My body was safe, but my mind stayed back there, trapped in the silence, in the weight of being watched. I didn't tell anyone about it. I couldn't explain it right without sounding paranoid. But I knew what I felt, and I knew what I heard. To this day, I don't go near those woods. I don't even slow down when I drive past. I keep my eyes forward, hands tight on the wheel, because I can still feel it, the steady rhythm of footsteps behind me, matching every move just out of sight. I had been looking forward to that weekend for weeks. Work had been draining me, and I felt like I needed to step away from everything, even if only for a short while. I chose to go out into the woods, a place far enough from the city where there would be no cars, no people, no distractions, just silence and nature. I packed my bag with what I thought I would need: food, water, sleeping bag, a tent, a flashlight, and a few extra clothes. The idea was simple: find a quiet spot, set up camp, and let the calmness of the woods reset me. The drive out there was long. I kept watching the road get narrower, the trees pressing closer from both sides. By the time I finally turned off onto the dirt path that led into the forest, I hadn't seen another vehicle for nearly half an hour. That gave me both comfort and unease. On one hand, I was finally getting the solitude I wanted. On the other, I was realizing just how far away I was from help if anything went wrong. Still, I kept going. The road ended in a rough clearing where I parked the car. I shouldered my backpack and started walking deeper into the woods, searching for a place to set up camp. The sun was already getting low, slipping behind the tops of the trees. The light was soft, filtered through the leaves, and the shadows stretched long across the ground. I walked until I found a small clearing not far from a ridge. It seemed like a good spot. The ground was mostly level, and there was a ring of trees that made me feel sheltered. I dropped my pack, unrolled my tent, and began setting it up. The silence around me was heavy. There were no cars, no voices, not even the distant hum of power lines. Just the occasional rustle of leaves when the wind moved through them, and the faint chirping of birds getting ready to settle in for the night. Once the tent was up, I gathered some dry branches and twigs to make a fire. The light was fading fast, and I wanted warmth and visibility before darkness swallowed everything. When the fire caught, the crackle of it was almost too loud in the stillness. I sat near it, eating from a pack of jerky, sipping water, and staring into the flames. For a while, it was peaceful. I could hear crickets starting up their nightly song. The stars began to poke through the darkening sky above me. I leaned back against my pack, feeling my muscles loosen. It must have been about an hour later when I noticed movement on the ridge beyond the clearing. It was subtle at first, a shifting shadow among shadows. I sat up straighter, trying to focus my eyes. Then I saw it clearly. A figure, upright, moving steadily along the ridge. It was too far away for me to make out details, but the way it moved was unmistakable. Someone was walking out there. My stomach tightened. I wasn't expecting to see anyone this far in. The ridge was at least 200 feet away, and whoever it was didn't stop, didn't look toward me, just kept walking across, and eventually disappeared down the other side. I told myself it could be another camper, maybe a hunter heading back, maybe just someone passing through. But the fact that they hadn't carried a light of any kind made my skin crawl. By then it was nearly dark, and moving through the woods without a flashlight or lantern seemed reckless. I tried to shake it off. People have their reasons. I wasn't in danger just because someone else was nearby. Still, I found myself glancing at the ridge more than I wanted to. Later, I decided I should collect more firewood to keep the flames strong through the night. I grabbed a small light and wandered a short distance into the woods. I didn't want to go far, but I knew I'd need enough wood to last. The ground was soft under my boots, covered in a thick layer of dead leaves and pine needles. Every step crunched loud in the quiet night. I crouched, picking up sticks, breaking off dead branches, stacking them under one arm. That was when I heard it, a sound behind me. At first, I thought it was just the wind shifting, or maybe an animal in the underbrush. But it was steady, rhythmic, heavy breathing, the kind of sound a person makes when they're tired or exerting themselves. I froze where I was, every muscle locked. The light from my flashlight shook slightly in my hand. I turned, sweeping the beam across the trees, but there was nothing there. Just trunks and shadows. The breathing didn't stop. It was faint, not close enough for me to see anyone, but not far enough to dismiss. It was behind the trees, moving. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing straight. My first thought was that it was the figure I had seen on the ridge. That made sense. But what didn't make sense was why they would be standing just inside the woods, close enough for me to hear them breathing, but not speaking, not making themselves known. I stepped back, clutching the pile of sticks tighter. I didn't run immediately, but my body was telling me to get out of there. Then the breathing shifted. It grew fainter, as though whoever it was had started moving away. I could hear branches snapping, a shuffle between the trees, and then silence. No more breathing, no more movement, just gone. I didn't hesitate after that. I I turned and walked quickly back to the clearing, almost breaking into a jog. My heart was pounding so hard I felt it in my throat. When I reached the firelight, I dropped the sticks onto the pile and fed a few into the flames. My hands were trembling, and I couldn't shake the feeling that eyes were still on me from somewhere in the darkness. I sat by the fire, trying to steady myself. The night stretched long. Every little sound in the woods seemed amplified. I kept checking over my shoulder, scanning the tree line, staring at the ridge. Nothing came out, but my nerves stayed on edge. I told myself over and over that I was just letting fear twist things. The figure had been far off. The breathing could have been an animal. My mind was playing tricks in the dark. But no matter how I tried to explain it, I couldn't settle into comfort again. When it was finally time to try to sleep, I crawled into my tent and zipped it shut. The fabric walls felt thin, flimsy, like they wouldn't protect me from anything. I lay on my back, listening. Every creak, every pop of the fire outside made me tense. Hours dragged on. The forest had gone quieter, but in that quiet, I felt something worse, like the silence wasn't natural, like it was waiting. At some point, exhaustion finally pulled me under. My sleep was restless, filled with half-formed dreams that always ended with me jolting awake, straining to hear if something was moving outside. Each time I checked, I saw nothing, but the unease never left. When morning finally came, I stepped out into the clearing, the sunlight making the woods seem far less menacing. The fire had burned low to ashes. Everything looked ordinary. But the memory of the night, of that figure on the ridge, of that breathing in the trees, sat heavy in my chest. I broke down the camp quickly, stuffing everything back into my bag. I didn't even bother with breakfast. I just wanted to leave. The hike back to my car felt longer than it had on the way in. I kept glancing behind me, half expecting to see someone following. The woods were quiet again, but I didn't trust that quiet anymore. When I finally stepped out into the clearing where my car was parked, relief washed through me. I threw my gear into the trunk, slid into the driver's seat, and started the engine. The sound of it was jarring after so much silence, but it grounded me. I drove back down the dirt path, back onto the narrow road, not looking in the mirrors more than I had to. By the time I reached the highway, I could almost convince myself I had let paranoia take control. Almost. But deep down, I knew what I had heard. Heavy breathing, human, close enough that I could feel it in my bones. Someone had been out there, moving between the trees, watching. Even now, the thought of it sticks with me. The idea that someone could be in the woods, not announcing themselves, not passing by, not camping, just there. Watching, waiting. I don't know what they wanted, or why they chose not to approach. Maybe they were testing how close they could get without being seen. Maybe they just enjoyed the idea of someone knowing they were being watched, but not being able to do anything about it. Whatever the reason, I knew one thing with absolute clarity. I wouldn't be going back out there alone again. The woods were beautiful, quiet, and endless, but they weren't empty. They never are. I remember the day I decided to take a trip out into the woods alone. I had been putting it off for months, telling myself I was too busy, that I didn't have the right gear, that I'd wait until the weather was just a little better. But one morning I woke up restless, needing to get away from the noise and routine of everyday life, and I packed my bag without much thought. I threw in a small tent, a sleeping bag, some food, a knife, and a flashlight. I wasn't planning to stay long, maybe just a night or two, but enough to breathe in the quiet and remind myself what it felt like to be out there with no one around. The drive was long, and the further I went, the more the world seemed to empty out behind me. The roads turned narrower, the houses spaced farther apart, until eventually I wasn't seeing any at all. It was just trees on both sides, stretching up and over me like walls closing in, and I kept pushing deeper. When I finally parked at the side of a dirt track, I shouldered my bag and started walking. The path wasn't marked, but I had studied maps enough to know the general direction I wanted to go. The forest seemed to swallow sound as I stepped off the road. Leaves crunched under my boots, and I noticed how heavy the air felt, damp and earthy. My shirt stuck to my back almost immediately, but I told myself it was nothing. The quiet was good. The quiet was what I came for. I walked for hours before I settled on a small clearing not far from a slow-moving creek. It looked like the right spot, flat ground with just enough space for my tent. I set it up, taking my time, making sure the stakes were firm in the soil. The sun was beginning to slide lower, shadows stretching across the trees, so I gathered some wood and started a small fire. The flames were comforting, throwing light against the darkness creeping in. I ate, sat by the fire, and watched the stars appear one by one through the breaks in the canopy. I should have gone to sleep early, but I stayed up staring into the fire until the logs broke down into glowing embers. The forest felt alive in a way that made me restless. Every snap of a branch or rustle of leaves seemed sharper than it should have been. I told myself it was just animals moving about, nothing unusual, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was aware of me being there. Eventually, I forced myself into the tent and zipped it shut. The night dragged on. I kept waking up, unsure if I had even slept at all. At one point, I was certain I heard steady footsteps moving past the tent, slow and deliberate, not the scurrying of an animal. I held my breath, waiting for them to fade, but they stopped completely, like whoever or whatever it was had frozen right outside. I didn't move. I stayed still for what felt like hours until exhaustion eventually won, and I drifted back into uneasy sleep. When morning came, I stepped outside and tried to shake off the heaviness in my head. Everything looked normal. The fire was cold, the clearing empty. I convinced myself I had imagined the footsteps, just my brain playing tricks while I hovered between sleep and waking. I boiled some water by the fire and ate a small breakfast, then decided to explore further into the woods. The air was cooler that morning, and the light filtered down through the trees in sharp beams. I followed the creek upstream for a while, listening to the trickle of water, trying to enjoy the stillness. But as I moved deeper, I noticed faint impressions in the mud along the bank. At first I thought they were animal tracks, maybe deer, but the longer I looked, the less certain I felt. They were wide, almost like the shape of a bare foot, though distorted by mud and water. I left the creek behind and wandered back toward the direction of camp, trying not to think too much about what I had seen. But when I reached the clearing, I froze. My tent had shifted. The stakes were still in the ground, but the whole thing looked slightly turned, pulled at from one side. The flap was open, even though I was certain I had zipped it shut when I left. I checked inside. My bag was there, but the contents were different. My food pack had been opened, and some of it was gone. I stood there staring, my skin prickling. Maybe an animal had torn into it, I told myself, but there were no claw marks or teeth marks. It was neat, like someone had unzipped, opened, and helped themselves. I looked around the tree line, scanning the shadows, but saw nothing. That night, I tried to tell myself it wasn't worth worrying about. I rebuilt the fire, kept it burning bigger than the night before, and sat close to it. The forest pressed in tighter with every hour, the darkness thicker. Around midnight, I thought I heard movement again. This time it wasn't just footsteps, it was breathing, low and heavy, shifting closer and farther, like someone circling. My chest tightened, and I gripped my knife without thinking. I didn't call out, didn't shine my flashlight. I just waited. At some point the noises stopped, but I didn't sleep again. I sat awake, eyes burning, every muscle tense, until dawn broke. When light finally crept in, I checked the clearing again. Nothing seemed touched, but I couldn't shake the certainty that someone had been there watching. I packed my things quickly, stuffing everything into my bag without care. I wanted to leave. I wanted to put distance between myself and that clearing, but the forest was disorienting. The trail I thought I knew was harder to follow, the trees unfamiliar. I walked for hours, sweat dripping down my face, trying to keep calm, but the deeper I went, the more I felt eyes on me. I would stop suddenly, spin around, and catch the faintest motion between the trees, something slipping back out of sight. By late afternoon, I knew I wasn't going to make it back to the road before dark. I set up my tent again in another small clearing, farther from the creek this time. I didn't build a fire. I sat in the tent with my knife on my lap, listening. Every sound carried. Every twig snap made my heart pound. The silence between was worse, stretching on until I imagined shapes moving in the dark. The night dragged like the last, but this time I heard it clearer. The same slow steps, not rushing, not panicked, just moving with purpose. The weight of each one pressed into the earth, steady and patient. They stopped again near my tent. I held my breath, eyes locked on the thin wall of fabric separating me from whatever was outside. Then I heard the soft scrape of fingers, dragging slowly down the side of the tent. My skin went cold. I didn't move. The sound stopped after a while, and the silence returned, but I didn't sleep at all. When the sky finally lightened again, I left everything. I didn't bother to pack the tent, didn't care about the food. I just grabbed my bag and started walking. I kept moving, barely stopping, forcing myself forward no matter how tired my legs felt. Hours later, I finally stumbled onto the dirt track where I had left my car. Relief almost dropped me to my knees. But when I reached the vehicle, the relief turned into dread. The driver's side door was cracked open. I knew I had locked it. I knew I had shut it tight. Inside, the contents of my glove box were scattered, papers tossed, like someone had been searching through them. Nothing was stolen that I could tell, but the way everything was moved felt deliberate. I sat behind the wheel, hands shaking, and started the engine. I didn't look back at the trees as I drove, didn't slow down until miles had put themselves between me and that place. Even now, I think about it. The way the footsteps stopped right outside, the scrape along the fabric, the food taken carefully, not torn apart. Someone had been out there, watching me, moving when I moved, waiting when I waited. I still wonder how long they had followed me, and how much closer they would have come if I had stayed another night. It was the first time I went camping alone, and it was the last. It started out as a normal day, the kind of day where nothing feels like it could possibly go wrong. I had planned a simple hike, something I often did to get out of the noise of town and give my head some space. The air was warm, but not too hot, and the sky had a soft pale color, like it was tired from the summer sun. I parked my car at the edge of a dirt road where the trees pressed in thick on both sides, shouldered my backpack, and started up the trail. The forest swallowed the sound of the road behind me until all I could hear was the crunch of gravel under my boots and the distant hum of insects that seemed to rise and fall like waves. The deeper I went, the quieter everything became. The trail cut through pines and oaks, their branches closing above my head until the light turned dim, filtered through layers of leaves. I liked that kind of silence, the kind that made you feel like you were miles away from anyone, even if civilization wasn't too far. But there's a difference between silence that comforts you and silence that feels too heavy, the kind that makes you pay attention without realizing you're doing it. The further I walked, the more I noticed that feeling creeping in. After about an hour, I reached a clearing. It was nothing big, just an open patch of dry grass with a few logs scattered around, maybe left from when someone had cut wood years back. I sat down to drink water and rest my legs. My phone had no signal, which wasn't a surprise out here, but it made me uneasy in a way I couldn't explain. I was used to being alone in the woods, but there was something about the air that felt heavier than usual, like the trees were holding something in their branches. I shook it off and decided to push on a little further, deeper than I usually went. The trail narrowed, roots crisscrossing the ground like veins, making me slow my steps. Every so often I heard the snap of a twig in the distance. At first, I thought it was deer. There are plenty of them around here, and I'd seen them often before. But the sound didn't move away when I paused. It stopped when I stopped, then started again when I continued. That detail stuck in my head, even as I tried to brush it off. Animals don't usually mirror you so perfectly. I told myself maybe it was just coincidence, or maybe I was imagining it. But my chest felt tight in a way that told me I wasn't imagining anything. I kept going until the trail dipped down into a shallow ravine where a dry creek bed cut through the dirt. The air was cooler there, and shadows stretched longer than they should have for the time of day. I crouched down, tracing the line of the creek with my eyes. The soil was soft, and I noticed prints pressed into it. They weren't paw prints. They were boots. Fresh, too. I could see the edges of the tread, sharp and clean. Someone had walked through here not long before me. The prints were big, larger than mine, and spaced wide apart like whoever made them had a long stride. My throat felt dry. I hadn't seen anyone else on the trail all day, not even in the parking area. There weren't supposed to be people out here. I stood still for a long time, staring at those prints, listening for anything beyond the wind brushing the leaves. That's when I caught it again, the sound of movement, closer this time. A shuffle, the faint scrape of something against bark. My shoulders tightened. I looked around but saw nothing between the trees, only shadows that seemed thicker than before. I told myself it wasn't unusual. People hunt out here sometimes, or maybe someone else was hiking off trail. Still, the prints made my skin crawl. I didn't want to follow them, but the trail crossed the creek right where they were, and I had to step past them to keep going. I walked faster now, the straps of my pack rubbing against my shoulders, my heartbeat a little too loud in my ears. The feeling of being watched clung to me, not constant, but coming in waves, strong enough that I turned my head every few minutes expecting to see someone. The woods seemed to press closer. The air smelled damp, like moss and old soil, even though it hadn't rained in weeks. My boots crunched over sticks, and every sound felt too loud. At one point I thought I saw movement through the trees, a flicker of shape, but when I focused, it was gone. I tried to tell myself it was just branches swaying, but the air was dead still. I don't know how long I walked before I finally admitted I wasn't comfortable anymore. The sun had shifted lower, streaks of light breaking through the canopy in sharp angles, and I realized if I didn't turn back soon, I'd be walking the trail in near darkness. I decided I'd had enough for the day. I turned around and started retracing my steps, trying to move at a steady pace without looking like I was hurrying. My body wanted to sprint, but I knew that would only make me careless. The whole time, I kept feeling that prickling between my shoulder blades, the kind that made me think something was a few steps behind me even though I didn't hear it. By the time I reached the creek bed again, the light had dropped even more. The boot prints were still there, but now there were more of them, overlapping in messy directions. My stomach turned when I realized they hadn't been there earlier. Someone had walked through here again since I passed. I crouched, staring at the dirt. The impressions looked fresh, the soil still dark around the edges. My eyes kept tracking the prints until I saw where they veered off the trail, straight into the trees. I didn't follow them. I didn't even want to look too long. My mouth was dry, my hands shaking as I tightened the straps of my pack and forced myself forward. The forest grew darker by the minute. I walked faster, almost jogging now. Every sound around me amplified. A branch cracked somewhere off to my left, and I froze. The sound wasn't faint. It was close, too close, like someone had stepped hard on a stick. My head turned on instinct, scanning the trees, but all I saw were dark trunks stacked together. I could feel eyes on me. I was sure of it. My legs moved on their own, carrying me forward faster than before, my breath short and harsh. I didn't look back again. I couldn't. Some part of me knew if I saw what was there, I'd break into a full sprint, and I wouldn't be able to stop. When I finally reached the clearing with the logs, I stopped for just a second to catch my breath. My shirt clung to my back with sweat, and I could hear my pulse pounding. The clearing should have felt safe, more open than the suffocating trees, but it didn't. The grass was still, the logs exactly where they'd been before, yet I felt no relief. It was worse somehow, like I'd stepped into a stage where the trees were the audience, waiting for something. I didn't sit down this time. I didn't drink water. I just kept moving. The last stretch back to the car felt endless. The shadows blurred together until the path looked different, less familiar. I forced myself to keep walking straight, to not panic. Then I saw it, lying right in the middle of the trail about 20 feet ahead. A cigarette butt still smoldering. Thin smoke curled into the air, faint but undeniable. My chest tightened so hard it hurt. There had been no one on the trail when I started, no one in the parking area, no signs of anyone at all. And yet here it was, fresh, as if whoever had dropped it knew I'd be coming down this way. I didn't stop. I didn't even let myself slow down. I stepped around it and kept moving, my legs shaking so badly I could barely keep balance on the uneven dirt. The trees thinned out eventually, and I caught sight of the faint gleam of metal ahead, my car, parked right where I left it. Relief hit me so hard my knees almost buckled. But then I noticed something that made my stomach lurch. The driver's side door was slightly open. Not wide, just cracked, like someone had tested it and left it that way. I had locked it before heading out. I was sure of it. I always double-checked. I stood there for what felt like forever, staring at that sliver of darkness between the door and the frame. The woods behind me felt heavier, the silence pressing closer with every second I hesitated. Finally, I forced myself forward, gripping the straps of my backpack so tight my fingers hurt. I circled the car once, checking the windows, glancing into the back seat. Nothing. No one. The door creaked when I pulled it open the rest of the way, the sound far too loud in the still air. The seats were empty. Everything looked exactly as I'd left it, except for one detail. The faint smell of smoke inside, like someone had sat there not long ago. I got in, slammed the lock down, and started the engine. My hands shook as I gripped the wheel, my eyes flicking to the rearview mirror again and again, half expecting to see someone step out of the trees. The road out was rough, my tires crunching over gravel, dust rising in clouds behind me. I didn't look back. Not once. The weight in my chest didn't ease until I hit the highway, and saw other cars again, their headlights cutting through the dark. Even now, I don't know who was out there or what they wanted. Maybe it was just someone wandering the woods, maybe a hunter, maybe something worse. All I know is that I wasn't alone, and whoever it was, they wanted me to know it. I never liked walking home late at night, but sometimes I had no choice. That night, everything seemed heavier, even the air itself. The streets were quiet in that way that doesn't feel peaceful, just empty, like something was missing. I kept my hands stuffed into my jacket pockets, my head low, counting the cracks in the sidewalk as I walked. There weren't many lights on in the houses I passed. Most windows were dark, curtains drawn, doors shut tight. It made the road feel longer, like each step only pushed me further into silence. I took the same route I always did, cutting through a small wooded path that shaved 10 minutes off the walk. I had walked it hundreds of times, and though I never loved the way the trees swallowed the sky and blocked out what little light the moon offered, it was faster, and I always told myself it was fine. But that night, as I reached the edge of the path, I hesitated. The air inside the trees looked darker than usual, thicker, almost black. I told myself it was nothing, just my mind playing tricks after a long day. I stepped in anyway. The crunch of leaves under my shoes was louder than I remembered. Every step echoed, like the woods were emptying all their sound into mine. I could hear my own breathing too, heavy and uneven, even though I wasn't tired. The path wound into the trees, the dirt trail packed down from years of use. Branches hung low, and the smell of damp soil lingered in the air. My eyes kept flicking to the shadows at the edges of the path. It was the kind of darkness you couldn't stare into for too long. The more you looked, the more it felt like something was looking back. Halfway through, I noticed it. The sound. At first, I thought it was just the echo of my own steps, but then I realized it wasn't. There was another rhythm mixed in with mine. Softer, slower, but definitely there. I stopped walking, and the sound stopped too. My chest tightened. I waited, listening so hard that my ears almost rang with the silence. Then I started again, quicker this time, and after a few steps, there it was again, just behind me, almost in sync, but not quite. I didn't want to turn around, but the pressure in my gut made me glance over my shoulder anyway. Nothing, just black trees and empty brush. The trail behind me looked like a tunnel swallowing itself in shadow. I tried to calm myself, convincing my mind that maybe it was just the wind shifting the branches, maybe a stray animal moving in the undergrowth. I walked faster. The sound followed again. Still soft, still just barely behind me. I felt the sweat gathering at the base of my neck. The woods seemed longer than ever, the path stretching out like it had no end. My feet pressed harder into the ground, carrying me faster forward. My heartbeat picked up, and the air felt too thin to fill my lungs properly. I passed a spot I knew well, a crooked tree that leaned over the path like an arch normally. It marked the last third of the trail, the part that always seemed to fly by. But tonight, I felt no relief at seeing it. If anything, it made the dread heavier. The steps behind me seemed closer now, quicker, trying to match me. I tried not to look, but I couldn't help it. I whipped around again. Nothing. Just the empty path, the leaning tree, and the shadows stacked on top of each other. I turned back and forced myself forward. The faster I went, the louder my breathing got. My shoes scraped against the dirt in messy strides. That was when I heard it, something new. Not just footsteps. Breathing. Low, rough, uneven, like someone struggling to stay quiet but failing. It came from behind me, faint but real, and the moment I heard it, the air seemed to freeze around me. My body stiffened, but I couldn't stop moving. Every instinct screamed at me to run, so I did. I ran harder than I had in years, my arms pumping, my shoes pounding the ground. The trees blurred into streaks of black on both sides. The sound behind me grew sharper, heavier, no longer soft and cautious. Whoever, or whatever, it was they were running now too. The rhythm was clear, chasing mine, gaining ground with each second. The trail twisted and turned, and I fought to stay upright, my lungs burning, my legs screaming. I kept expecting a hand to grab me from behind, to drag me down into the dirt, but nothing touched me. I pushed harder, trying to think only of the light at the end of the path. I knew once I got out of the trees, I would see the road, the faint glow of a street lamp, and maybe then I'd be safe. But the light never came. The path stretched on, bending again and again, each curve only revealing more darkness. My panic grew sharper. Had I missed a turn? Was I running in circles? The woods looked the same in every direction. My breath came out in ragged bursts now, and the steps behind me were so close I swore I could feel the vibrations in the ground. I forced myself forward until my chest felt like it would split open. Then, all at once, the trees broke. I stumbled out onto the open road, the sudden space and light hitting me so hard I almost collapsed. My legs wobbled under me, and I bent over, gasping for air. I looked back into the path, expecting to see something burst out of the trees after me. But nothing came. The woods were still, quiet again, the path behind me empty. I waited there for what felt like forever, staring into the darkness, my whole body shaking. Finally, I straightened up and forced myself to walk home. Every step down that road felt heavy, my ears straining for any sound that didn't belong. When I reached my house, I locked the door and stood at the window, staring out into the night. My heart wouldn't slow down. The woods were still there, silent and unmoving, but I couldn't stop imagining the sound of breathing in the dark, just a few steps behind me. The next day, I told myself I'd go back and walk the trail in daylight, just to prove to myself there was nothing there. But I never did. Something about the way those steps matched mine, the way the breathing pressed against my ears, told me it wasn't just my imagination. And even though I never saw anything, I knew that night I wasn't alone. I still use that road sometimes, but I never set foot on the trail again. Every time I pass it, I feel my throat tighten, and I can't help but look at the opening in the trees. It looks normal in the day, but at night it swallows light whole. And I know if I stepped inside, I'd hear it again. The steps, the breathing, and the feeling of someone right there behind me, waiting for me to look back. I've thought about it so many times, about what would have happened if I had tripped, if I had slowed down, if I had turned around one more time. And the truth is, I don't think I would have made it out. That thought alone keeps me away. Even now, years later, whenever I walk alone at night, I catch myself checking behind me more than I should, listening harder than necessary, and breathing faster than the pace deserves. Because once you've felt something chasing you in the dark, once you've known for certain that something was there even if you never saw it, you don't ever really walk alone again. It was supposed to be just another quiet night outdoors, a small camping trip I had planned for myself because I wanted to get away from everything for a while. I had been feeling burned out from work and the noise of the city. I wanted silence, the kind you only really find when you're far away from roads, from traffic, from people. I picked a place not too far from home, but far enough that I could actually feel alone. There was a patch of woods I had read about online, a place with no official campsites, no signs, just miles of trees and rough trails. That's what I wanted, something that felt untouched. I packed light. Just a tent, a sleeping bag, a small cooler with food, some water bottles, a flashlight, and a hatchet for firewood. Nothing fancy. I left late in the afternoon, parked my car at the edge of a gravel road, and walked into the woods with the sun still up, but already dipping lower. The air had that cool bite of evening, where the shadows between trees get darker faster than you expect. I picked a spot in a clearing where I could see the sky. There was tall grass, a thin line of trees behind me, and thicker woods farther down the slope of the hill. I set up my tent, gathered a pile of firewood, and built a small fire before the sun dropped all the way. The crackle of burning wood felt comforting. I cooked a small meal, nothing special, just heated some food and sat in the glow of the fire. The silence out there was deep. No cars, no voices, just the sound of crickets and the occasional breeze pushing through the leaves. For a while, it was perfect, exactly what I wanted. Then, as the light faded and the sky turned dark, I noticed something. Across the ridge, maybe 200 feet away, there was movement. A figure, just barely visible in the dim light, walking along the top of the hill. I could see the shape against the fading sky, the outline of a person moving steadily. They didn't stop, didn't look in my direction, just walked in a straight line across the ridge, and then disappeared over the other side. It should not have bothered me, but it did. I was in the middle of nowhere. I hadn't seen another car on the road, no houses, no camps. What were the chances that someone else happened to be here, walking at that exact spot at nightfall? I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just another hiker, maybe someone who knew the area better than me. Still, the thought of being watched from a distance left a weight in my chest. I sat by the fire until it burned down low. I didn't want to waste all the wood too soon, so I let it die out and went to collect more branches from the edge of the woods. I kept my flashlight off at first, letting my eyes adjust, but the darkness under the trees was heavy. I clicked the light on and moved deeper in. That's when I heard it. Breathing. Slow, heavy, close enough that I froze where I stood. It wasn't the sound of my own breath echoing in my ears. It was something behind me. The kind of sound that doesn't belong in a place like this, not when you're supposed to be alone. I spun around with the flashlight, the beam slicing through the trees, bouncing off trunks and branches. Nothing, but the sound was there. I could hear it moving, shifting between trees. It wasn't fast. It didn't crash through the underbrush like an animal startled by the light. It moved slowly, like it didn't care if I knew it was there. My throat went dry. The woods around me felt suddenly alive with shadows. I tried to convince myself it was a deer, maybe even a bear, but the breathing had rhythm, the kind of rhythm that comes from a person. I backed up, every muscle in my body tense, and then I heard it again, farther away now. The breathing pulled back into the woods, steady but distant, like whoever, or whatever, it was had decided to leave. I didn't wait around to see if it came back. I turned and ran out of the woods, my flashlight bouncing with each step until I broke back into the clearing and saw the outline of my tent. I stumbled into the campsite, dropped the wood I had managed to gather, and tried to catch my breath. My heart was pounding so hard it made my chest hurt. I sat by the fire pit, feeding the flames until it burned brighter again. The light made me feel safer, but not safe enough. The silence outside the ring of firelight was deeper now, heavy in a way that made every sound stand out. The crickets had quieted, and even the breeze seemed to have stopped. Hours passed slowly. I didn't go back into the woods. I sat by the fire until it turned into embers again, then forced myself into the tent. I zipped it shut, even though I knew the thin fabric wouldn't stop anything that wanted to get inside. Every small sound outside made my body tighten. A snapping branch, a rustle of grass. The memory of that breathing stayed with me, circling in my head, repeating with each beat of my heart. When sleep finally came, it was shallow and broken. I woke often, straining my ears in the dark, waiting for footsteps. At some point in the middle of the night, I thought I heard something brush against the side of the tent. Just a faint drag, like a hand or shoulder sliding past. I lay frozen, my fists clenched, staring into the dark. But nothing else happened. By the time the sky started to lighten, I felt drained, like I hadn't really slept at all. The air was damp, and the fire had gone cold. I packed up quickly, shoving things into my bag without caring how neatly. I just wanted to be out of there. When I started back toward the car, I had to pass near the ridge where I had seen that figure the night before. I kept my eyes on the ground, but then I noticed something in the dirt. Footprints. Not animal tracks, but clear shoe prints pressed into the soil, heading down the slope into the woods. They were fresh. Too fresh. The hair on the back of my neck rose. I didn't stop to study them. I didn't want to know how close they had come to where I was sleeping. I just moved faster, my eyes darting between trees, every sense screaming at me to keep going. When I finally saw my car at the edge of the gravel road, relief washed over me, but it was thin. I kept looking behind me as I unlocked the door and threw my bag inside. The woods looked quiet still, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was standing just beyond the tree line, watching me leave. I started the engine and drove, gravel crunching under the tires, not slowing down until the woods were far behind me. Even then, the weight in my chest stayed. The memory of that breathing, steady and human, followed me home and has never fully left. Sometimes late at night when the world is quiet, I catch myself straining to hear it again, that sound of someone too close in the dark, just beyond the reach of light, waiting. I had been driving all day, and my body ached from sitting behind the wheel for so many hours. The late summer sun had already dipped below the horizon, leaving only a faint orange glow fading into the darkening sky. The 2-lane highway stretched ahead in a long line, bordered on both sides by endless trees. There were no houses, no towns, not even a gas station for miles. Just forest. I wasn't planning to drive this late, but delays earlier in the day forced me onto the road long past the time I usually liked to stop. I told myself I'd pull over at the next rest area or small town, but nothing had come up for over an hour. My fuel gauge hovered just above a quarter tank. The forest seemed to close in more with every mile. My headlights cut a narrow path through the dark, catching the glint of road signs and the occasional reflective eyes of animals hidden in the brush. I kept glancing at the gas gauge and at the empty road ahead, feeling a growing pressure in my chest. I wasn't afraid exactly, but there's something unsettling about driving alone through such a desolate stretch with no signs of civilization. After what felt like forever, I spotted a small gravel turnout on the right side of the road. There was no sign, no lights, nothing to indicate what it was for, but it was large enough for a car. My eyes burned from staring at the road, and my head felt heavy. I decided I'd pull over, rest for maybe 20 minutes, then push on until I found a town. I eased my car onto the gravel and cut the engine. The sudden silence hit hard. No hum of the tires, no low drone of the engine, just stillness. I rolled down my window to let in some air. The night was cool, and the forest smelled damp, earthy, almost suffocating. I could hear the faint chirp of crickets and the occasional rustle of leaves high up in the trees. I leaned my seat back, closed my eyes, and tried to relax. But it didn't take long before the silence began to gnaw at me. Out there, miles from anyone, every little sound felt louder, more deliberate. After about 10 minutes, I heard a noise that cut through the background, a crunch. It was sharp, distinct, the sound of a boot or heavy shoe pressing down on gravel. My eyes shot open, and I sat up quickly, my heart hammering. I stared out the windshield, but my headlights were off, and the forest ahead was pitch black. I held my breath, waiting. Another crunch. This time, it was closer, off to the left side of the car. My first thought was that it might be an animal, maybe a deer stepping on loose stone. But the sound was too heavy, too deliberate. I slowly reached out and locked the doors, my fingers trembling slightly on the button. I told myself I was imagining it, that the exhaustion was playing tricks on me. But then I heard it again, this time behind the car, closer, slow and steady, like someone circling. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end. I flicked on my headlights, but the beams lit up only the empty road and a thin line of trees ahead. Nothing moved. I stayed perfectly still, trying to listen, but the crickets had gone silent, as if the whole forest was holding its breath. That silence was worse than the footsteps. My chest tightened, and I gripped the steering wheel. I thought about just starting the car and leaving, but I hesitated. I didn't want to spook whatever, or whoever was out there. Minutes passed like hours. I tried to convince myself it was nothing, but deep down, I knew I wasn't alone. Then I caught movement in my side mirror. Just for a second, I thought I saw a shape, a tall, dark figure at the edge of the gravel, frozen just outside the reach of my headlights. By the time I turned my head, it was gone. My mouth went dry. I fumbled for the keys, slipped them into the ignition, and turned. The engine roared to life, the sound almost deafening in the stillness. I flicked on the high beams and pressed down hard on the gas. My tires sprayed gravel as I shot back onto the highway. The forest blurred by, and I kept my eyes locked on the road ahead, afraid to look in the mirrors. For several miles, I drove faster than I should have, gripping the wheel so tightly my knuckles hurt. I expected to feel some relief once I was moving, but the fear only built. Every shadow on the roadside looked like a person. Every time the trees thinned and moonlight spilled through, I thought I saw a movement keeping pace with me, just out of sight. Finally, after what felt like half an hour, I spotted the glow of lights up ahead. A gas station. Relief flooded me. I pulled in fast, nearly clipping the curb. There were a few trucks parked outside and bright fluorescent lights humming overhead. I sat there for a while, engine still running, before I finally shut it off. I got out, legs shaky, and filled the tank. The presence of people, even strangers inside the convenience store, felt like a lifeline. But as I pumped gas, I couldn't stop glancing toward the dark highway I had just come from. The fear hadn't left me. It clung to me like a weight, heavy and suffocating. When I finally went inside, the harsh fluorescent lights almost blinded me. The cashier gave me a quick nod. I picked up a bottle of water, but my hands were still trembling as I carried it to the counter. My mouth felt too dry to speak, so I just paid and left. Back in the car, I sat there for a long time, staring out at the night. The gas station lights only reached so far. Beyond them was nothing but blackness and the endless forest. I thought about how close I had come to falling asleep there on the side of the road, windows open, unaware of someone or something moving around me. I don't know who or what was out there. Maybe it was just a hunter or some drifter wandering through the trees. Maybe it was nothing more than exhaustion, making me imagine shapes in the dark. but the sound of those footsteps on gravel was real. I know what I heard. That night changed how I think about being alone in remote places. I used to enjoy the quiet of the road, the freedom of driving late into the night. Now every time I pass a turnout or stop in the middle of nowhere, I remember that silence, broken only by slow, steady footsteps circling closer. I think about the shape I almost saw in the mirror, standing just outside the light, watching. I drove on that night until I found a small motel, where I locked the door and left the TV on to drown out the silence. I barely slept. Even now, when I think back on it, I can still feel the weight of that stillness pressing in, and I can still hear the crunch of gravel behind me in the dark. I never liked being out in the woods at night, but I told myself I was overthinking. I had driven out past the last bit of paved road earlier that afternoon, looking for a quiet place to camp and fish the next morning. The sun was still warm when I parked the car at the edge of a dirt track, carried my things through a narrow trail, and set up near a small clearing that opened onto a wide bend in the river. It was peaceful. The water moved slow, the grass bent with the breeze, and the only sound was the occasional thump of a fish breaking the surface. I spent a while gathering wood and stacking it beside where I planned to build a fire. By the time I finished setting up my tent and laying out my gear, the sun was low and the shadows had started stretching long. I ate a quick meal, lit the fire, and sat down with the heat at my face and the darkness pressing in from all sides. At first, it felt good. The sound of the river, the crackle of the fire, the smell of smoke. It was the kind of quiet I thought I had wanted. But when the light dropped completely, something about it all changed. The woods behind me turned black. The trees no longer looked like trees. They were just tall shapes, twisted and uneven, crowding close together. The air cooled, and the sounds changed too. Birds had stopped. Bugs kept at it, but every now and then the chorus dipped as if something had moved among them and silenced them for a moment. I told myself it was nothing, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't the only one out there. I decided to walk a little up the riverbank with my flashlight to stretch my legs and make sure I knew my way around. The beam bounced on the ground in front of me, cutting through the dark. I swept it across the water and then back at the tree-line. The light caught pairs of faint reflections here and there, eyes from raccoons or something similar. That was normal. But once, just for a second, I thought I caught something higher up, too high for any animal I knew should be there. When I swung the light back, there was nothing, just branches and leaves swaying in the wind. I turned around after a while, uneasy. I could see the faint orange glow of my campfire through the trees ahead, and I felt a little better. But as I walked closer, I heard something move to my left. Not a small rustle like a squirrel. It was heavy, the kind of sound something larger makes when it puts its weight on damp leaves and twigs. I froze. The fire was still maybe 50 yards ahead. I kept the flashlight pointed where I heard the sound, but all I saw was dark tree trunks stacked one behind the other. Nothing moved. I walked quicker back into the light of the fire. Once I was close enough to feel the heat on my face again, I sat down and told myself I needed to calm down. It could have been a deer. It probably was. They were everywhere out here. But the way it had sounded, slower, heavier, deliberate, didn't feel right. I added more wood to the fire and sat watching it burn. The flames bent and straightened with each push of air, spitting sparks that disappeared before they touched the ground. I stared into it for what felt like hours, not because I was relaxed, but because I didn't want to look away. If I turned my head toward the woods, I felt like I might see something I didn't want to see. When I finally lay down in the tent, I left the fire burning low outside. I zipped the flap almost all the way, but left a little gap for air. The ground was hard beneath me, and the thin fabric walls didn't block sound at all. Every noise outside felt magnified. A branch cracking, leaves shifting, the occasional plop from the river. At some point, I drifted off. I don't know how long I was asleep before I woke up again, but the fire outside had burned down to nothing more than faint embers glowing red. The woods were completely black. What woke me wasn't a noise I could place. It was more the sense that there had been a noise, and now there wasn't. The bugs that had filled the night before were gone. I sat there in my sleeping bag, breathing shallow, listening. Then I heard it. Breathing. Not mine. Something outside the tent, close. The kind of heavy exhale you hear when something big pushes air through its nose. It wasn't steady. It came, then a pause, then again, slightly farther away, then closer. I couldn't tell if it was moving past or circling. I stayed completely still. My heart thumped so hard it shook my whole chest. I thought about unzipping the tent, shining my flashlight out there, but the thought of putting myself face to face with whatever it was froze me in place. I listened as it moved again. A crunch of leaves, then another breath, this time so near I thought I could feel it through the thin nylon wall. I clenched my jaw and forced myself not to move. My throat was dry, my hands slick with sweat. Then the sound shifted, slowly fading, each exhale growing farther away. I counted in my head, reaching 20, then 30, then 50 before I dared move. I eased the zipper open just enough to see through the small gap. The fire had gone out completely. The clearing was nothing but black. I turned the flashlight on, the beam shaking in my hand. I swept it across the clearing, then into the trees. For a moment I thought I saw a shape between two trunks, taller than a man, still as stone. But then my beam passed, and when I flicked it back, it was gone. I didn't sleep again. I sat up in the tent with my light in one hand, a knife from my pack in the other. My ears strained for every sound, and the night stretched forever. By the time the first hint of pale light reached the sky, I was already packing my things. The woods looked different in the morning. Softer, calmer, harmless. The river sparkled, the birds were back, and nothing seemed wrong at all. But near the edge of the clearing, in the soft dirt where the grass thinned out, I found tracks. Not boots, not paws. They were wide and deep, pressed down in a way that showed weight. I crouched down, studying them. They looked almost human, but longer, flatter, with more space between the toes. I stood there a long time, staring at them, my stomach sinking. Whatever had been there that night had come close. Close enough to leave those marks just a few feet from where I slept. I packed up the last of my things, slung my bag over my shoulder, and didn't look back. I walked fast down the trail, every step carrying me farther from that clearing, from that river, from the tracks I couldn't explain. I told myself I'd never camp alone again, and I meant it. Even now, I can still hear that breathing when I think back. Heavy, slow, and steady, inches from me in the dark, while I lay trapped in nothing more than thin fabric, hoping it would keep moving, hoping it wouldn't decide to press closer. And I know that whatever left those tracks out there is still somewhere in those woods, moving quiet, waiting for the next person foolish enough to believe the night out there belongs to them. It started off as a regular day. I remember the air being heavy with heat, the kind of still summer air that feels like it is pressing down on your skin and seeping into your chest. I had been restless all week, stuck in the same routine, and I decided to go out on my own for a hike. I chose a trail I had been on before, but never fully explored. It was one of those places that wasn't really on any popular maps, just an overgrown path at the edge of a county road that I'd stumbled on a couple of years back. The entrance wasn't marked, and it was obvious very few people ever went down it. That was part of what pulled me in. I thought I'd finally take the time to see where it led. I parked my car on the gravel shoulder, where weeds had grown tall along the ditch. The place felt abandoned, and for some reason that made me feel more alive. I slung a small pack over my shoulder, carrying only a bottle of water, a flashlight, and a pocket knife I always carried more out of habit than necessity. It was early afternoon, and the light filtered through the trees in long golden beams, the dust and pollen floating like tiny sparks in the air. At first the trail was narrow, but clear enough to follow. Fallen branches cracked under my boots, and I could hear insects buzzing so loud it felt like a constant hum around me. The smell of damp earth and dry leaves filled the air. I walked for maybe half an hour, and the deeper I went, the more I noticed how quiet it became. The road noise disappeared. Even the insects seemed to lessen until there was only the occasional distant bird. I kept going, feeling that strange pull of wanting to see what was further ahead. The trees grew closer together, their branches twisting over the path, blocking out more of the sun. It got darker. The air cooled slightly, and I could smell the faint sour scent of something decaying nearby, maybe a dead animal hidden in the brush. I pushed the thought out of my mind and kept walking. After a while, the path began to climb. The hill was steeper than I expected, and I had to push through tangled vines and duck under low limbs. My shirt clung to me with sweat, and I could feel the damp fabric sticking to my back. The hill seemed endless, but then suddenly it leveled out. I stepped out into an opening at the top, and from there, I could see across a ridge. The view was wide, rolling hills of trees stretching in every direction. I caught my breath and stood there for a while, feeling like I had finally reached some secret point no one else ever bothered to see. But what unsettled me was the other side of the ridge. From where I stood, I saw a faint line carved into the trees. It wasn't a road, not really, more like a path of ground worn flat, cutting across the ridge and disappearing into the woods again. It didn't look natural. It looked like something, or someone, had been using it. I told myself it was probably just deer or some other animals, but the way it cut so straight across didn't sit right with me. Still, curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to follow it. The path dropped sharply on the other side. The dirt was loose, and I slid a little as I went down, grabbing at roots to keep my balance. The air on this side felt different, heavier. I noticed right away how little sound there was. No birds, no buzzing, just the sound of my breathing and the crunch of my steps. As I moved further, I started to notice signs that someone had been through here. A tree trunk with old axe marks. A patch of ground pressed flat, like something heavy had been sitting there. Then a bit of rope half buried under leaves, frayed and weathered. I bent down, brushed it off, and felt an uneasiness crawl up the back of my neck. I told myself maybe hunters used this area. Maybe they dragged a blind out here or something like that. But everything about it felt off. The rope wasn't just rope. It was tied into a loop at one end like a noose. I dropped it and wiped my hand on my pants, suddenly aware of how alone I was. I should have turned around, but I didn't. I don't know why. Maybe stubbornness, maybe something deeper, like I needed to know what was really out here. I walked further, my senses on edge, every step feeling louder than it should have been. After about 10 minutes, I came across a clearing. It wasn't natural either. Someone had cut down trees and dragged them to the side. The ground was uneven, scarred with marks like things had been dug up and moved. In the center was a circle of blackened dirt where a fire had been, though it hadn't been used recently. Around it were bones, some small, some larger. Animal bones, I told myself quickly, but the way they were scattered, broken, and piled in some places made me hesitate. I felt watched. My skin prickled, and I kept glancing over my shoulder. The woods behind me looked the same as before, but it felt like the trees themselves were leaning closer, like the shadows were filling in tighter around me. I crouched down, my heart thumping, and picked up a piece of bone. It was long, thin, with the end cracked off. I held it up, trying to convince myself it was from a deer or some other animal. But as I turned it in my hand, I couldn't shake the shape of it, too much like a human arm. My stomach twisted. I dropped it. That was when I heard it. Not a voice, not words. Just the sound of breathing. Heavy, slow breathing, coming from the trees just beyond the edge of the clearing. My heart stopped for a moment. I froze, straining my ears. It wasn't the sound of an animal. It was too steady, too deep. I stared at the tree line, but I couldn't see anything. The shadows were thick, the branches too dense. But I knew something was there. The breathing shifted slightly, like whoever, or whatever it was had moved to a different angle. I backed up slowly, my hands trembling. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I forced myself to stay calm, to move carefully. If I ran blindly, I could trip, break something, or worse. I stepped backward toward the slope I had come down, my eyes locked on the tree line. The breathing grew fainter, like it was moving further away. That should have calmed me, but it didn't, because the way it moved didn't sound random. It sounded deliberate, like it was circling me. That broke me. I turned and started running, crashing through branches, sliding in the dirt. My legs burned, my chest heaved, but I didn't stop. Every sound in the forest seemed louder, the snap of twigs, the scrape of leaves. I didn't dare look back. It felt like forever before I reached the ridge again. I scrambled up, my hands digging into the soil, pulling myself up the slope. When I reached the top, I paused, panting, and looked back. The clearing was hidden again by the trees, but I swore I saw movement. A shift of shadow that wasn't just wind in the branches. Something tall. Still. Watching. I didn't wait. I ran back down the path the way I had come, barely keeping track of where I was going. The trail felt endless now, every turn familiar but distorted, like I wasn't sure if I was retracing the right steps. My throat burned, my legs felt like lead, but the only thought in my head was to get out. Finally, the trees began to thin, and I saw the faint glint of sunlight reflecting off my car through the gaps. I stumbled the last few yards, nearly tripping on roots, and burst out onto the gravel shoulder. I threw myself into the car, slammed the door, and locked it. I sat there for a long time, gripping the steering wheel, my body shaking. I could still hear my own breathing echoing in my ears, and for a moment, I thought it wasn't mine at all, but the same heavy sound I had heard in the woods. I forced myself to calm down, to focus. The forest behind me was quiet. No movement, no sign of anything. Just the trees standing tall, silent, indifferent. I started the car, the engine loud in the stillness, and pulled away without looking back. I drove faster than I should have, gravel spitting from under the tires, the road blurring past. Even after I reached town, even after I was back in my apartment with the doors locked and lights on, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The memory of that clearing, the bones, and that slow, steady breathing stuck with me. It has been weeks now, but I can't get it out of my head. I see the ridge when I close my eyes. I hear the breathing in the silence at night. Sometimes I think about the rope I found, the way the clearing looked like it had been used for something I didn't want to understand. I know one thing for certain. I wasn't alone out there. And whatever was in those woods wasn't just passing through. It was there for a reason, and it knew I was there too. It started off like any normal day, the kind of day where nothing seems out of place, and you don't expect anything unusual to happen. The air was warm, and the late afternoon sun cast a dull orange light across the sky as I drove further out of town. The further I went, the thinner the traffic became until the road narrowed into a two-lane strip winding through fields and patches of trees. I had no real reason to be there other than wanting to clear my head, to escape the noise and people for a while. I thought driving with no set destination might help. Maybe find a trail or some open space to walk and breathe without interruption. Eventually, I came across a gravel turnoff that cut away from the road, partially hidden by overgrown brush. It wasn't marked, and something about the rough path pulling into the woods made me hesitate. But curiosity outweighed caution. I slowed the car and eased onto the gravel, tires crunching as I followed it deeper into the trees. The path was uneven, riddled with dips and roots poking through, and branches reached out to scrape the sides of my car. After about half a mile, the gravel widened into what looked like a clearing, a flat patch surrounded by dense forest on all sides. I parked and killed the engine. The silence was immediate, the kind of silence that presses against your ears. I opened the door and stepped out, the ground soft with layers of old pine needles and damp earth. The air smelled faintly of moss and something faintly metallic, like rust. I locked the car and stood there for a moment, just listening. No birds, no wind moving through the leaves, just stillness. I decided to walk a bit, following what looked like a faint trail that disappeared into the undergrowth. The further I went, the less it seemed like a real trail, more like something that had been carved a long time ago and since forgotten. The ground was uneven, soft in some places, hard in others, roots coiled like traps waiting to catch my steps. The deeper I moved into the woods, the thicker the trees became, their trunks narrowing my view. I kept walking, telling myself I'd only go a little further before turning back. But something about the quiet made me want to keep going, as if there might be something just ahead worth seeing. After about 20 minutes, I reached a ridge that overlooked a shallow valley. The slope dropped steeply down, covered in fallen leaves, and at the bottom was a narrow stream cutting through the dirt. I stood at the top, catching my breath, when I noticed something that froze me in place. There were tracks in the soil near the stream, pressed deep, not from an animal but from boots. Large, heavy boots. The ground was damp enough that they were fresh, edges still sharp. I crouched down, squinting at the size of them, larger than my own by at least a few sizes. The prints didn't follow the stream. They cut straight across it and into the opposite tree line, as if whoever made them had no hesitation about moving deeper into the woods. I felt a knot in my stomach. I hadn't seen another car on that gravel turnoff. There hadn't been any sign of people. Whoever left those tracks was out here alone, just like me, but I had no idea how long ago it had been. I told myself it wasn't anything strange. Hunters, maybe, or someone camping. But the more I thought about it, the more uneasy I felt. The prints weren't scattered the way you'd expect if someone was wandering or looking around. They were in a straight line, one after the other, purposeful. Whoever it was, they had a destination in mind. I backed away from the stream and turned to head back. The air felt heavier now, the silence thicker, as if the forest itself had leaned in closer. I walked faster, retracing my steps, but every snap of a twig beneath my shoes felt too loud. I kept glancing behind me, half expecting to see someone standing in the distance. The ridge was harder to climb back up than it had been to go down. My hands pressed into the dirt, and I could feel sweat forming on my forehead. By the time I reached the top, my breathing was fast, and that's when I heard it. A faint sound, not sharp but steady. Breathing. Slow, heavy breathing. It came from somewhere behind me, close enough that I could tell it wasn't my imagination. I froze, every muscle in my body locking in place. The sound grew louder, a deliberate inhale followed by a deep exhale, like someone trying to keep calm, but unable to hide the weight of their lungs. I didn't turn around right away. I couldn't. My mind was racing, trying to decide if I should run, stay still, or face whatever was behind me. Finally, I forced myself to look over my shoulder. Nothing. The ridge was empty, the trees still. Yet the sound was there, surrounding me, close but without a body. I scanned the tree line, searching for movement. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks, but then I noticed it, a slight shift between the trunks, like someone stepping back just far enough to stay hidden. I didn't wait any longer. I started walking, fast, back the way I came. My eyes flicked between the path ahead and the trees beside me, but the sound of breathing didn't follow. Instead, it faded into the woods, as if whoever had been there decided not to pursue. Still, I didn't slow down. My heart pounded so hard I could feel it in my neck. The path seemed longer than I remembered, every twist and turn stretching on. The silence returned, but it didn't calm me. It only made me feel watched. When I finally broke through the trees into the clearing where my car sat, I nearly stumbled from relief. The sight of it was the only thing keeping me from panicking. I pulled the keys from my pocket with shaking hands and unlocked the door. As I slid inside and shut it, I realized how soaked with sweat my shirt had become. I turned the ignition, the engine coughing to life. My headlights illuminated the trees ahead, and for a moment, I thought I saw something, a tall shape just beyond the reach of the light, standing unnaturally still. I blinked, and it was gone, swallowed by the darkness. I didn't wait. I shifted into reverse, backed up fast, and swung the car around until I was facing the gravel road out. My tires spun on the loose stones before finally catching, and I sped away, branches whipping against the sides as I forced my way back to the main road. Only when the pavement returned beneath my wheels did I allow myself to breathe. I didn't look back. The entire drive home, my mind replayed the sound of that breathing, the heavy presence of it, the deliberate way it seemed to follow me without ever stepping closer. I kept thinking about those boot prints by the stream, how straight and purposeful they had been. Whoever was out there wasn't wandering. They were moving with intent. That night, lying in bed, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had been watched the entire time I was in those woods, from the moment I stepped out of my car until I left. I thought about what might have happened if I'd followed the prints instead of turning back, or if I had hesitated longer on that ridge before running. It was clear to me then, and it still is whenever I think back to that day. I hadn't stumbled onto someone else's trail by accident. I had stumbled into someone's territory, someone who had been there long before I arrived, someone who had no reason to let me leave except for the fact that they chose not to. And that choice, knowing they could have stepped out at any moment but didn't, is the part that stays with me, heavier than anything else. Because it means that whoever was out there knew exactly where I was, exactly how close they were, and exactly when to let me go. I never went back down that road again. Even now, if I see an unmarked path breaking off into the woods, I keep driving. The memory of that breathing, slow and deliberate in the quiet of the forest, is enough to remind me that not every place is meant to be wandered into, and not every silence is empty. I remember the day starting out so calm that I never expected it would end the way it did. The air was cool when I left the house that morning, the kind of cool where the ground still held some of the night's dampness, and every step pressed the scent of wet earth into the air. I had decided to take a long walk through the woods near the edge of town, partly because I needed the space to clear my head and partly because I always liked the way those trails felt, quiet, away from everything, surrounded by nothing but trees, dirt, and the long, uneven sound of my own footsteps. The trail began just beyond a thin stretch of road where the asphalt cracked into gravel, and from there it cut into the trees like a scar. At first the forest was open enough that I could still see pieces of the sky, pale and washed out blue between the branches, But the further I walked, the more the canopy closed up. Shadows deepened, branches overlapped, and the air seemed heavier, as if the trees themselves pressed in against me. I carried only a small backpack with a bottle of water, some snacks, and a flashlight I didn't really expect to use since I thought I'd be home well before dark. My phone was in my pocket, though the signal had always been unreliable in these woods. I didn't care. I liked the silence. It made me feel like I could think without the constant pull of people and noise. For the first few hours, it was nothing unusual. I walked at a steady pace, sometimes stopping to notice things on the trail. A fallen log covered in pale green moss, the way ants crawled in lines along its surface. A bird's nest wedged into a fork of branches above me, its edges ragged but still intact. Once I saw a deer, frozen halfway across the path, its ears twitching as it stared at me before bolting into the trees with a crash of dry leaves. Everything felt normal. I wasn't even planning on walking as far as I did. The trail stretched out longer than I remembered, twisting deeper into the woods until I couldn't see any familiar markers anymore. At some point, I noticed how the ground beneath my boots had changed. The dirt path that had been packed and clear was now uneven, softer, and littered with roots that forced me to keep my eyes down. My steps made muffled thuds, and every once in a while I would hear something shift in the underbrush nearby, some small animal darting away as I approached. After about 3 hours, I realized I wasn't sure exactly where I was. I thought I had followed the main path, but somewhere along the way I must have taken a wrong turn, maybe at one of those spots where the trail split into thinner lines that all looked the same. I slowed down and looked behind me, but the way back looked no clearer than the way forward. Still, I wasn't worried. I told myself I'd just retrace my steps eventually, maybe find a landmark I recognized. It was when the sun dipped lower that the feeling started to change. The light filtering through the trees became warmer, almost orange, but instead of feeling pleasant, it gave the woods a harsher edge. Shadows grew longer, stretched thin across the uneven ground, and the air cooled in a way that raised goosebumps along my arms. I took a drink of water and kept moving, but every step seemed quieter than before, almost too quiet. Then I noticed something. I stopped for just a second, holding my breath, and I realized I could hear breathing that wasn't mine. It was faint at first, like a slow exhale, but steady. I turned quickly, scanning the trees. Nothing moved. I listened again, straining to pick out the sound, and for a moment it faded away, leaving only the rustle of leaves in the breeze. I told myself it was probably the wind, or maybe an animal, something normal. I tightened the straps on my backpack and walked faster, though, my eyes flicking to every dark gap between the trunks. The forest seemed denser now, and the path more difficult to follow. I had to step over tangled roots, push aside branches, and every time I paused I felt the weight of silence pressing down on me, broken only by the crunch of my boots. Not long after, I heard it again. This time it was closer, heavier. A deep, slow inhale, followed by a pause, then another exhale. It came from somewhere behind me. I stopped cold, the hair on the back of my neck rising. I didn't see anything, not a shape, not even movement, but I could feel it, like eyes watching me through the trees. I forced myself to keep walking, this time faster, my steps quick and uneven. The trail sloped downward into a shallow ravine, the ground softer with damp soil that clung to my boots. My breathing grew louder with the effort, but underneath it, I thought I could still hear that other rhythm, trailing me. I broke into a jog, not daring to look back anymore. The ravine narrowed, and I followed it until it opened again into a patch where the trees thinned and light broke through. My chest ached, and my throat burned from breathing too fast. I stopped there, doubled over, listening. The sound had stopped. There was nothing behind me, no movement, no breathing. I tried to convince myself that it had all been my imagination, some trick of the wind and my own panic feeding off it. My heart pounded so hard I could feel it in my fingertips. I pulled out my water bottle, took a long drink, and told myself I just needed to calm down, retrace my steps, and I'd make it back. I decided to climb a little hill just off the trail, hoping I might see something familiar. The climb was steep, and my boots slipped against loose soil, but I forced myself up, grabbing branches for balance. At the top, I looked out over the trees, but all I saw was forest stretching endlessly, rolling hills covered in green and shadows. No roads, no rooftops, no sign of where I had started. The sun was lower now, dipping toward the horizon, and the light had turned dimmer, more like dusk. My chest tightened. I didn't want to be stuck out here after dark. I scrambled back down the hill and returned to the trail, pushing myself to walk quickly. That was when I heard it again, this time clearer than before. The breathing was heavy, ragged, and it wasn't moving away. It was moving closer. My skin crawled, and I broke into a run, crashing through the undergrowth, ignoring the sting of branches whipping against my arms. I didn't care where the trail led anymore. I just wanted out. The sound followed, steady and deliberate. No snapping twigs, no clumsy noise, just that slow, labored breathing. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I didn't stop. I ran until the path opened into a small clearing, and I stumbled to a halt. In the center of the clearing was an old structure, almost hidden under vines and rot. It looked like the remains of a hunting shack, half collapsed, its wooden beams dark with age. The roof sagged, and one wall had caved in, but it was shelter, a place to hide. I rushed inside, ducking beneath the broken frame. The air inside was thick with dust and damp wood. My heart hammered as I crouched low, pressing myself into a corner where the shadows were deepest. I tried to slow my breathing, to quiet the sound of it, but it was impossible. Every inhale scraped my throat, every exhale sounded too loud. Outside, the breathing grew louder. I could hear it just beyond the clearing, moving slowly around the edge. My chest tightened, so hard it felt like it might split. I stayed still, muscles cramping, every nerve straining to listen. The sound circled, then stopped. Minutes dragged by, maybe longer. My legs ached from crouching, but I didn't move. Slowly, the sound faded. The forest returned to silence. When I finally worked up the courage to move, the sky outside had darkened almost completely. I knew I couldn't stay there all night. I crawled out from the shack and forced myself back onto the trail, my flashlight in hand now. The beam cut through the dark in a narrow line, shaking with the tremor in my hand. I walked for hours, never sure if I was going in circles, the woods endless and unfamiliar. My throat was raw, my legs numb, but I kept moving, desperate not to stop. Sometimes I thought I heard something again, faint, far off, but I never saw anything. It was well past midnight when I finally saw a flicker of light ahead. At first I thought it was my imagination, but as I stumbled closer, it grew brighter. A road, a single car passing by, its headlights slicing through the dark. I broke into a sprint, crashing through the last of the trees until I spilled out onto the shoulder of the road, collapsing to my knees. The forest loomed behind me, dark and silent, and I couldn't shake the feeling that if I looked back long enough, I might see something standing just beyond the tree line. I didn't stop to look. I pushed myself to my feet, limping toward the road, and didn't look back again. Even now, I don't know what was following me. Maybe it was a person, maybe something else entirely, but it was real. I know the sound of breathing when I hear it, and it wasn't mine. It stayed with me for hours, through the fading light and the shadows, until I finally escaped. Sometimes, when the night is quiet and I walk alone, I still hear it in the back of my mind. That slow, heavy sound just out of sight. It's the kind of thing you never forget, no matter how far away you get from the woods. I remember the day clearly, though it has been a long time since it happened. It started off as nothing unusual, just another ordinary morning where the air felt thick and quiet. The kind of quiet that makes you notice every little sound. Shoes against gravel, the hum of a distant car, the rustle of wind through trees. I had decided to take a walk out past the edge of town, where the houses thinned and the roads turned into long stretches of cracked pavement bordered by fields and scattered woods. I liked being out there because it felt away from everything. I thought it would clear my head. But instead, that walk became something I'll never forget. The day was warm but not hot, and the sun was high overhead. I carried a small bottle of water, nothing else. I wasn't planning on being gone for more than an hour. The road bent left and right in slow curves, and I followed it until I reached the dirt path that cut through a strip of woods. I had walked that trail before, but only in daylight and only for a short distance. It wasn't marked well, just two worn tracks pressed into the ground by tractors or trucks from years back. I felt confident, though. I figured I'd walk the path for a while, then cut back through one of the fields and return home before the evening. The woods swallowed me quickly. Trees grew close together, the kind with thick trunks and branches that blocked out most of the sky. The dirt was packed down hard under my feet, and every step made a soft crunch from dried leaves scattered across the ground. The air smelled damp and earthy. I walked slowly at first, letting my eyes adjust to the shadows. I didn't notice right away how quiet it was compared to the road behind me. I couldn't hear any cars anymore, no dogs barking from houses in the distance. Nothing but my own footsteps and the occasional crack of a twig when I shifted my weight. I went deeper than I planned. The path seemed simple enough, and I wasn't worried about finding my way back. But then it started branching off in ways I didn't remember. One track curved left around a rise, another slanted downward between trees, and another split off almost at a right angle. They didn't look like proper trails, more like worn-down sections where people or animals had walked. I stopped for a while, trying to decide which way was the main path, but everything looked the same. I kept going anyway, telling myself I'd just turn around if it got confusing. The more I walked, the more the woods pressed in on me. The light thinned as the sun lowered, and the air cooled fast. I checked my bottle of water, only half left. That was when I first noticed the sound. At first, I thought it was just my imagination. A faint shuffle somewhere behind me. Not close, not loud, just enough to make the hairs on the back of my neck rise. I stopped walking and held my breath. Nothing moved. I told myself it was a deer, maybe a rabbit. I started again, a little faster this time. The sound came back, faint but steady, like something matching my steps a short distance behind. Every time I stopped, it stopped. When I went on, it started again. I tried to convince myself it was in my head, that the echo of my own steps was bouncing back strangely off the trees. But deep down, I knew it wasn't an echo. The trail dipped into a shallow hollow, the ground soft and uneven with roots. I walked carefully, but the noises behind me grew sharper, closer. A branch snapped. I froze again, waiting, staring back down the path. The trees were dark, their trunks packed tightly together. I didn't see anything, just shifting shadows. I stood there too long enough for my legs to tense. Then I moved on, faster, almost jogging, my water bottle clutched in one hand. I began to lose sense of direction. The paths wound and tangled. I couldn't tell if I was walking in circles or getting deeper into the woods. I looked up, hoping to see the sun, but the canopy blocked most of it. I tried to keep calm, to think clearly, but the sound of those footsteps following pulled me further into panic. I finally broke into a full run, not caring where the path led. My shoes slammed against the dirt, leaves and sticks scattering underfoot. When I stopped, I realized I was somewhere I had never been before. The path was gone. I stood in the middle of a patch of uneven ground, surrounded by trees that all looked the same. I spun slowly, searching for some sign of the way back, but nothing gave me any clue. I bent over, trying to catch my breath. My chest heaved, my throat dry. The woods were too still, too heavy. That was when I saw it. Movement between the trees about 50 feet away. Just a flicker, a dark figure shifting, then stillness. I stared hard, my eyes watering. At first, I thought it was a person, but there was no sound, no voice, nothing that gave it away clearly. Just a tall shape, half hidden by trunks, standing still as stone. I blinked, and it was gone. I told myself I was imagining it, that fear was making shadows into shapes. But deep down, I knew I had seen something real. I didn't wait. I bolted again, crashing through the underbrush, branches slapping against my arms, thorns dragging across my jeans. My water bottle slipped from my hand, but I didn't stop to grab it. I just ran, lungs burning, eyes stinging with sweat. I thought if I kept moving, I could break free of the trees, maybe find the road again. But the woods stretched on and on. The ground dipped, rose, twisted. My foot caught a root, and I stumbled hard, skinning my palms against the dirt. I lay there for a moment, gasping, listening. That was when I heard the breathing. Heavy, steady, not my own. It came from behind me, deeper in the shadows. My whole body froze. It was too human to be an animal, too close to be far away. The sound lasted only a few seconds, then faded, moving off through the trees. I pushed myself up and staggered forward. I no longer cared about the path, no longer thought about keeping calm. I just wanted out. Every sound in the woods pressed in on me. The rustle of leaves, the snap of twigs, the beat of my own pulse in my ears. My mouth was dry, my legs trembling, but I kept forcing myself forward, weaving between trees, ducking under branches. Finally, I saw a break in the trees ahead. Light spilled through, pale and wide. I stumbled toward it and burst out onto the edge of a field. The sudden openness felt unreal after the hours of tight woods. I stood there, chest heaving, staring at the wide stretch of grass. In the distance, I saw the faint line of the road. Relief hit me so hard it made my knees weak. I didn't look back. I walked across the field, each step slow and shaking, until I reached the road. Cars passed now and then, their headlights sharp against the darkening sky. I stood there until one came close, then stepped out and waved it down. When I finally made it home that night, I locked every door and window. I didn't eat, didn't sleep, just lay there with the image of that dark figure in the woods burned into my mind, and the sound of that breathing still heavy in my ears. I never went back to that trail again. Even now, I don't know what was following me. Maybe it was just some stranger wandering the woods. Maybe someone living out there, waiting, watching. Whatever it was, I knew one thing as I sat in the safety of my house. If I had stayed any longer, if I had turned down the wrong path, I might not have made it back at all. That thought has never left me, and it's why I can't walk alone in the woods anymore. Not even in daylight. Not even for a short walk. I remember that night so clearly because even now, when I think back to it, I can still feel the heaviness in my chest, the cold sweat on my back, and the way the silence around me pressed in so close that it felt like a weight. It was supposed to be just another night of being out on my own, something I had done many times before. But what happened out there left me with a kind of fear that never really went away. It's one thing to be afraid of the unknown, but it's different when you come face to face with something you can't explain in the moment. Something that feels wrong in a way your brain struggles to understand, yet still completely possible. It started when I decided to take a late drive out into the countryside. I had been restless that evening, sitting inside the house staring at my phone, not really doing anything but scrolling. The walls felt too close, and the thought of spending the whole night like that made me anxious. I grabbed my keys, told myself a drive might help clear my head, and within minutes I was on the road heading out of town. I didn't even have a real destination. I just wanted to be away from people, away from noise, away from the glow of streetlights. The roads outside of town get dark quickly. One moment you're driving past gas stations and convenience stores, and then suddenly it's nothing but fields, fences, and the occasional farmhouse set far back from the road. I rolled my window down halfway to feel the air. It was cooler than I expected, with a dampness to it, like rain might come later. The road stretched on straight for what felt like forever, the yellow lines vanishing into the blackness ahead. After about an hour, I pulled off onto a smaller gravel road I had never taken before. My headlights bounced against the trees lining either side. The sound of the gravel crunching beneath the tires echoed strangely loud in the stillness. Eventually, the road opened up into what looked like a small clearing with tall grass, and the shadow of a wooded area just beyond it. It seemed like as good a place as any to stop. I turned off the engine, and for a moment everything was swallowed by silence. That silence felt different out there. In town, silence is always layered with background noise, distant cars, voices, dogs barking. Out there, it was absolute. I could hear my own breathing, the creak of the car as it settled, even the faint ringing in my ears from being in such a quiet place. I stepped out and stretched, the gravel shifting under my shoes. I didn't plan to stay long. I thought maybe I'd just sit on the hood, look up at the stars for a while, and head back when I felt calmer. The sky above was huge, unbroken by city lights, and the stars looked so sharp it was almost unsettling. I leaned back against the car and let myself take it in. After a few minutes, though, I noticed something that pulled my eyes away from the sky. Along the edge of the tree line, on the far side of the clearing, there was movement. At first I thought it was just the breeze shifting through the grass, but then I realized it wasn't spread out like wind would make it. It was more like a figure moving, steady and straight, cutting across the ridge above the clearing. The shape wasn't close enough for me to make out details, but it was definitely a person. They were walking with a kind of deliberate pace, never pausing, never turning their head, just moving across the ridge until eventually they disappeared into the shadows on the far side. I stood there frozen for a moment, my mind trying to explain it away. Maybe it was just someone from a nearby farm, maybe checking their land. Still, the sight of someone walking alone that far out in the dark, without a flashlight, without anything, gave me an uneasy feeling I couldn't shake. I told myself it was nothing and sat back down on the hood, but I couldn't stop glancing at the ridge, half expecting to see the figure come back. They never did. After a while, I decided I'd gather a little wood from the tree line and make a small fire in the clearing. I hadn't brought much with me, but I kept a lighter in the car, and I figured sitting by a fire would feel less strange than just standing alone in the dark. I walked toward the trees, picking through fallen branches and dragging a few out with me. It was when I stepped a little deeper into the woods, maybe 10 or 15 feet past the first line of trees, that I heard it. Heavy breathing. It wasn't mine. I froze where I stood, gripping a branch in one hand like it might somehow protect me. The breathing was slow, heavy, almost labored, and it came from behind me, close enough that I felt the hair on the back of my neck rise. I turned fast, scanning between the trunks, but there was nothing clear to see. Just shifting shadows, the uneven outline of trees against the faint light spilling from the clearing. Still, I could hear it, the sound of breath moving. For a second it grew closer, and I swear I caught a flicker of movement between two trees, the kind that you don't really see but register in your peripheral vision. Then it shifted further away, like whatever it was had turned and moved deeper into the woods. The breathing grew fainter until it blended into the stillness again. My chest felt tight. I couldn't explain it, and I didn't want to. My body reacted before my mind had time to decide. I dropped the branches I had gathered and ran, crashing through the undergrowth until I burst back into the clearing. My shoes slipped on the grass, and I nearly fell before catching myself against the car. My whole body was trembling, my throat dry like I had swallowed dust. I stood there with my hands braced on the hood, forcing myself to listen. Nothing. No breathing, no footsteps, no movement. Just silence again, heavy and unbroken. I told myself I needed to leave. Whatever I had seen on the ridge, whatever I had heard in the woods, it wasn't something I was supposed to be around. I climbed back into the car, fumbling with the keys, my hands shaking so bad I nearly dropped them. When the engine finally turned over, the sound was so loud it almost scared me again. I backed out of the clearing too fast, tires spitting gravel, headlights jerking wildly across the grass and trees. I didn't stop until I was back on the main road, the gravel turning to pavement, the steady hum of the engine filling the cabin. Even then, I couldn't shake the feeling. The figure on the ridge, the breathing behind me, the unseen movement between the trees, it all clung to me like a shadow. I checked my mirrors constantly, half expecting to see someone following the car, but the road behind me stayed empty. By the time I reached town, my nerves were raw, every sound making me flinch. I didn't go straight home. I pulled into a gas station, sat there under the bright lights for almost half an hour, and just breathed, trying to steady myself. Being under the glow of fluorescent lamps, surrounded by the distant noise of cars on the highway, felt like being back on solid ground. When I finally drove home, I locked every door, closed every curtain, and sat in the living room with the TV on just for the noise. I didn't sleep much that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I was back in that clearing, hearing the heavy breath just behind me. It's been years since that night, but I still remember it with a kind of clarity that other memories don't have. I never found out who that figure on the ridge was, or what exactly I heard in the woods. But I know it was real. It wasn't a dream, it wasn't imagination, it wasn't some ghost story. It happened, and it left me with a deep understanding of how quickly things can turn out there in the dark, how close danger can be without you even realizing it. I never went back to that clearing. I never even tried to find that gravel road again. Some things you don't chase for answers, not when the memory of them already feels too close. Even now, when I drive at night and pass by long stretches of dark fields and tree lines, I find myself watching the ridges. Part of me can't help but expect to see a figure there again, moving steadily across the darkness, not stopping, not turning, just walking until it disappears. And part of me still listens for that sound, the heavy, human breath in a place where no one should have been. I remember the night as clearly as if it happened yesterday, though it's been years. The memory sits heavy inside me, replaying in full whenever I close my eyes long enough to let my thoughts drift. It was meant to be nothing more than a simple night out in the woods, the kind of night I'd had dozens of times before, where the quiet of nature takes over and the noise of the world feels far away. I didn't expect anything strange. I didn't think twice about heading out there. But once the night unfolded, I came to understand how quickly things can turn and how fear in the woods feels unlike fear anywhere else. The day started ordinary. I had packed light, sleeping bag, a small tent, a flashlight, some food and water. I wasn't far from home, only an hour's drive, but the spot I picked was tucked into a patch of forest that rarely saw visitors. I knew the area from hiking trips, and I wanted a stretch of land that felt undisturbed, away from trails, away from the sound of cars, away from people altogether. That's why I parked my car on a dirt pull-off and carried everything in by hand, following faint animal paths until I found a clearing just wide enough for a small campfire and my tent. By the time I had the tent pitched and a little fire going, the sun was low. The air had that sharp edge it gets in late summer evenings, cool enough that you want to sit close to the flames. The forest was alive with the ordinary sounds, crickets, the occasional rustle of small animals in the brush, the far-off sound of a bird calling before settling in for the night. It all felt peaceful, the kind of peace I came looking for. I roasted a little food, ate slowly, and watched the fire collapse into glowing coals. The quiet pressed in more heavily after the fire died down. I stretched out on my sleeping bag, staring up at the sky through the gap in the trees above, watching the stars come out one by one. It must have been around 9 when I noticed movement. My eyes caught it by accident, something pale shifting along the ridge about 200 feet away. At first I thought it was just the shadow of a tree, or maybe the shifting of the light, but then I realized it was a figure. Someone was walking along the top of the ridge, steady, unhurried, the silhouette cutting across the faint light of the night sky. I froze. There was nothing around for miles, no reason anyone else should be out there. I told myself it might just be another camper, someone wandering their own stretch of woods, but the sight of that shape moving so smoothly across the ridge unsettled me in a way I couldn't explain. I expected them to stop or look down at me once I noticed them, but they didn't. They just kept walking, straight across, never pausing, and eventually disappeared over the other side of the ridge without making a sound. The silence after that felt different. I tried to shake it off, tried to convince myself it didn't mean anything, but I couldn't ignore the tension crawling through my body. I sat up straighter, listening harder to the woods, trying to hear something beyond the insects and the faint crackle of cooling embers. Nothing came. I told myself to relax. I wasn't in danger. People hike at night sometimes. There was no law against it. Still, the feeling that I had been watched stayed lodged in my chest, tightening every time I looked toward that ridge. After a while, I needed to distract myself, so I grabbed my small hatchet and decided to collect some more firewood before it got too late. The forest was darker under the canopy, my flashlight beams slicing narrow tunnels through the trees. I didn't stray far, just 50 or 60 feet from camp, looking for fallen branches. That's when I heard it breathing, heavy, labored breathing, somewhere behind me. I stopped in place, holding my breath without realizing I was doing it. The sound wasn't the quick pant of a small animal. It was deep, human-like, steady, and close enough that I knew it wasn't my imagination. I swung the flashlight around, cutting through the trunks, but there was nothing clear. Just faint movement, the suggestion of something shifting between trees. My stomach turned cold. The breathing was still there, then slowly it began to fade, as if whatever it was had moved further back into the forest. I strained my eyes, desperate to make out a shape, but it stayed hidden. That was all it took. I dropped the branches I'd gathered and ran back to camp as fast as I could. My chest ached from the sprint, but I didn't stop until I was back by the fire pit with my tent in reach. I didn't hear the breathing anymore. The woods were still again, almost too still. The hours that followed were slow and restless. I tried sitting by the fire, but every sound set me on edge. The crack of a twig, the sudden call of a night bird, the shifting of wind through leaves. My mind wouldn't let go of the figure on the ridge and the breathing behind me. I considered packing up and leaving, but the thought of walking through the woods alone in the dark was worse. I figured staying put until morning was safer, even if I didn't sleep. I stoked the fire higher, letting the flames throw as much light as they could. The glow kept the darkness back a little, but not the feeling that I wasn't alone. At some point, exhaustion must have dragged me into a shallow sleep because I woke to silence. The fire had burned down again, just faint embers. My flashlight lay by my side, still working when I clicked it on. My throat was dry, so I reached for my water bottle, and as I lifted it, I froze. In the dirt just at the edge of my camp, where the firelight barely reached, there were footprints. Not mine, not boots, bare feet. The prints circled near my tent, then cut off back toward the trees. My chest pounded so hard it hurt. Someone had been there. Someone had come close enough to stand at the edge of my camp while I slept. I spent the rest of the night wide awake, my flashlight in hand, watching every shadow twitch and stretch with the wind. No more sounds came, No more figures showed, but the thought that whoever it was could still be out there never left me. The sky began to lighten eventually, that faint gray that means dawn is close. I waited until the first real light cut through the trees before I packed up everything in a rush, not even bothering to eat. I checked the ground one last time before leaving and saw the trail of those bare footprints leading away into the woods. They weren't small. They were the kind of prints you'd expect from a grown man. I carried everything back to the car in silence, my nerves frayed raw, listening for every possible sound. When I finally saw my car through the trees, I felt relief so strong it nearly buckled my knees. I threw everything inside, climbed in, and locked the doors before even starting the engine. Only then did I let out the breath I'd been holding all morning. Driving away, I kept checking my mirrors, half expecting to see someone step out of the trees, watching me go. But no one did. The road was empty, the woods quiet behind me. Still, the memory stayed sharp. The figure on the ridge, the breathing in the trees, the footprints circling my camp. It was all real. No tricks, no imagination. Just the raw fact that I had not been alone out there, and whoever was near me had wanted me to know it without ever showing their face. That night taught me something I've never forgotten. The woods aren't empty, no matter how quiet they seem. There are places where people go not to be found, and sometimes you cross paths without meaning to. Since then, I've never camped alone again. I still love the outdoors, still hike and fish and sit under the stars, but I never let myself forget that night, and the way it felt to know someone had been standing so close while I slept. It was real, it was human, and it was enough to make me understand that the scariest thing in the woods is never the dark. It's whoever else might be standing in it, just far enough away that you can't see them. I remember the feeling of cold sweat sticking to my back, even though the air outside was warm that evening. The sky was clear, the kind of summer evening that feels harmless, almost comforting, with the last bit of sunlight fading behind the trees. I had decided to take a walk, something I did often when my head felt crowded. The road near my house cut through open fields and patches of woodland, quiet enough that you could hear crickets buzzing before night even settled in. I didn't think much about the fact that I was going alone, or that the daylight was slipping away quicker than I expected. I started along the road with my hands in my pockets, noticing the way the tall grass leaned into the wind and the smell of dry dirt rising from the ground. Every now and then a car would pass, but as I went further out, the traffic thinned until it was just me and the fading orange glow in the sky. I had gone this way plenty of times, so I wasn't uneasy yet, just wrapped in the rhythm of my footsteps and the thought of how far I'd go before turning back. By the time I reached the old split in the road, the sun was already slipping below the tree-line. The left path led back toward the main road, the one I usually took when I wanted to stay in familiar territory. The right path narrowed into gravel, leading deeper into the woods. I don't know what made me turn right. Maybe I was restless. Maybe I thought I'd cut through and come out near the other side faster. At the time, it felt like a harmless choice. The gravel crunched under my shoes, louder than I expected in the still air. The trees pressed in quickly on both sides, tall trunks crowding close together with their branches blocking out the last scraps of daylight. Within minutes the orange glow was gone, replaced by that heavy, dull shade that comes just before true dark. I kept walking, trying to memorize the bends in the path. I had no flashlight with me, only the weak glow of my phone if I needed it, but I told myself I wouldn't. It was supposed to be just a walk. I noticed the air grew cooler as I went further, and the sound of insects wasn't as strong in the deeper woods. The silence pressed closer, broken only by the crunch of my steps. Then I heard something else. It wasn't loud at first, just faint enough to make me stop and hold my breath. Leaves shifting, branches snapping, not the sound of a squirrel or a rabbit. Heavier. I stood still for a long moment, staring into the dark between the trees. Nothing moved, nothing showed itself. So I told myself it was just the woods adjusting to the night, maybe a deer moving somewhere off the trail. I kept walking, but my steps were slower, more careful now. My ears strained for every sound. The path bent left and narrowed even more. The trees looked thicker here, leaning toward each other, as though trying to cover the road completely. My stomach tightened when I realized how quickly the light had gone. I pulled out my phone and checked the time. Past 9. The screen lit up my face for a second, harsh and artificial against the dark, before I shut it off and slipped it back in my pocket. That's when I heard it again, only closer. Heavy steps, the crunch of leaves pressed down by weight. This time I froze, my heartbeat hammering in my ears. I turned slowly, staring down the path behind me. It was empty, but the sound had been clear, not my imagination. The silence afterward was worse, as if the woods were holding their breath too. I forced myself to keep moving. My walk had turned into something else now, no longer peaceful, no longer meant to clear my head. Every step felt like it echoed. My throat was dry, my palms sweaty. I kept glancing over my shoulder, catching nothing but the black shapes of trees melting into each other. My mind wanted to race ahead with thoughts I tried to push down. I didn't want to believe anyone was back there, following me. I didn't want to think about what else it could be. The path sloped downward into a dip where the air felt damper, colder. That's where I smelled it. Something sharp, almost metallic, like rust or blood carried faintly on the breeze. I stopped again, sucking the air through my teeth, straining to place it. It was faint, but it didn't belong. I didn't want to linger long enough to figure out where it came from. When I started forward again, I heard it without question this time. Footsteps, steady and deliberate, behind me. I turned fast, phone in hand, screen lighting up a weak circle. Nothing. Just the trees, their bark peeling and pale in the glow. The sound stopped the moment I stopped. I stood there shaking, arm raised, waiting to see movement in the shadows. I spun back and walked faster, almost a jog now, gravel scattering under my feet. My breath was quick, shallow, and loud in my ears. The trees pressed tighter, the air thicker. Every time I picked up speed, I swore I heard the same rhythm following, matching, just out of sight. Not running, not stumbling, steady, as though whoever or whatever it was didn't need to rush. At one point the path forked again, but I didn't remember it from before. Both directions looked the same, dark, narrow, endless. My chest tightened with panic. I stood there for too long, trying to decide, when I heard it again, closer this time. I took the left without thinking, feet pounding on the gravel. The left trail felt less like a road and more like a game trail, weaving tighter between trees. Branches scraped my arms and caught on my shirt. My legs burned as I forced myself to keep going, not daring to look back now. I could hear it still, faint but certain, something moving behind me at the same speed I moved. Always matching, never retreating. I started to notice landmarks now, desperate for something familiar. A fallen log, half rotted and split open. A rock jutting out of the ground. None of it helped me know where I was. The woods seemed endless, twisting on themselves. My lungs hurt, my throat raw. I slowed, stumbling, when I noticed something ahead, an opening. The trees thinned suddenly, and I stepped out into a clearing. The ground leveled into short grass, the moon just high enough to cast pale light across the space. Relief hit me for only a second before the silence of the clearing felt worse than the woods. I stopped in the center, bent over, hands on my knees, gasping for breath. My ears strained. Nothing. The footsteps were gone. I stayed like that, staring at the tree line, waiting for something to move, waiting for a shadow to break off and come toward me. My heart hammered so hard I thought I would pass out. The longer I stood there, the more I felt watched. Not from one place, but from every direction. I could feel it pressing in, thick and heavy. I knew I couldn't stay there. I had to pick a side of the clearing and hope it led me out. My body felt like it moved on its own, stumbling forward, eyes scanning for any sign of a road, a light, anything. That's when I saw it. Off to the right, half hidden by trees, a shape that looked like a fence post. I moved toward it, then saw the faint outline of wire strung between posts. My chest loosened a little. A fence meant property. Property meant people. I followed the fence line, brushing against rough wire, ignoring the way it scratched my arm. After what felt like forever, I saw a break, an old wooden gate, half hanging, crooked on its hinges. I slipped through, the sound of it creaking behind me making my skin crawl. On the other side was another path, this one wider, packed dirt with tire tracks pressed into it. I followed it as fast as my legs could carry me. My legs ached, my knees weak, but I didn't stop. My head whipped around at every sound, every shift of leaves, but the woods behind me stayed silent. It wasn't until I saw the glow of a porch light in the distance that I finally let myself breathe. A small farmhouse sat up on a rise, its light cutting across the road. I don't remember crossing the last stretch, only the way the gravel cut into my shoes as I nearly ran to reach it. The sound of a dog barking from somewhere in the yard was the first normal thing I had heard in what felt like hours. I stopped under the porch light, bent over, hands trembling, sweat dripping down my face. I didn't knock, didn't go to the door. I just stood there in the light, refusing to step back into the dark. My chest rose and fell, air burning in my lungs. For the first time all night, the silence didn't feel like it was pressing in. It felt like safety. I never found out what was in those woods. I never figured out if someone was following me or if my fear had twisted sounds into something else. All I knew was the steady rhythm of those footsteps, always matching mine, always close but never seen. Even now, years later, I can still hear that sound in my head, the way it stopped every time I stopped, the way it returned when I moved again. That night I walked home along the main road under the pale glow of the porch light until I saw the distant glow of street lamps, refusing to let the dark swallow me again. I never took that right-hand path again. Even now, I never walk without a flashlight, and I never ignore the feeling of being followed. Because the silence of the woods isn't empty. It remembers and it waits. And if you're not careful, it follows. I never liked driving late at night, but sometimes I didn't have a choice. That night I had been working late and didn't leave until after midnight. The road home stretched for miles through empty farmland, the kind of place where there are no streetlights, no other cars, nothing but the thin white lines of the pavement and the shadows of trees reaching across from both sides. The night felt heavier than usual, darker than usual, and the silence inside my car seemed to grow louder the further I drove. I could hear every small noise, from the soft hum of the tires to the ticking sound when I touched the indicator, and it felt like even the smallest sound echoed in that endless space. The road was so quiet that I started noticing every detail more than I usually did. The dashboard lights glowed faintly, throwing a pale green on my hands gripping the wheel. My headlights stretched ahead, cutting a narrow path into the dark, but everything outside that beam was pure black. I kept glancing at the rearview mirror, and every time it was just as empty as before. Still, I found myself checking it again and again, almost expecting something to show up behind me. The only other lights came from the red glow of my taillights, bouncing faintly against the road behind me whenever I looked back. I had about an hour of driving left, and already my body was feeling heavy from exhaustion. My eyes burned a little, and I had to blink often to keep them sharp. I rolled the window down for a moment to let the cold air hit me, and it worked for a while. The smell of fields and damp dirt drifted into the car, reminding me how far I was from anything. No houses, no gas stations, no sign of life at all, just miles of empty road and black fields. About halfway through the drive, I saw something up ahead on the road. At first it looked like nothing, just a shape lying in the center of the lane. But as I got closer, I realized it was an animal. A deer, stretched out on its side, completely still. I slowed down and moved around it, the beam of my headlights brushing over its lifeless body for just a moment. Its eyes reflected the light, bright and glassy, and then were gone as I passed. I felt a chill creep into me, even though I knew deer often got hit by cars around these roads. Still, there was something unsettling about how still it was, how it seemed to have been left there in the middle of nowhere, like no one would ever come for it. I tried to shake it off and kept driving, but a strange feeling stuck with me. The road seemed emptier than before, and I couldn't help but keep glancing at the mirrors again. My ears picked up every sound in the car. The hum of the tires almost seemed to grow louder, vibrating through the floor. My fingers were tight on the steering wheel without me realizing it. I told myself it was just the tiredness making me uneasy, but that didn't help much. A few miles later, I thought I saw movement at the edge of my headlights. Something darted across the road too quickly for me to get a clear look. My foot slammed on the brakes without me even thinking. The car skidded slightly before coming to a stop. I sat there breathing hard, staring out at the empty road ahead. Nothing was there. I leaned forward, squinting into the dark, but the road was clear. My heart was hammering in my chest, and I sat there for what felt like a full minute before finally pressing the gas again. The car crawled forward slowly until I felt safe enough to push it back up to speed. The longer I drove, the stranger it felt. The night wasn't just quiet anymore. It was oppressively silent, like everything around me was holding its breath. I couldn't even see stars overhead, just thick clouds covering the sky. The beam of my headlights seemed smaller, as though the darkness was swallowing them up. Every part of me wanted to reach the end of that road as fast as I could, but it also felt like no matter how far I went, the road was stretching longer than it should. I tried to distract myself by focusing on the small details inside the car. The faint scratches on the steering wheel, the way the fabric of the seat pressed against my legs, the slow rise and fall of the fuel gauge needle. But each time my eyes drifted back to the road, the unease hit me all over again. My body was tense, shoulders tight, jaw clenched, and the air inside the car felt warmer than it should, even though the window was cracked open. Then I noticed something strange. When I looked into the rearview mirror, for just a split second, I thought I saw headlights in the distance behind me. 2 small dots of light, faint but there. Relief washed over me for a moment. I wasn't alone on the road. But when I looked again, the lights were gone. The road was just as black and empty as before. I kept glancing back every few seconds, convinced I would see them again, but there was nothing. I told myself maybe it had been my eyes playing tricks or a reflection from something, but the unease deepened. My body wouldn't relax no matter how much I tried. Minutes passed like hours. Every bend in the road felt the same. Every tree at the edge of the headlights looked identical. It started to feel like I wasn't getting any closer to home at all, just stuck in an endless loop of the same stretch of road. My grip on the wheel tightened even more, and I had to keep rolling my shoulders to shake out the stiffness. My breath sounded loud in the small space of the car, and the back of my neck prickled as if I was being watched. I tried not to look in the mirrors anymore, but my eyes kept drifting there on their own. That same black nothing stared back at me every time. My brain started to fill in shapes that weren't there. For a second I thought I saw a shadow move in the back seat reflection, but when I twisted around, the seats were empty. My stomach dropped all the same, and I forced myself to keep my eyes forward, not trusting the mirror anymore. The miles dragged on until finally I saw something up ahead that broke the monotony. A car pulled off to the side of the road with its hazard lights blinking. Relief hit me at first, proof that I wasn't alone, but it quickly turned into hesitation. The car looked out of place. It was angled oddly, not parked properly, almost as if it had been abandoned in a hurry. The blinking orange lights threw a strange glow on the ground around it, and as I slowed down I saw that the driver's door was wide open. No one was inside, no movement around it at all. I passed it slowly, my eyes straining to catch every detail. The car looked fairly new, clean, but something about it felt wrong. The hazard lights kept flashing rhythmically, and the open door gaped like a mouth. The fields around it were empty, but I couldn't shake the thought that someone was hiding just out of sight, waiting. My foot pressed harder on the gas as I passed, and I didn't look back in the mirror. I didn't want to see if something was there. The last stretch of the drive felt like a blur of fear and exhaustion mixing together. My heart never fully slowed down, and every little sound made me jump. The deer, the strange flash of headlights, the abandoned car, they all piled up in my head until I felt like I was being herded forward by something unseen, pushed faster and faster down that endless strip of asphalt. When I finally reached the first faint glow of lights from the outskirts of town, the relief hit me so hard I almost laughed. The sight of a gas station sign in the distance felt unreal after all those miles of darkness. As I pulled into town, the road slowly came alive with streetlights and the occasional car. The world felt normal again, noise and light and people around me. I could breathe easier, but my body stayed tense, and the back of my mind wouldn't let go of the night behind me. Even when I pulled into my driveway and shut off the car, the silence felt heavy again. The house was dark and quiet, but at least it was home. I carried myself inside quickly, locked the door, and stood there in the hallway for a long time listening. The hum of the refrigerator, the faint ticking of a clock on the wall, the creak of the floor beneath my feet, it all grounded me, but it didn't erase the road behind me. That long, empty stretch of blacktop, the lifeless deer, the flicker of headlights that weren't there, the car with its door open in the middle of nowhere. I knew I'd have to drive it again someday, but the thought of that road stayed with me long after the night ended, pressing on me whenever I remembered just how alone I had really been out there. Hello everyone, I'm the Creep's Cabin. I know you use these videos to fall asleep. So before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. I had been driving for hours down a narrow, twisting forest road that seemed to get darker the further I went, even though the sun had barely set. The trees grew thick on either side of the road, their branches arching overhead like they were trying to block out the sky. I had rented a cabin in the middle of nowhere for a weekend of solitude. No neighbors, no cell service, just the kind of quiet that makes you feel like the world has forgotten you exist. I had arrived just as the last streaks of sunlight faded, and the forest was settling into the deep, oppressive darkness of night. The cabin itself was small but solid, made of dark, weathered wood that looked like it had been standing for decades. There was a narrow porch in front with a single light hanging above the door, the bulb flickering occasionally as if it were struggling against the night. I parked my car in the gravel driveway and let the engine run for a moment while I took in the surroundings. Everything was quiet, too quiet. The kind of silence that presses against your ears, almost like the forest itself was holding its breath. Inside, the cabin smelled faintly of damp wood and old smoke. Dust covered the corners of the room, and the furniture was simple. A small wooden table, a couple of chairs, and a bed pushed into the corner. A stone fireplace dominated one wall, though the woodpile beside it was damp and the fire wouldn't stay lit. I set my bag down and tried to shake off the uneasy feeling that had been building since I turned off the main road. Night fell fully, and I decided to explore the area around the cabin before it got too dark. The forest stretched all around, trees rising like silent sentinels. The ground was uneven, littered with fallen branches and thick layers of dead leaves. Every step I took sounded unnaturally loud, like the forest was amplifying my presence. I found a small stream not far from the cabin, its water cold and clear. The faint trickle was the only sound aside from the occasional snap of a twig under my own feet. I felt a brief sense of relief. At least there was something living nearby, even if it was just the water. When I returned to the cabin, darkness had fully swallowed the forest. I lit a few candles and tried to make the room feel less intimidating, but the shadows seemed to move in the corners no matter how I positioned them. I unpacked a few things and prepared a simple dinner, but every small noise outside, the creak of a branch, the rustle of leaves, made me jump. I kept telling myself it was just the wind, but my pulse kept quickening with each sound. Later, I decided to sit by the fireplace to read. I had brought a book, though I found I couldn't concentrate. The silence outside was heavy, almost physical, and I kept catching movement in the periphery of my vision, branches shifting, shadows stretching. Eventually, I realized it wasn't the shadows, it was the sound. A low, deliberate crunch of footsteps through the leaves. Someone or something was moving outside the cabin, and it was getting closer. I froze, trying to convince myself it was a deer or some other animal, but the sound didn't match anything I had ever heard in the forest. It was heavier, deliberate, measured. I didn't move, hardly breathing, listening as the steps circled the cabin. The gravel path I had parked on earlier crunched under weight that seemed too deliberate for an animal. I thought about going to the door, but every instinct told me not to. I could hear the faint brush of something against the wooden siding, a scraping that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. My heart raced, and I realized I had no weapon, no way to defend myself if someone came in. The isolation I had wanted now felt like a trap. I grabbed the largest branch I could find in the cabin, a fireplace poker, and pressed myself against the far wall. I could hear breathing now, slow and shallow, but I couldn't tell whether it was human or not. It was getting colder inside, though the temperature outside hadn't dropped that much. My breath fogged in front of me, and the candle flames flickered as if responding to some unseen movement. I wanted to scream, to run, but my body refused to obey. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. The footsteps receded, then returned, moving around the perimeter of the cabin. I could hear them pause at the front door, the scraping sound sharp against the wooden panels. Whoever, or whatever, was out there had stopped waiting. The silence that followed was worse than the noise, like the forest was holding its breath along with me. I waited what felt like hours until the first faint hint of dawn light touched the forest. The footsteps stopped entirely, and I finally allowed myself to move, shaking and pale. I cautiously approached the door and looked outside. There was no one. The gravel path was undisturbed except for a single set of muddy footprints leading away from the cabin and into the trees. Large footprints, too large to be human alone, but the shape was oddly distorted, as if someone had been dragging something or wearing shoes that didn't fit properly. I didn't wait to see more. I packed what I could quickly, ignoring the sense of disorientation and fatigue that made my hands shake. The forest that had seemed so peaceful in the daylight now felt suffocating, threatening. Every tree looked like it could hide something, every shadow a potential danger. I drove out of the gravel path as fast as I could without losing control, the tires crunching over loose rocks, the trees blurring past. Hours later, back on the main highway, I pulled into a gas station. My hands were still trembling, and the sweat hadn't stopped. I bought a coffee I didn't drink, just to steady myself, and tried to tell myself it was over, that the forest and the cabin were behind me. But even then, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been watching me, waiting, patient and deliberate. The next day, I called the rental service to cancel the remainder of my stay. The cabin had seemed innocent in the daylight, almost picturesque, but I knew the truth. There was no supernatural force, no ghost, no fairy tale creature. Just the forest, the darkness, and someone or something that had been close enough to see me, study me, and choose not to act for now. I never went back, and I never wanted to. The memory of that night stayed with me, a constant reminder that sometimes the most terrifying things are not imagined, not fantastical, but painfully real, patiently waiting in silence. Even weeks later, I couldn't shake the feeling that wherever I went, I was being watched. The fear had lodged itself inside me, small and persistent, like a shadow that never left. I stopped going to remote areas, stopped seeking isolation. The forest had taught me a lesson. Some places, no matter how beautiful, are not meant to be visited alone. And some nights, no matter how well you think you prepared, the darkness has a way of reminding you that you are not as safe as you think. I never went back to that cabin, and I never will. But sometimes late at night, I see the forest in my dreams. The tall, dark trees, the heavy silence, the faint crunch of footsteps just beyond the light. And even in sleep, I feel the same terror, the same awareness that something real, something patient, waits where you least expect it. The cabin was gone, but the memory of being utterly alone, utterly exposed, stayed with me in a way nothing else ever had. It's the kind of fear that doesn't fade. It becomes a part of you. And that, I realized, was far scarier than any ghost or fairy tale could ever be. I started avoiding the idea of solitude entirely. Hikes became day trips. Camping trips always had people around. I carried a knife, a flashlight, anything that gave me even a fraction of the control I had lost that night. The forest still called to me in quiet moments, but I never answered. The memory of the cabin, the footsteps, the waiting presence, was too vivid, too real. Years later, when I drive past wooded areas on long roads, I remember that night. The oppressive silence, the cold, deliberate presence of someone, or something, moving just outside my window. And I think about how easy it is to feel safe in a cabin in the middle of nowhere. How quickly that sense of safety can evaporate when the night grows long and the world seems to shrink around you. The lesson is simple but unforgettable. Some places are only safe in daylight, and some dangers do not need to announce themselves to be terrifying. They simply exist, waiting, patient, real. Even now, when I tell the story to myself, I relive the weight of that night, the fear of the unseen, the helplessness. And I know that no matter how far I go, no matter how safe I think I am, the memory will always remind me of what real fear feels like. It's not a story you tell around a fire for fun. It's a memory you carry because it changed the way you look at the world forever. The forest still exists, the cabin still stands, but I don't. Not there. I learned the hard way that some places are better left alone, and that sometimes the scariest things are not supernatural or imagined. They are the ones that quietly, patiently exist, just beyond your sight, waiting for the right moment to remind you that you are never truly alone. I never went back to that part of the country. I never took another trip alone. But the cabin taught me something that has stayed with me longer than anything else. Fear doesn't need to shout. It doesn't need to chase. Sometimes, the most terrifying thing is the silent knowledge that you are being watched, that someone else has the time to wait, to study, to observe you, and that you can't do a thing about it except survive and hope. The memory fades slowly, but it never disappears. And I know, if I ever find myself on a remote road again, near an old, isolated cabin in the woods, I will turn around without hesitation. Because some lessons are learned only once, and the cost of forgetting them is far too high. I remember driving down the narrow dirt road that led to the cabin, the tires crunching over loose gravel and the branches scraping softly against the sides of the car. The air was heavy with the scent of pine and damp earth, and the sky was a dull, gray smear that promised rain. It had been a long week, and I had convinced myself that a few days alone in the woods would be exactly what I needed to clear my head. The cabin was tucked into a small clearing surrounded by tall evergreens, their trunks dark and slick from the recent drizzle. It looked abandoned at first glance, weathered by years of wind and rain, but solid. The porch sagged slightly in the middle, and the windows were streaked with dust, but the door locked properly, and the roof had no holes, at least that I could see from the outside. I parked the car and climbed out, feeling the cool dampness bite through my sweatshirt. The smell of wet pine needles and the faint odor of decaying leaves hit me immediately. I unlocked the door, and the hinges groaned in protest as I pushed it open. Inside, the air was colder, heavier, the kind that makes your lungs tighten just slightly. Dust motes floated in the streaks of light coming through the grimy windows. The cabin smelled of wood, old smoke, and something faintly metallic that I couldn't identify. The floorboards creaked under my weight as I moved toward the center of the room. I dropped my bag on a corner table, ran a hand over the rough surface, and took stock of the place. There was a small fireplace, its brick coated with layers of soot, a couch with cushions faded to an almost grayish brown, and a kitchen area with a sink, a small stove, and cabinets that probably hadn't been opened in months. The cupboards were empty except for a few old cans that were probably decades past their expiration date. I checked the back door, then the windows, making sure everything was secure. The thought of being alone in the cabin made a shiver run down my spine, but I told myself it was just the cold. I decided to start a fire. The woodpile outside had some dry logs, and I carried them in, stacking them carefully in the fireplace. I struck a match, and the small flame trembled before catching the kindling, flickering against the walls. The room lit up with a warm glow, and for a moment, I felt some comfort in the crackle of the flames. The shadows danced across the ceiling and walls, moving like restless shapes. I shook off the unease and began unpacking a few supplies I had brought: a sleeping bag, some food, a lantern, and a few extra blankets. Night fell quickly. The gray sky darkened into a thick black, and the forest around the cabin seemed to close in. The wind picked up, rattling branches against the windows, and the rain began in earnest. It was heavy, drumming on the roof and pooling along the edges of the clearing. I lit the lantern, its warm light pushing back some of the darkness, but not all of it. I could hear the forest alive outside, drops of rain hitting leaves, small branches snapping, the occasional thump that could have been a deer or something else. My mind tried to rationalize every sound, but each one made me tense up. I had just settled near the fire with a book when I heard it, a soft scraping, almost like fingernails or claws dragging along the side of the cabin. My stomach twisted. I froze, listening. The sound stopped after a few seconds, and I told myself it was just a branch caught in the wind. I tried to focus on my book, but every creak of the cabin, every thump of the rain, made me flinch. The fire flickered and cast shadows that seemed to move independently of the flames, stretching across the walls in shapes that didn't belong. Hours passed, though it felt like minutes, and the storm showed no sign of letting up. I tried to sleep, rolling up in my sleeping bag, but I couldn't ignore the feeling that something was just outside, watching. The scraping came again, slower this time, deliberate. My heart raced, and I forced myself to remember that I had checked all the locks. I could hear my own breathing, heavy and shallow. I thought about calling someone, but my phone had no signal out here. I realized then that I was completely alone, completely cut off. By midnight, I had moved every piece of furniture away from the windows and doors that could be moved. I found an old baseball bat under the bed and kept it close. I stayed awake, watching the fire, listening. The scraping sound returned, this time followed by a faint thud on the porch, almost like someone stepping carefully but with weight. I forced myself to stay calm, to rationalize it: a fallen branch, a raccoon, a deer. But the noise had a rhythm, a weight that didn't belong to any animal I knew. At some point, I must have dozed off because I woke to silence. The fire had burned low, and the room was dim. The rain had stopped. I could see the moon peeking through breaks in the clouds, pale and cold. I got up, my legs stiff, and moved to the window. Outside, everything was still, the forest dark and dense. But then I saw it, a shape moving among the trees, low and deliberate. My first thought was another animal, maybe a bear, though the movement seemed wrong, too careful, too intentional. I ducked back from the window, my heart hammering. I stayed crouched near the fireplace for what felt like hours, waiting, listening. Eventually, the sky lightened slightly. and I realized the night was nearly over. I hadn't slept properly, hadn't eaten, hadn't even drunk water. My nerves were raw, every sound amplified. I needed to get out, to put distance between me and whatever had been out there. I packed quickly, moving as quietly as I could. My backpack was heavy with the few supplies I'd brought. I checked the locks one last time and stepped outside. The air was crisp and cool, the forest quiet except for the soft drip of residual rain. I kept my eyes on the tree-line, scanning for movement. Every shadow made me flinch. I hurried down the dirt road toward the main road, the tires crunching under my feet where I had left the car. When I reached the car, I froze. The tires were flat. I cursed under my breath and checked for tools. There was nothing, no spare, no jack, nothing. I looked back toward the cabin. The clearing was empty, silent. I tried to calm myself, remembering that I was trained to handle emergencies, that I had done this before on long hikes, long trips alone. But my mind raced. I had no way to call for help. No one knew exactly where I was. Then I remembered the old shed a short distance from the cabin. I had seen it when I first arrived, partially hidden by trees. Maybe it had something inside, tools, anything. I ran through the mud and wet leaves, keeping my gaze fixed on the forest edges. Reaching the shed, I found it old and battered but unlocked. Inside there were some old tools, a crowbar, a small axe, and a set of wooden wedges. Nothing to inflate a tire, but at least a way to defend myself if necessary. I grabbed the axe and carried it back to the car, my heart still hammering in my chest. I considered walking all the way to the main road, which could be miles, but I knew I didn't have much time. The sky was lightening, but the sun was barely over the horizon, and I had no idea if anyone would be driving by. I tried to flag down a car, waving frantically as I reached the main road, my boots soaked, mud clinging to every inch of me. Minutes passed, but then, finally, a truck appeared. I waved harder, jumping up and down, screaming as loud as I could. The driver slowed, then stopped, looking confused but alert. I ran to the vehicle, heart racing, and explained in short, clipped sentences that I was stranded, that my tires were flat, that I needed a ride. The driver, an older man with a kind face, agreed without question and loaded my backpack into the bed of the truck. As we drove away, the cabin disappeared behind the trees, smaller and smaller, until it was just another shadow in the woods. The air in the truck was warm, the engines hummed comforting. I finally allowed myself to breathe, to let the tension in my body release. I knew I would come back to that place eventually, perhaps to retrieve the car, perhaps just to prove to myself that it hadn't been some figment of my imagination. But for now, I was safe. I had escaped the cabin and the night, and the forest that had felt so alive with unseen eyes was behind me. Even as the miles stretched between me and the cabin, the images of the night stayed with me. The scraping on the side of the building, the deliberate shape moving in the trees, the weight of isolation pressing down. I knew that what I experienced was real, and that it was a reminder of how unpredictable the wilderness could be, how careful one had to be, and how quickly comfort could turn into fear. But I also knew I had survived, and that knowledge, hard-won and exhausting, gave me a strength I hadn't known I possessed. I kept that thought with me as the truck carried me away, the cabin disappearing into the distance, just another part of the forest, waiting silently for the next person. The rest of the day passed slowly. I found a small town, a gas station, and called for someone to come help with the car. The man from the truck waited, chatting quietly, offering a simple kindness that reminded me of the world outside the forest. By the time help arrived, I had a hot coffee in my hand, my clothes drying in the sun, and the tension in my shoulders slowly easing. I looked back toward the tree-line one last time. The forest was quiet, the cabin hidden among the tall pines, and for the first time, I allowed myself to feel relief. I had made it through the night, alone, scared, and uncertain, and I had come out the other side. I would remember it forever, but I would also remember the clarity and the quiet strength that came from facing it and surviving. The cabin remained a memory, real and terrifying, but ultimately, it became a story of endurance, of caution, and of the raw unpredictability of nature. And as I drove further away, I felt a strange mix of exhaustion and pride, knowing that the forest, with all its shadows and sounds, had not claimed me. I drove down the winding dirt road as the late afternoon sun fell behind the trees, the long shadows stretching across the path like dark fingers reaching out. The air smelled sharp with pine and damp earth, a scent that felt both alive and unsettling. I hadn't seen another car for hours, and the silence around me pressed against the windows of the truck. Each bump in the road made me feel smaller, more exposed, as if the forest itself was watching me pass. When I finally reached the cabin, it was nestled in a small clearing, half hidden by overgrown shrubs and tall, dry grass. The structure looked older than I expected, the wood darkened with age and weather, but it held a sturdy shape. A chimney leaned slightly to the side, and the windows, clouded with dirt, reflected the fading sunlight like dull eyes. I parked and got out, feeling the weight of the quiet settle over me. The air was cooler than I had anticipated, and every sound, the rustling of leaves, a distant bird call, even the creak of the truck's door, felt amplified. The first thing I noticed was how alone the cabin was. There were no neighboring houses, no roads visible beyond the one I had driven on, only the thick forest pressing in from all sides. As I walked toward the front door, I could see the ground was littered with pine needles and dry leaves. Footprints from animals were scattered across the clearing, some fresh, some older, each one adding to the feeling that I was stepping into a space controlled by things I couldn't see. The door was heavy, swinging with a soft groan as I pushed it open. Inside, the cabin smelled of dust, old wood, and something faintly sour, like mold or rotting leaves. Light from the windows slanted across the wooden floorboards, illuminating the layer of grime that had settled there over years. The space was small but functional, with a simple kitchen to one side, a stove that looked like it hadn't been used in decades, and a wooden table with chairs that wobbled under the slightest touch. The living area had a small couch, faded and sagging, and a rug that had lost most of its color. I ran my hand along the edge of the table and felt the roughness of the wood, small splinters pricking my skin. Everything in the cabin carried the weight of time, of being left alone in the middle of the forest, and it made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. I set my bag down and walked to the windows, pushing aside the dust-coated curtains. The forest was already deepening into shadow, and the sun had dipped behind the horizon. The sky was a dim gray, and the trees swayed with a quiet, constant motion. I could just make out a narrow trail leading away from the cabin, disappearing into the darker parts of the woods. For a moment, I thought I saw movement, a flash of something darker than the surrounding trees, but when I blinked, it was gone. I told myself it was a trick of the light, my imagination reacting to the isolation. Still, a feeling lodged itself deep in my chest, an unease I couldn't shake. I decided to light a fire in the stove. The match flared, lighting the dry kindling I had found in a corner. The flame caught, sputtering for a moment before steadying, sending a warm glow across the room. Shadows leapt along the walls, long and twisted, and the smell of burning wood filled the cabin. I sat on the couch, my eyes following the play of light and dark, and tried to calm my mind. The forest was quiet, too quiet, and every little sound, the tap of a branch against the window, the rustle of leaves outside, made me jump. I tried to focus on practicalities, checking the locks, making sure I had water, and finding a place to sleep. But even as I ticked off these small tasks, the sense of being watched lingered. It wasn't fear in the classic sense, more like a tension that built steadily, a pressure pressing in from all sides. As night fell fully, the cabin grew colder. The fire gave off warmth, but the corners of the room remained dark, almost absorbing the light. I moved through the space methodically, making sure all the doors and windows were secure. The back door had a simple latch, and I double-checked it, listening for any sounds from outside. The forest pressed against the walls, the trees close enough that I could see the branches sway and hear the occasional snap of a twig. Then I heard it, a low, rhythmic thump, like something heavy moving through the underbrush. I froze, straining to listen. The sound stopped. My heart was hammering, my chest tight. I told myself it was an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon, moving through the forest. But the thumps came again, deliberate, almost like someone was stepping carefully, aware of the cabin, but trying not to make noise. I grabbed the old flashlight I had brought and shined it toward the windows. The beam cut through the darkness outside, illuminating the trees and the undergrowth, but there was nothing. I walked to the door and held the flashlight out, moving it slowly along the perimeter of the clearing. At first, I saw only the familiar shapes of branches and trunks. Then, near the far edge of the clearing, a shape shifted. My stomach clenched. It was tall, hunched slightly, moving in a way that didn't seem natural for a deer or bear. I held the flashlight steady, trying to get a better look, but when I blinked, it was gone. My mind raced. Could it have been a shadow? A trick of the light? Or had someone, or something, been standing just beyond the tree line, watching me? I decided to sit near the fire and keep the flashlight within reach. Every creak of the cabin, every rustle outside, set my nerves on edge. Hours passed slowly, the wind picking up outside and rattling the roof. The thumping returned, soft at first, then growing louder, closer, as if whatever it was had begun moving toward the cabin. I gripped the flashlight, sweat beading on my forehead despite the cold. I tried to stay calm, reasoning that the sound could only be an animal. But then I heard the faint scrape of metal against wood, deliberate, slow, methodical. Something had touched the cabin. My mind raced through possibilities. A deer brushing against the wall? A branch falling? None of it fit the sound. This was intentional, deliberate, like someone, or something, was testing the cabin, looking for a way inside. I stayed crouched near the fire, barely breathing, listening. The scrape came again, louder, closer to the door. I gripped the flashlight and the small hatchet I had brought, prepared to defend myself if necessary. The sound stopped suddenly. Silence pressed in, thick and heavy. I waited, heart racing, for what felt like hours. Then, from the direction of the trees, I heard a low growl. It was deep, guttural, not the sound of any animal I had heard around these parts. My stomach dropped. My instincts screamed at me to run, but my truck was parked 50 feet away, and to get there I would have to cross the clearing, open and exposed. I stayed frozen, gripping the hatchet tightly, eyes darting between the windows and the shadows. The growl faded, replaced by silence. Minutes passed. I forced myself to calm down, to think logically. I checked the doors and windows again, ensuring they were latched and locked. The cabin was old, yes, but structurally sound. Nothing could get in quickly without effort. I stayed awake the rest of the night, fire dying down to embers, flashlight in hand, listening to every sound. Every shift of wind, every distant crack of a branch, made me jump. Dawn finally crept over the horizon, gray and muted, filtering through the trees. I felt an immense relief just seeing the light. The forest looked less threatening in the daylight, the shadows retreating, the shapes of trees and undergrowth returning to their natural form. I packed my things quickly, not taking the time to eat or even finish checking the cabin. My eyes scanned the tree line constantly, expecting to see the shape from the night before. When I reached my truck, I hesitated, looking back at the cabin one last time. The clearing was empty, silent except for the wind moving through the pines. I climbed into the truck, hands still shaking, and started the engine. The rumble felt reassuring. As I drove away, the road winding back through the forest, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The cabin shrank into the distance, small and still, yet somehow heavier in memory than its actual size. I told myself the feeling of being watched was my imagination, that the sounds had been nothing more than animals and the wind. But deep down, I knew something had been there that night, something deliberate, patient, and observing. By the time I reached the main road and civilization returned, the streetlights, houses, and the distant hum of traffic, I felt the tension in my body slowly unwind. I promised myself I would never return to that cabin alone. The memory of that night stayed with me, haunting in its realism, not because of ghosts or legends, but because of the raw, visceral sense of vulnerability. The forest is indifferent to humans, yet capable of making you feel like the smallest thing alive. And sometimes it seems something else shares that space, something waiting, patient, and real. The thought made me grip the steering wheel tighter, glad to be moving away, leaving the cabin and the forest behind, carrying with me a story I would never forget, a cautionary weight lodged firmly in my mind. I had been driving for hours along a twisting, two-lane road that seemed to vanish into the dense forest on either side. The sun was low, barely pushing its last warm light through the trees, casting long shadows that made the road ahead look like a tunnel of dark green and black. I wasn't in a hurry, but there was this nagging feeling in my chest that I should reach the cabin before nightfall. I had rented it online, a small, secluded place, far from any town, promising solitude and quiet, and I wanted that. What I hadn't anticipated was how quickly the isolation would begin to press against me once I turned off the main road and onto the narrow dirt track leading to it. The driveway was barely wide enough for my car, overgrown with brush on either side. I had to swerve carefully to avoid scraping the sides against thick branches. The cabin came into view finally, tucked between tall pine and fir trees, its wooden exterior blending almost perfectly with the forest. It was small, with a single story and a steep roof. A thin plume of smoke rose from the chimney, though I couldn't see anyone around. The place seemed untouched, almost as if it had been waiting for me. I parked, grabbed my bag, and walked up the small wooden steps to the porch. The boards creaked under my weight, and the sound seemed unnaturally loud, echoing into the trees around me. Inside, the cabin smelled of old wood and dust, but there was a faint hint of smoke lingering in the air. The walls were bare except for a few crooked shelves and a mounted lantern by the door. A small fireplace dominated one corner of the main room, and the furniture was sparse. A single wooden table with 2 chairs, a tattered sofa, and a bed tucked into the far corner. Everything seemed functional but worn. I set down my bag and looked around, noting the windows. They were thick, old glass, and while they let in some light, the forest outside looked darker than it should for this hour. The shadows moved subtly, branches brushing against one another, creating forms that looked like they shifted in the corners of my eyes. I started unpacking, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling crawling along my spine. I lit a few candles and stacked some firewood near the fireplace. The cabin seemed small and cozy now, but the forest pressing against the windows gave it a cage-like feeling. Every creak of the wood under my feet sounded loud. Every rustle of leaves outside felt deliberate. I told myself it was just the wind, just the forest, nothing more. I decided to explore a little before night fell completely. There was a small trail that led behind the cabin, winding into the thick woods. At first, it was easy to follow, soft dirt under my feet and fallen leaves that crunched gently with each step. Birds were silent, and the forest was unnaturally still. After a few minutes, the trail narrowed and twisted, and I found myself stepping over roots and around fallen logs. My legs were getting scratched by low branches, and the air felt cooler, damper. The sun was almost gone, leaving only a faint glow behind the trees, and the shadows deepened. I turned back, realizing that I had gone farther than I intended, and the forest seemed to stretch endlessly. When I reached the cabin again, the darkness had fully settled. I lit the fireplace and let the warm glow fill the room. Outside, the wind picked up, and the trees groaned as if the forest itself were alive. I ate a simple dinner, bread and cheese, and then decided to settle in for the night. The bed looked comfortable, but I chose to sleep in the sofa instead, feeling safer closer to the center of the room. The candlelight flickered across the walls, casting moving shadows that danced as the flames struggled against the draft coming from the slightly open window. Around midnight, I woke to a sound. At first, I thought it was the wind, but it wasn't a soft, distant sound. It was deliberate, a snapping of a branch, then another, coming from somewhere just outside the cabin. My heart rate quickened, and I listened, holding my breath. The noise stopped for a moment, then started again, slower this time, deliberate, as if someone or something was moving around the cabin. I wanted to tell myself it was an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon, but the way the footsteps shifted and pressed against the underbrush felt human. My hands shook slightly as I moved toward the door, peeking through the curtain. There was nothing visible, just the dark, empty forest. I sat back down on the sofa, trying to control my panic. The noise continued in intervals, faint at first, then growing slightly louder, always outside, never moving away. I grabbed a flashlight from the table, clicking it on. Its beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the edge of the trees, the undergrowth, and the thick shadows beyond. I scanned slowly, carefully, but saw nothing. Still, the feeling of being watched was impossible to shake. Every creak of the cabin, every small wind gust against the roof, sounded like someone moving closer. Hours passed, though I couldn't be sure of time in that isolation. The fire had burned low, and I refilled it, keeping my eyes on the windows. Around 3 a.m, I heard it again, this time closer, right outside the cabin. The footsteps moved around the perimeter, slow and steady. My pulse was racing, and I kept the flashlight aimed at the door. I couldn't see anyone, but I could hear the faint scraping of leaves and twigs, deliberate and close. Suddenly, the cabin door handle rattled. I froze, staring at it. The sound was small, almost hesitant, but it was definitely there. My first instinct was to run, but there was nowhere to run in the dark. The nearest town was miles away. I grabbed a heavy piece of firewood and held it in front of me. I clicked the flashlight toward the door again. The handle stopped moving, and the forest was silent. Too silent. I stayed awake for the rest of the night, firewood in hand, flashlight pointed toward the door, every nerve stretched tight. Morning came slowly, pale light filtering through the window. I finally allowed myself to breathe, convinced the night had been a test of my imagination, of how much fear the isolation could bring. I opened the door cautiously, expecting to find some evidence of whoever or whatever had been there. There was nothing, no footprints, no broken branches, no sign anyone had been near. I spent the next day exploring the immediate area around the cabin, trying to shake off the lingering dread. I discovered a small creek, its water clear and moving quickly over rocks. The sound of the water was calming, and I used it to fill my water bottles. I followed the creek a short distance, finding that it led to a small clearing surrounded by trees. It was peaceful, almost beautiful, and for a while I let myself relax. The forest wasn't threatening in the daylight. The sounds of birds and rustling leaves felt normal, and the shadows didn't feel like they were moving against me. That night, I prepared for the possibility of another long, sleepless night. I reinforced the door by wedging the remaining firewood against it and ensured all the windows were tightly shut. I slept lightly, fire crackling, flashlight by my side. I woke several times to small noises, branches snapping, the wind moving through the trees, but nothing like the night before. It was a long night, but I survived without incident. The following morning, I decided to leave. I had learned what I needed to. The isolation, the silence, the way the forest could feel like it was closing in, was more powerful than any threat I could see. I packed my belongings, checked the cabin to make sure nothing was missing or damaged, and walked back to my car. The forest seemed different in the light, less oppressive, almost welcoming in a strange way. As I drove back onto the main road, I felt a sense of relief wash over me. The cabin was still there, quiet and undisturbed, waiting for the next person. The experience had been terrifying, but it wasn't supernatural, it wasn't a ghost story. It was the raw, unsettling reality of being completely alone in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by nature that didn't care about me. It taught me to respect the forest, to understand the power of isolation and darkness, and to appreciate the small comforts of safety and light. Looking back, I realized that the fear I had felt wasn't just from the possibility of someone being outside, but from the forest itself, the way it could mask movement, distort sounds, and create shapes from shadows. That knowledge stayed with me, a reminder of how fragile our sense of security really is when we are far from other people. I would never forget that cabin, the oppressive darkness, and the sound of footsteps that might not have been anyone at all. But I left with a clear understanding. The forest is alive, not in a magical sense, but in its ability to make you feel small, vulnerable, and completely alone. And surviving that feeling is an achievement in itself. I drove away, the road curving through the trees, and with every mile, the sense of unease faded. By the time I reached the edge of the forest, sunlight was streaming fully over the hills, warm and reassuring. The cabin was behind me now, but its memory stayed, vivid and sharp. I knew I would return to civilization with a new respect for the wilderness and a deep understanding of what it means to be truly alone in the woods. Even now, years later, when I close my eyes, I can see the cabin, the shadows pressing against the windows, and hear the faint, deliberate snap of twigs outside. And I remember the relief that came with daylight, the understanding that fear often exists not in what we see, but in what we imagine, magnified by the isolation and silence of the forest around us. It is a lesson that has stayed with me ever since. The cabin was deeper in the woods than I expected, nestled in a clearing that seemed to exist only on old maps. The trees around it were thick, their branches intertwined so tightly that even the midday sun struggled to break through. The path that led to it was little more than a faint trail, overgrown in places, with roots sticking out like the spines of some ancient creature. I had been driving for hours, winding through dirt roads and crossing small streams, until finally, the trail opened up to the cabin. Its wooden exterior was weathered, gray, and rough from decades of rain and snow, but the structure itself was solid. The air was still, heavy with the scent of pine and damp earth, and the only sound was the faint hum of insects and the distant call of a bird. I parked the car at the edge of the clearing, noticing that the ground was uneven, soft in patches, and slightly muddy from a recent rain. Stepping out, I felt the chill of the forest wrap around me. It wasn't cold, but the damp air seeped into my jacket, and my boots immediately began to pick up bits of mud and pine needles. The cabin had a small porch with a railing that creaked under the weight of my boots. The door was solid oak with rusted hinges, and I had to pull hard to get it open. Inside, the smell of aged wood, dust, and something faintly metallic hit me. There was no furniture except for a table pushed into the corner and a few wooden chairs stacked haphazardly against the wall. The floorboards groaned under my weight, and the windows were dusty, streaked with dirt that blurred the view outside. I moved through the cabin, testing each room. One was a small bedroom with a bed frame missing its mattress. Another was a tiny kitchen space with a sink that was clogged and a few broken cabinets. I could see spider webs stretched across the corners of the ceiling and a thick layer of dust on every surface. The air felt stagnant, and I could see my breath in the dim light filtering through the dirty windows. I set my bag down on the table and went back outside, feeling the need to stretch my legs and explore the clearing. The clearing itself was roughly circular, surrounded by trees that rose like walls. The grass was overgrown, dotted with patches of moss and small wildflowers. I noticed animal tracks near the edges of the clearing. Deer, maybe, and something larger that I couldn't immediately identify. The forest beyond the clearing was dense, with shadows moving in the corners of my vision whenever I glanced toward the trees. I felt the first edge of unease there, the way the shadows seemed too deep, too still, and too quiet. I shook it off, reminding myself I was here for isolation and the chance to escape the noise of the world, but the feeling lingered. As the sun began to drop, the forest darkened quickly. I started a small fire in a cleared area near the porch, using dry twigs and pine needles I collected from the ground. The fire sputtered at first, but gradually caught, casting a warm glow over the clearing and sending sparks into the darkening sky. I sat on the edge of the porch, watching the flames dance, listening to the crackle of burning wood. The shadows of the trees stretched long and thin, and every small sound seemed amplified. The rustle of leaves, the snap of a branch, the distant movement of something through the underbrush. Night came faster than I expected. By the time it was fully dark, the forest felt alive with movement, even though I saw nothing. The cabin, isolated and surrounded by shadow, seemed smaller and more vulnerable. I lit a lantern and carried it inside, setting it on the table. Its dim light flickered across the walls, showing the scratches and imperfections in the wood. Each creak of the cabin's frame sounded like a groan, each shift of the wind outside like someone walking past the window. I tried to calm myself, reminding myself that everything I was hearing was natural: animals, wind, the settling of the old wood, but the tension in my chest made it hard to breathe. Around midnight, I decided to sleep. I dragged one of the chairs into the corner of the main room and laid my sleeping bag across it. The chair was unstable, rocking slightly under my weight, but I didn't care enough to find another. I closed my eyes, but sleep didn't come easily. Every sound seemed louder at night: the wind in the trees, the distant crack of a branch, the occasional rustle in the undergrowth. At one point, I heard something moving near the cabin, something heavy, deliberate, and slow. I froze, listening, heart pounding. It stopped. Then I heard it again, a soft thud against the outer wall. I held my breath, straining to see in the darkness, but the lantern was too far to cast light outside. I didn't move for what felt like hours. Eventually, the sounds ceased, replaced by the normal, distant noises of the forest. I convinced myself it had been a deer or some other animal brushing against the cabin. I forced my eyes closed and finally drifted into an uneasy sleep. Morning came with a gray light, thick clouds hanging low over the trees. I left the cabin, needing fresh air. The forest looked different in daylight, less threatening, but still dense and isolating. I explored the edges of the clearing, tracing the larger tracks I had seen the previous day. They led to a cluster of trees at the far end, where I found a patch of disturbed ground, flattened in a way that suggested something heavy had lain there. The idea that something had been near the cabin overnight made my stomach tighten, but I rationalized that it had to be a bear or a large deer, nothing more sinister. I spent the day gathering firewood, cleaning the cabin as best I could, and taking notes in a small journal I had brought. I examined the structure, noting the stability of the floorboards, the gaps in the walls, the areas where water had leaked in from the roof. I felt a strange connection to the place, a respect for its age and endurance, even as a part of me remained on edge. The forest seemed to watch me as I worked, every rustle a reminder of the isolation I had sought. That night, I lit the fire again and sat close, making sure it was bigger this time, casting long shadows across the clearing. The sounds came back, more clearly than before. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, moving just beyond the firelight. The shadows seemed to shift unnaturally, bending as though they were aware of me. I gripped a heavy branch nearby, telling myself I would investigate if anything came closer. Hours passed. I stayed awake, eyes locked on the darkness, until the first gray of dawn began to pierce through the trees. The forest grew quiet again, and the tension in my shoulders finally eased. The next day, I decided to leave the cabin. I packed my belongings carefully, noting every detail of the place. Before I left, I walked around the clearing, taking in the tracks again. Something had indeed moved close to the cabin during the night, leaving prints partially obscured by leaves and mud. I traced them to the edge of the forest, seeing signs that a large animal had been feeding or moving in the area. It was unnerving, but also oddly grounding, a reminder that the wilderness was alive and indifferent. I drove away slowly, taking the winding dirt paths back toward the main road. Looking back, the cabin seemed smaller than I remembered, almost hidden beneath the canopy of trees. The clearing, quiet now in the morning light, held no trace of the fear and tension I had felt. The forest seemed calm, almost serene, but I knew better. I knew that at any time, in the depths of that dense woods, the unknown could be moving just beyond sight. By the time I reached the paved road, the forest was behind me, the cabin just another memory. I felt a strange mixture of relief and regret. Relief at leaving the tension and isolation. Regret at leaving a place that had demanded I confront the raw, unfiltered reality of the wilderness. The experience stayed with me, a reminder that nature is vast, unpredictable, and unfeeling, and that isolation can test the limits of endurance, patience, and courage. Even now, months later, I can picture the cabin perfectly, the warped boards, the faint smell of damp wood, the shadows stretching across the clearing at night. I can hear the creak of the porch, the rustle of unseen movement in the trees, the heavy footfalls that may have been nothing more than a bear, or something else entirely. The memory is sharp, vivid, and real. And every time I think about it, I remember the weight of solitude, the necessity of staying alert, and the strange peace that comes from surviving the night in a place that respects neither fear nor comfort, only presence and persistence. I learned that fear doesn't always come from what we imagine. Sometimes it comes from what is real, tangible, and unavoidable, the dark, uncharted corners of the world, and the knowledge that for a few hours or a night or two, you are utterly alone within it. The cabin remains in my memory, not as a place of terror in a storybook sense, but as a place that tested every instinct, every decision, and every ounce of courage. And leaving it, walking back into civilization, I felt a clarity and calm I've never found elsewhere. A reminder that life is full of unknowns, but we are capable of facing them, surviving them, and returning to tell the story. Even now, the thought of that clearing and the forest beyond makes my skin tighten, and I know that if I ever returned, I would tread carefully, respect the space, and remember the lessons it gave me. The cabin, the forest, the sounds, the tracks, all remain engraved in my mind, a vivid testament to the raw, unembellished reality of isolation and the wild. The cabin sat at the edge of a thick forest, far enough from the main road that it felt like it existed in a different world. The trees leaned over the dirt path leading up to it, their branches scraping and creaking with every gust of wind. I had driven in the afternoon, the sun still high, and as I got closer, the air seemed cooler, heavier, and quiet in a way that made me aware of every crunching rock under the tires. The cabin itself was small, made of dark wood, with a steep roof and a stone chimney that looked like it had last been used years ago. The windows were dusty, and the front porch sagged slightly, but it had the charm I was looking for, a place to get away from everything, to escape the noise and the endless responsibilities I'd been carrying for months. The first thing I noticed after stepping out of the car was the smell, the sharp, clean scent of pine mixed with damp earth. The kind of smell that hits your lungs and makes you feel alive, even though it's heavy and thick. I carried my bag up the steps, the boards groaning under my weight. The front door opened with a reluctant creak, and inside the air was cool and musty, like it had been sealed up for a long time. Dust motes floated in the thin streaks of sunlight that pierced through the grime on the windows. The place smelled faintly of wood polish and old smoke, but there was also an underlying dampness that made me wrinkle my nose. The cabin had a small living area with a worn couch, a wooden table with uneven legs, and a tiny kitchen corner with a stovetop that looked barely functional. A staircase in the corner led up to a loft where the bed was tucked under the slanted roof. I set down my bag and walked around, running my fingers over the rough wood of the walls. Everything felt solid, real, tangible, but also isolated. Outside, the wind rustled the trees, and I could hear a faint creak somewhere in the distance, though I couldn't see it from the cabin. I decided to explore the surrounding area before it got dark. The forest was dense, with thick underbrush and towering pines that blocked most of the fading sunlight. The ground was uneven, covered in fallen branches and wet leaves. Every step I took made a sound that seemed impossibly loud in the stillness. I followed a narrow trail I found behind the cabin, the path winding up a gentle slope. Small animals scurried away at my approach, squirrels, rabbits, maybe a deer judging by the tracks. The farther I went, the more I felt the quiet pressing in. Not the comfortable quiet of a park or a backyard, but the deep, endless silence of a forest that has no one else in it for miles. As the light began to fade, I noticed the forest closing in around me. The trees grew taller and closer together, their branches intertwining overhead so that the remaining sunlight barely touched the ground. Shadows pooled in every hollow, and the trail became harder to follow. At one point, I stumbled over a root and nearly fell, my heart jumping at the sudden noise of my own body moving in the stillness. I laughed softly to calm myself and pushed on, knowing I needed to get back before darkness fully set in. By the time I returned to the cabin, the sky had turned a deep indigo. The first stars were visible, scattered faintly across the horizon. Inside, the cabin was darker than I expected. I lit a few candles I had brought, their flickering flames casting long, trembling shadows across the walls. The wind outside had picked up, rattling the windows and making the trees sway as if they were alive. I made a small fire in the stone fireplace, the smell of burning wood filling the cabin and cutting through the musty air. Sitting on the couch, I could feel the warmth of the flames on my face, but I couldn't shake the sensation that the forest was watching. Night fell completely, and the sounds of the forest intensified. Owls called to each other across the darkness, their hoots echoing eerily. The wind gusted through the trees with a low, moaning whistle. Somewhere nearby, an animal, maybe a coyote or a fox, howled its sound long and sorrowful. Each noise made me tense, my body reacting to the isolation. I kept telling myself it was just the forest, that nothing could reach me here, but my mind refused to settle. I went to the loft to sleep, but even with the fire crackling below, sleep didn't come easily. Every creak of the cabin, every snapping branch outside, kept me alert. I thought I heard footsteps in the yard, light but deliberate, moving back and forth as if someone was pacing. I froze, straining to listen, but there was only the wind and the distant rustle of leaves. I told myself I was imagining it, that the shadows and the quiet were playing tricks on me. Still, I didn't feel right. I grabbed a flashlight I had packed and kept it beside me, its beam steady and reassuring in the darkness. Around midnight, I woke to a loud noise that made me sit straight up. It sounded like a tree limb snapping, but closer, almost as if something had fallen in the yard. I stayed perfectly still, listening, my ears straining. A long pause followed, and then I heard it, a slow, deliberate rustling, moving along the perimeter of the cabin. It wasn't fast, like an animal fleeing. It was careful, cautious, almost calculated. I kept my eyes on the loft opening, watching the shadows move across the ceiling. My mind raced, imagining what could be out there. A bear, maybe, or a large dog that had gotten loose from somewhere far away. The rational part of me knew it was probably something mundane, but the fear that gripped me felt real and immediate. I sat there for what felt like hours, the sounds moving closer and farther away, circling the cabin. The wind rattled the windows and the door, and every so often, a branch would hit the side of the cabin with a thud that made my heart jump. I kept the flashlight in my hand, its beam cutting through the darkness, searching for movement. I considered going outside to investigate, but realized that would be reckless, possibly dangerous. The forest was dense, the terrain uneven, and I had no way to know what I might encounter in the dark. Eventually, the sounds faded, leaving only the whisper of the wind and the occasional creak of the cabin settling. I forced myself to lie down again, though sleep was shallow and uneasy. Every small noise made me flinch. When morning finally came, the light filtering weakly through the windows felt like a relief. I got up, pulled on some clothes, and went outside to survey the area. The forest was calm, the night's tension replaced by the quiet chirping of birds and the rustle of small animals going about their day. I walked around the cabin, checking for signs of what had been moving outside. There were no tracks, no disturbed ground, nothing to indicate that anything had actually been there. Only the marks of fallen branches and leaves moved by the wind. Despite the relief of daylight, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. I spent the next few hours exploring further, following a creek that ran behind the cabin and cutting through the dense forest. The terrain was challenging, the ground slippery and uneven, but the exposure to the light and the natural rhythm of the forest helped calm me. I could see evidence of wildlife everywhere: deer tracks, raccoon prints, even the faint trail of a fox. But none of it carried the deliberate, measured presence that had unnerved me the night before. That night, I stayed alert again, but the sounds were different, more natural, less focused. I realized that the previous night, my mind had been creating patterns, imagining threats where there were none. Still, I kept the flashlight within reach, the fire burning low, and the door locked securely. I learned to trust my instincts, to differentiate between the natural noises of the forest and the imagined ones that my isolation had magnified. Over the next few days, I settled into a rhythm. I collected firewood from the surrounding area, ensuring the fireplace could burn long through the night. I explored more of the trails, noting the creek, the small clearing where sunlight hit the ground in the morning, and a rock formation that jutted out of the hillside, offering a panoramic view of the surrounding forest. The isolation became less intimidating with routine, the nights more manageable as I learned to read the subtle signs of the environment: the direction of the wind, the sounds of wildlife, the way shadows moved with the moonlight. On the last night, I sat by the fire for a long time, letting the flames warm me and listening to the gentle sounds of the forest. The rustle of leaves, the distant bird calls, the faint burble of the creek, all of it felt alive, real, and utterly natural. I realized that the fear I had felt wasn't from anything outside, but from the unknown and the quiet. The forest hadn't changed, I had. I had learned to navigate the silence and solitude, to find comfort in being alone with my thoughts and the natural world. When I packed up to leave the cabin, I took one last walk around the property, noting the sturdy structure, the dense forest, and the subtle signs of life all around. The cabin had given me a harsh but necessary lesson. Fear is often amplified by isolation, and clarity comes with attention and understanding. Driving away, I felt a sense of accomplishment, of having faced uncertainty without succumbing to panic, and of having experienced the forest in a way that few people ever do. The road ahead was long, but I left with the knowledge that I could face solitude and the unknown, and that in the quiet, I could find a clear, steady strength within myself. The memory of that cabin remains vivid. The smell of pine and damp earth, the creaking boards, the flicker of candlelight, and the deep, endless quiet of the forest at night. It was a test of patience, of courage, and of perception. And in the end, I left not scared, but aware, alert, and quietly confident in my ability to handle whatever isolation and uncertainty life might throw my way. The air was crisp when I first drove up the narrow, gravel road leading to the cabin. It was late afternoon, the sun already dipping behind the dense pine trees that pressed close on either side. The tires crunched over loose stones, and I felt the tension in my shoulders ease slightly at the thought of leaving the city and its constant noise behind. The cabin was tucked into a small clearing, far enough from the main road that it felt like it belonged to the forest rather than any map. Its wooden siding was weathered and gray, the roof slightly sagging in places, but it had a solid, stubborn look, as if it had stood there for decades, impervious to storms and cold winters. I had planned the weekend as a solitary retreat. No phone signal, no internet, just me and the forest. The moment I parked, the smell of pine and damp earth filled the cabin. I swung the car door shut and dragged my backpack inside, boots clumping on the wooden floor. The interior was simple: one main room with a stone fireplace, a small kitchenette, and a loft above reached by a narrow ladder. Dust hung in the corners, disturbed only by a few mouse tracks near the edges. I set my bag down and took a long breath. The silence was different from city quiet. It had weight, depth, like it could press against your ears and chest. By the time I unpacked, the light had thinned to a pale orange, streaking through the tall windows. I went outside to gather firewood. The forest around me was thick, darkening rapidly, the trees tall enough that they blocked much of the sky. I collected fallen branches and dry logs, noticing how still the air was except for the occasional rustle of leaves. It felt like the world was holding its breath. I returned to the cabin and built a fire. The first sparks hissed and flared, catching the kindling, then settled into a warm glow. I sat on the rough wooden floor, leaning back against the wall, listening. That's when I first heard it, a low, dragging sound outside. It was faint at first, almost like a branch scraping across the ground, but there was rhythm to it, a deliberate pace. I froze, straining to hear. Then it stopped. I told myself it was probably an animal, a deer or a raccoon, moving through the underbrush. Still, I felt my heart rate pick up. As darkness fell, the cabin became a small island of light in the blackness of the forest. Shadows from the fire danced across the walls, stretching and twisting like shapes made by an unseen hand. I tried to focus on the mundane, stacking more wood, checking the cabin windows, making sure the door was latched. But the sound came back. This time it was closer, like someone or something was pacing along the edge of the clearing. My stomach tightened. I thought about stepping outside to check, but the thought of plunging into the dark forest alone made my legs stiffen. I stayed still, listening as the noise faded again. I ate a small dinner, canned beans and a few slices of bread, trying to keep calm. The wind picked up, moaning through the trees, rattling the cabin's loose shutters. Every creak of the floorboards or whisper of wind made me tense. I kept glancing at the windows, trying to see any movement outside. There was nothing at first. Then, a shadow flickered just beyond the firelight. Something tall, moving slowly across the clearing. I couldn't make out any details, just a figure, impossibly dark against the black. My breath caught, and I ducked closer to the floor, heart hammering. I realized then that the clearing wasn't as isolated as I had thought. Beyond the tree-line, the forest seemed to fold inward, creating pockets of shadow where a person, or several, could hide without being seen. I tried to tell myself it was a trick of the firelight, a large branch swaying, a deer standing upright in the right angle. But deep down, I knew the movement had been deliberate. I decided to ignore it, telling myself that panicking would only make things worse. I stacked more wood for the night, each log hitting the other with a sharp clack that seemed louder than it should have been. The dragging sound started again, slower this time, circling the cabin. I held my breath, imagining the footsteps tracing the perimeter. Then I remembered the hunting knife I kept in my backpack. I fumbled in the dark, pulling it out and gripping it tightly. The metal felt reassuring, cold and heavy in my hand. Hours passed. The fire burned down to glowing embers, and the cabin settled into an uneasy quiet. I lay on the floor, knife in hand, listening to every sound. At some point, I drifted into a light sleep, dozing in fits and starts, only to wake every few minutes to a snap of a twig, a whisper of wind, or the skitter of something moving outside. Each sound made my stomach knot, and I found myself scanning the shadows, knife raised. Around midnight, I finally noticed the pattern. The sounds weren't random. There were pauses, long stretches of silence, then deliberate movements. It was like someone was waiting, watching, testing. My mind started racing, thinking of scenarios, burglars, hunters, trespassers, but nothing felt certain. I couldn't see anyone, but the feeling of being observed was undeniable, pressing down like a weight in my chest. I decided I needed to secure the cabin further. I checked the windows, locked the door, stacked furniture against the most accessible points. I even piled a few logs near the door, thinking it would slow someone if they tried to force entry. Then I sat back down, eyes fixed on the window, willing myself to remain calm. Hours dragged by. The forest seemed alive with movement, every sound amplified in the darkness. I realized sleep wasn't coming. Around 2 in the morning, I heard something different. A low, guttural growl, close to the cabin. I froze. It wasn't a deer. It wasn't a raccoon. It was a predator, something big. I thought about the stories of mountain lions in the area, coyotes moving in packs. The fire was nearly out, leaving only a thin line of glowing embers. I knew stepping outside would be suicidal. The growl came again, closer this time, as if circling the cabin deliberately. I gripped the knife tighter, every muscle tensed. The sound stopped. Then, just as suddenly, it resumed, but now there was another noise layered on top. The sound of sticks snapping underfoot, slow and careful, moving through the underbrush. Whoever, or whatever, it was close. Too close. My instincts screamed at me to run, but there was nowhere to go. I was trapped in the small cabin, surrounded by forest that seemed to close in with every passing minute. I waited, frozen, listening. The noises circled the cabin several times, then stopped as abruptly as they had started. I dared not move, imagining eyes in the darkness, catching the slightest motion. I realized then that I had underestimated the forest, underestimated the isolation. The silence afterward was worse than the sounds. It stretched on, pressing against me, filling the cabin with tension. By first light, I had convinced myself that whatever had been out there had finally left. I was trembling, exhausted from the adrenaline and lack of sleep. I lit a small fire, more for courage than warmth, and ate a quick breakfast of cold bread and coffee. Every rustle of leaves outside made me jump. I spent the morning clearing the area immediately around the cabin, trying to get a sense of the terrain, looking for tracks. I found some, large and irregular, not human. My heart sank. Whatever had been circling the cabin was likely still close, maybe watching. I knew I couldn't stay another night. I packed quickly, gathering my things, trying not to make noise. I kept the knife within reach, constantly scanning the shadows. The forest felt alive, each tree a potential hiding place. As I climbed into my car, I felt the weight of every sound, every movement, as if the forest itself were holding its breath, waiting to see if I would leave. Driving down the gravel road, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror. Nothing followed. The road stretched straight, flanked by tall pines, until finally, the first signs of civilization appeared. Power lines, a mailbox, a faint glow of distant lights. I exhaled, relief washing over me. I didn't look back again until I reached the highway. Weeks later, I went back once, during daylight, to gather the things I had left behind. The clearing was empty, silent in a way that almost felt unnatural. The forest seemed to have swallowed the cabin's shadow completely. I found the tracks again, but nothing more. I realized that sometimes the forest doesn't need to act aggressively. The presence alone is enough to make you question everything. That weekend left its mark. I learned to respect isolation, to trust instincts over rationalizations. I never returned to that cabin again. The memory of the dragging steps, the growls, and the circling presence stayed with me for years. A reminder that the forest has its own rules, and human reasoning often doesn't apply. No one else was ever involved. No one came close. It was just me, the cabin, and the vast, watching woods surrounding it, a place where silence can scream, and every shadow has a story. I woke up that morning to the faint smell of wood smoke lingering in the cabin, a smell that had clung to the walls for years. The cabin was small, more of a shack than a house, tucked into a dense patch of forest on the edge of a mountain ridge. Sunlight barely filtered through the thick canopy outside, painting the wooden floor with pale, uneven stripes. The boards beneath me creaked with every movement, and the cabin's windows were grimy, streaked with dust and watermarks from previous storms. I could hear the wind outside rattling the loose shingles on the roof, a soft, persistent clattering that made the whole place feel fragile, like it could collapse at any moment. I had planned this trip to escape everything, phones, schedules, people. But now that I was here, the isolation started to feel heavy, almost pressing. The cabin had been empty for months, maybe years. The previous tenant had left in a hurry, judging by the scattered belongings in the corners. An old, rusty kettle on the counter, a cracked mug in the sink, and a stack of newspapers yellowed with age. The fireplace held a layer of ash, the smell of long burned wood still faintly clinging to it. I started a small fire to warm the cabin, the sound of wood crackling a welcome comfort at first, until I noticed the shadows it cast on the walls. They stretched long and distorted, twisting like they had a life of their own. The first day passed slowly. I wandered outside, walking along a barely visible path that led down toward the creek. The forest around me was dense, full of gnarled trees and undergrowth, and the sounds of wildlife were minimal. Birds occasionally chirped, but mostly there was a low hum of wind and the distant rush of water. The path was overgrown in places, roots and fallen branches threatening to trip me with every step. By mid-afternoon, I found a small clearing where the sunlight broke through, but even here, the feeling of being watched gnawed at me. I kept telling myself it was the forest, the trees, nothing more, but the sensation refused to leave. As the sun sank lower, I returned to the cabin and began gathering firewood. That's when I first noticed it, the footprints. Not mine, and not entirely animal. They were deep, heavy impressions in the soft soil near the cabin, partially filled with water from last night's rain. I crouched to examine them, feeling the chill run down my spine. The prints were large, human-sized, and they led straight up to the cabin before disappearing behind a tree. My first thought was another hiker, someone passing through. But then I remembered. The nearest trailhead was over 2 miles away, and I hadn't seen a car or sign of anyone else. My pulse quickened, but I convinced myself it was likely an old track from some previous visitor, and I brushed the feeling aside. That night, the wind picked up. The sound outside became more aggressive, like the trees were groaning under some invisible weight. I sat near the fire, trying to read, but my eyes kept drifting to the window. Every time I looked, the shadows seemed to shift differently, like the branches outside were moving with intent, bending toward the cabin. Then I heard it, a snap of a branch somewhere nearby, distinct and deliberate. I froze, listening. There was nothing else at first, just the wind, until a second snap followed, closer this time. Then silence, thick and suffocating, as if the forest had paused, waiting. I stayed there for what felt like an eternity, clutching the mug of cold tea I hadn't touched in hours. Eventually, the fire burned low, and exhaustion dragged me to sleep despite the unease pressing down on my chest. I woke in the early hours to the sound of something brushing against the cabin walls. Not the wind, not the trees. Something soft and wet, a scraping noise that traveled along the outer wood. My heart jumped into my throat. I stayed still, listening, straining in the darkness. The noise stopped abruptly, leaving only the low groan of the wind through the eaves. I told myself it was a raccoon or a deer, maybe just branches rubbing against the siding. But the way it had moved, so purposeful, made that explanation feel hollow. I didn't sleep much after that, keeping the fire alive until the first weak light of dawn seeped through the grime on the windows. During the morning, I inspected the cabin thoroughly. Everything seemed in place except for one detail. The back door had a faint scrape along its frame, as though something had tried to force it open. I remembered locking it the night before. My stomach sank. I went around the perimeter, checking the windows. Most were shut tight, but one at the side had a small crack I was sure hadn't been there before. My mind raced through possibilities. Animals, wind, or someone else entirely. I found it hard to convince myself the forest could be this active without the presence of another human. My sense of safety, already fragile, was starting to unravel. I decided to stay put during the day, keeping the cabin secure. The forest seemed quiet, almost too quiet. When I ventured to the creek to fetch water, I noticed more footprints, fresh ones this time. They led in from the forest, veered around the creek, and vanished into the undergrowth. I felt a cold, tense knot forming in my chest. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe another hiker was nearby, lost, or maybe it was a hunter. But the footprints didn't resemble a hunting boot. They were bare, human-like, and strangely light, like someone wasn't putting their full weight down. I returned to the cabin, checking the locks repeatedly, feeling a growing pressure in my temples. The forest had become an oppressive presence, a living thing watching from every shadow. That night, I couldn't bear the thought of being alone inside the cabin. I packed a small bag with essentials, a flashlight, matches, a pocket knife, and a water bottle. I prepared myself to leave, thinking about hiking back down the overgrown trail to the main road. But the forest outside was different in the darkness, the path barely visible, twisted by fallen branches and shadows. As I stepped outside to test the terrain, I saw movement. A figure, or at least the shape of one, stood near the tree-line. I froze, barely breathing. It didn't move closer or call out. It just watched, impossibly still. I ducked behind the cabin, heart hammering, and waited. After what felt like 10 minutes, it disappeared into the trees. I didn't see it move, just gone, leaving me alone with the quiet murmur of the wind and the firelight flickering from the cabin window. Sleep was impossible after that. I stayed awake, the knife clutched in my hand, eyes darting to every shadow. When dawn finally arrived, I made a plan to leave immediately. I packed quickly, checking all corners, every window, every door. The cabin felt suffocating now, every creak amplified into a potential threat. The air smelled of damp wood and earth, heavy and oppressive. I stepped outside and started down the trail, flashlight in one hand, knife in the other. The forest seemed alive, the shadows stretching long, twisting around me. Every snap of a twig or rustle of leaves made me jump, but I pressed on, adrenaline pushing me past the fatigue that had been building all night. The trail was treacherous. Roots and rocks tore at my boots, and the undergrowth scratched at my arms and face. I kept glancing behind me, half expecting to see the figure again, but there was nothing. Hours passed. I followed the trail until it widened into a faint dirt road, leading eventually to a small clearing where a ranger station sat. I waved my flashlight, calling out. A truck pulled up, the driver's eyes wide with concern when they saw me, disheveled, exhausted, and shaking. I explained briefly, though I didn't need to embellish. My relief was overwhelming as they offered me water, a blanket, and a ride down the mountain. As we drove away, I looked back at the cabin, now tiny in the distance, the forest around it dark and foreboding. I didn't stop thinking about the footprints, the noises, and the figure that had watched me. The experience had left a mark, a constant awareness of how fragile safety can be in the wilderness. But leaving the cabin, stepping back into civilization, feeling the warmth of the truck and the reassurance of another human presence, I finally allowed myself to breathe. The forest had held its secrets close, but I had escaped, and that was enough. The cabin faded behind me, a memory of fear and tension, but one I survived, and I knew that the relief of returning to safety was something I would carry with me far longer than the terror itself. The woods would always be there, dense and silent, but I had learned the one undeniable truth. In the wilderness, being cautious, aware, and prepared wasn't just smart. It could be the difference between making it out and becoming just another story whispered by the trees. I reached the highway, and for the first time in days, I felt the weight of fear lift, replaced by the warmth of sunlight on my face, the normal sounds of traffic, and the presence of other people, ordinary and solid, reminding me that safety wasn't a guarantee, but it could be found again if you refused to let go of it. I remember the first time I realized just how small and exposed you can feel in the middle of nowhere. I had been driving for hours on a twisting, two-lane road that seemed to disappear into a dense canopy of pine and fir. The sky was gray, heavy with clouds, and the kind of silence that comes from being far from civilization pressed on my ears. I wasn't entirely sure why I had chosen that cabin. It was advertised as remote and peaceful, tucked away in a national forest, ideal for a weekend of writing and solitude. On paper, it sounded perfect. In reality, I had underestimated just how isolated it truly was. The cabin sat at the end of a dirt road that had long ago begun to reclaim itself. Potholes and ruts had formed pools of dark, murky water from last week's rain. The tires of my car sank slightly each time I passed through one, and I could feel the tension building with every turn of the wheel. When I finally reached it, the place looked like it belonged to a completely different era. Weathered cedar siding, a steep, shingled roof with some shingles missing, and a stone chimney that had long since gone unused. The front porch sagged in the middle, and I had to step carefully over a loose board to get inside. Inside, the cabin smelled like damp wood, old smoke, and the faint, musty odor of someone or something, having passed through and left traces behind. The air was still, thick, almost tangible in its heaviness. There were cobwebs in the corners, and the floor creaked with every cautious step I took. I had only brought minimal supplies, thinking I would be comfortable enough with a small pile of firewood, canned food, and water. I set my bag down in the living area and ran my hand over the rough surface of the kitchen table. It was covered with scratches and stains, evidence of years of use and neglect. The only window in the room looked out onto the surrounding trees, which were so close that their branches nearly touched the cabin walls. By evening, the forest was beginning to darken in a way that made the cabin feel like a tiny island in a sea of shadow. I decided to light a fire in the fireplace to take the chill off. The matches struck quickly, and soon the flames were dancing against the stone, giving the room a flickering warmth. It felt comforting for a moment, the kind of warmth that makes you think the world outside is quiet and manageable. But outside, the wind picked up, rattling the edges of the windows and sending shadows of swaying branches across the walls. Every gust sounded like a low, drawn-out groan, and I found myself glancing at the door more often than necessary. I tried to distract myself by unpacking the few items I had brought. Food, notebooks, pens, a small lantern. My phone barely worked, a single bar if I stood on the porch and stretched my arm just right. I didn't really care. I had come for isolation, after all. But it was unsettling not to know if anyone could reach me if something went wrong. The sun disappeared completely, and the forest around the cabin became a wall of black. The wind was constant now, and with it came a variety of unfamiliar sounds. Branches snapping, leaves rustling in patterns that didn't seem entirely natural, and the occasional low-throated grunt, that I tried to convince myself belonged to deer or some other wildlife. At some point, I realized the fire was dying, and I didn't have much wood left. I got up to fetch more from the pile outside. The wind had picked up even more, blowing snow, or maybe it was just frost, against the cabin in gusts that sounded like scraping metal. As soon as I stepped outside, the cold hit me like a wall, sharp and biting. I grabbed the next stack of logs and turned to head back inside when I noticed movement out of the corner of my eye. A shadow between the trees, moving slowly and deliberately. I froze, unsure whether it was an animal or something else. The forest was deep, and the shadows cast by the moonlight made shapes dance and stretch in ways that were almost impossible to read. I told myself it was probably a deer, or maybe just the wind twisting branches, but my stomach twisted into a tight knot anyway. I hurried back inside, slammed the door, and locked it. I leaned against the wood, listening to the storm, or whatever it was outside. The sounds of movement persisted, faint but undeniable. Something large was out there, moving in a calculated way. I had no weapons, no way of defending myself except for the flimsy door and my own presence. I kept telling myself it was a bear, or a deer, or some animal curious about the cabin. Still, the feeling of being watched was oppressive. I built the fire back up as best I could and stayed close, the flames my only comfort. Night stretched on. The wind howled, banging against the walls, making the cabin groan and shudder. Every sound made me jump, the creak of the floorboards, the whistle of air through a gap in the window, the thump of something heavy landing on the forest floor outside. At one point, a distinct sound made my blood run cold. The soft, deliberate crunch of footsteps in the snow, moving closer to the cabin. My first instinct was to hide, but there was nowhere to hide in that small space. I had to keep moving, stay alert. I grabbed a kitchen knife from the drawer, the only thing with any weight to it, and held it loosely, more for comfort than for actual protection. Hours seemed to stretch into an eternity. I didn't sleep. I stayed close to the fire, listening. Sometimes the footsteps stopped, sometimes they circled, and every now and then a tree branch would snap, almost as if something massive had collided with it. My mind kept running scenarios, none of them comforting. I considered trying to leave, but the storm outside had grown violent. Snow whipped horizontally across the landscape, visibility reduced to a few feet. The dirt road was likely impassable. I was trapped in the cabin with something, or possibly someone, watching from the darkness. By the early morning, the storm had lessened. The forest was quieter, the wind reduced to intermittent gusts that rattled the cabin like distant echoes. Exhausted but still alert, I cautiously stepped outside to assess the situation. The snow was deep, covering the ground and the path back to the road. Tracks surrounded the cabin, large, unmistakably human. Someone had walked around the entire perimeter during the night. There were no footprints leading away, only the ones around me. I felt a chill unrelated to the cold. Whoever, or whatever, had been outside had left its mark, and the thought of crossing that forest alone in daylight was terrifying. I spent the morning preparing. I gathered as much firewood as I could, reinforced the door with a makeshift brace from a fallen chair, and packed my bag with essentials. Every shadow seemed exaggerated, every sound amplified. I stayed vigilant, even as the sun rose higher, revealing the forest in stark, detailed clarity. I saw the tracks more clearly now, their size and spacing unmistakable. An adult male, large build, careful in every step. There were no other signs, no discarded items, no weapon, nothing. But the sense of being observed lingered like a weight pressing on my chest. When I finally decided I couldn't stay another night, I made a plan to leave. I waited for the storm to retreat fully, ensuring the road was navigable. With my bag slung over my shoulder and the knife still in hand, I moved cautiously, keeping my eyes on the tree-line. Every step on the snow was loud, my breath visible in the frigid air. I didn't dare look back, even though the urge was almost overwhelming. The cabin faded behind me, a small, battered silhouette against the dense forest. I kept walking, following the ruts in the road, until finally the trees began to thin. Hours later, I reached the main road, where my car had been parked along the shoulder, half buried in snow. My hands shook as I slid into the driver's seat, fumbling to start the engine. The heater kicked in, warm air washing over me, but it did little to ease the tension coiling in my muscles. I drove for hours, unwilling to stop until I reached a small town. I checked into a motel, not speaking to anyone, barely eating. Sleep came eventually, but it was shallow and fragmented, haunted by the memory of the tracks, the footsteps, and the overwhelming feeling of being watched. Even weeks later, the image of that cabin and the forest around it stayed with me. Every time I think about going back, my stomach tightens. I realize that isolation is not always peaceful. Sometimes it is exposure in its purest form, vulnerable, raw, and inescapable. The cabin was meant to be a retreat, a place to find quiet and focus. Instead, it had been a reminder that in the wild, there are boundaries and presences you cannot control, and the world outside the safety of doors and walls can feel as threatening as anything you imagine. I never returned to that forest. The cabin remains somewhere in the trees, silent and abandoned, a place that holds the memory of that long, cold night when I truly understood what fear felt like. And I know that while the cabin itself is inanimate, the experience of being utterly alone in a place designed for solitude has a weight that never leaves you. Every time I hear wind rattling through a nearby forest or snow crunching underfoot, I am reminded of it, and it keeps me cautious, alert, and aware of just how fragile a sense of safety can be when it is stripped away completely. I remember the drive up to the cabin like it was yesterday, even though it was years ago. The road was nothing more than a winding dirt path that cut through thick forest on both sides. The sun was setting when I arrived, and long shadows stretched across the ground, making every tree look like a towering, menacing figure. The cabin itself was tucked away at the end of a small clearing, almost hidden by overgrown pine and oak. From the outside, it looked quaint, even inviting, with its weathered wooden walls and a small porch that sagged slightly in the middle. But there was something about the way the wind moved through the trees that made it feel isolated in a way I hadn't fully grasped until I stepped out of the car. The air was dense and sharp, smelling of wet earth and pine resin, and it carried a quiet that was almost oppressive, as if the forest was holding its breath. The cabin door creaked when I opened it, and I was greeted by the stale scent of wood that had soaked up years of damp air. Dust motes floated in the last rays of sunlight slipping through the windows. The interior was small and compact. There was a low ceiling with thick wooden beams that had darkened over time, and the floorboards were uneven, creaking under every step. A fireplace dominated one wall, its blackened stones a reminder of fires that had burned long ago. The furniture was minimal, a couple of wooden chairs, a small table, and a narrow bed pushed into the corner. There was a faint chill in the air, even though I hadn't even stepped fully inside yet. I spent the first hour walking through the cabin, checking the doors and windows, making sure everything was locked. Outside, the forest seemed calm, but it wasn't the calm of a sunny day in a park. It was the kind of calm that feels heavy, like the air itself is watching you. As darkness fell, the forest became a wall of black, the trees blending together until I couldn't see anything past the first few yards. I lit the fireplace and tried to make the cabin feel more like home, arranging the small pile of firewood I had brought, listening to the way the flames crackled and hissed as they licked the old logs. The shadows the fire cast danced along the walls, turning ordinary objects into shapes that my mind instantly recognized as threats. Every sound from the outside, the snapping of a twig, the rustle of leaves, the soft thump of something hitting the ground, made me freeze and listen. By nightfall, the full weight of isolation had settled in. I realized there was no road nearby that cars could use, no neighbors, nothing but forest in every direction. I hadn't heard a human voice since I arrived, and even the occasional bird or insect seemed to have fallen silent. The wind began to pick up, rattling the cabin windows, and for the first time I noticed just how much the cabin itself groaned and shifted as it settled. I kept telling myself it was just old wood, nothing more, but the sound was eerie, long and hollow, like the house was breathing. I tried to read, to distract myself, but every rustle outside made me look up. Every shadow on the wall made me tense. Around midnight, the real fear started. I heard a faint scratching at one of the windows facing the forest. At first, I thought it was a branch brushing against the glass, but then it happened again, slow, deliberate, and heavier this time. My pulse jumped. The scratching didn't follow a random pattern like a branch swaying in the wind. It seemed methodical. I stood frozen, staring at the dark forest beyond the glass. The wind died for a moment, and everything was silent. Then came the thump, a heavy, muffled sound against the wooden wall of the cabin. Not a branch, not an animal that moved like a deer or a raccoon, something larger, heavier. My mind raced. trying to make sense of it. A bear? Maybe. But the sound repeated, coming closer each time, moving around the cabin in a pattern that made me certain it was tracking me. I grabbed the flashlight from the shelf and shone it out the window, trying to catch movement. The beam cut through the black, lighting up nothing but trees and underbrush. I scanned around, heart pounding, every instinct screaming that I wasn't alone, even though logically I told myself the forest was full of animals and nothing more. But the way the sound moved, deliberate and patient, didn't belong to any animal I knew. It circled the cabin once, twice, then stopped. The silence that followed was almost worse than the noise itself. My chest tightened, and I realized I had been holding my breath, listening to every creak and crack of the old wood. Hours passed in that tension, every minor noise amplified. I kept the fire burning as long as I could, shoving more wood onto the flames to create light and warmth, trying to convince myself that I wasn't being hunted by something intelligent. Occasionally, I heard the soft crunch of leaves or pine needles outside. My mind imagined footsteps pacing, watching, waiting. Sleep was impossible. The next morning, light brought some relief. Sunlight spilled through the windows, and I could finally see the forest in daylight. The previous night's terror didn't vanish entirely, but I felt safer. I stepped outside carefully, looking for signs of whatever had circled the cabin. That's when I noticed the tracks in the damp soil, large and uneven, moving in a semicircle around the cabin. They weren't human, but they were too big to be a deer. I followed them cautiously, sticking to the edges of the clearing. The tracks disappeared into the forest, vanishing as though whoever, or whatever, had made them had melted back into the trees. I stayed alert, walking the perimeter, examining broken branches and disturbed undergrowth. Everything pointed to a creature that was aware of me, aware of the cabin, but careful enough not to reveal itself fully. I spent the next day repairing the cabin's weak points, making sure windows and doors were secure, piling extra wood near the walls, and making noise deliberately to mark my presence. Every crack of a branch or rustle in the leaves had my muscles tense. By evening, I had barricaded myself inside as best I could. I lit the fire, gathered all my tools and makeshift weapons, and resolved to wait out the night. That second night was worse. The creature, or person, outside tested the cabin's defenses. I heard scratching at the door, loud thumps against the walls, and occasionally a heavy step that made the floorboards tremble. I could tell it was walking deliberately, pausing at corners, circling, assessing. My fear was sharp, stabbing, but it was tempered by a clear sense. I needed to survive until daylight. I stayed awake, listening, watching, heart pounding for hours. At dawn, the sound stopped. I didn't hear anything moving outside. When I finally ventured out, I discovered something terrifyingly clear. The tracks from the night before were gone, but the earth around the cabin had been disturbed, with deep gouges in the dirt and broken branches forming a rough circle around the structure. Whoever, or whatever, had been there had clearly been studying the cabin. The realization hit me fully. I had been under surveillance, completely alone, with nothing between me and danger but thin wooden walls. Over the next few days, I remained vigilant. I stayed mostly inside, exploring the cabin only during daylight. I mapped the surrounding forest as best I could, noting signs of movement, animal paths, and possible hiding places. Eventually, I realized the pattern. The creature stayed at the edges of the clearing, rarely venturing closer in daylight, but it had circled the cabin repeatedly at night, sometimes close enough that I could hear its breathing through the thin wood. I learned to move quietly, to watch for subtle signs, and to trust my instincts. By the end of the week, I had adapted to the cabin and the forest. I could anticipate sounds, interpret movements, and recognize the subtle signs of the creature's presence. I never saw it directly, but I knew it was there, intelligent and patient. When I finally left, driving back down the dirt road as the sun rose behind me, I felt a strange mix of relief and respect. I had survived, but the memory of the night spent listening, waiting, and calculating every movement haunted me long after. The cabin still sits there, deep in the forest, silent by day, mysterious and watchful by night, and I know that if anyone were to stay there now, they would feel it too. The quiet, the isolation, and the patient awareness of something larger than themselves lurking just beyond the walls. Even now, years later, I can close my eyes and hear the wind in the trees, the creak of the cabin, and the faint, deliberate scratch of something circling, waiting. I survived because I learned to respect the forest, the cabin, and the hidden eyes that watched me. And I understand now that true fear isn't in ghosts or fairy tales. It's in the silent, deliberate presence of something very real, just beyond your line of sight, patient and watching. The air hit me first, thick and heavy with the damp smell of pine and decaying leaves. I had driven hours to reach this cabin, isolated deep in the mountains where cell service flickered like a candle about to go out. The road was nothing more than a narrow, winding track, its edges overgrown with brambles and tall grass. I had parked my car on a small clearing just beyond a sharp curve, where the gravel had been packed down by years of infrequent visitors. The forest stretched endlessly in every direction, dark and silent, the only movement coming from the occasional flicker of leaves in the wind. I stepped out, feeling the immediate drop in temperature as shadows clung to every crevice, and I noticed how quiet it was, almost too quiet, as though the forest itself were holding its breath. The cabin was old, built from thick logs darkened with age and weather. Moss had claimed the roof in patches, and some shingles were missing entirely. A thin chimney jutted out crookedly, and I could see blackened streaks along the wood where smoke had once escaped. The porch sagged slightly on one side, and the steps creaked under my weight. I ran my hand along the rough wood of the railing, feeling splinters dig into my palm. Inside, the cabin smelled of dust, old wood, and a faint sourness that hinted at moisture trapped somewhere unseen. The floorboards groaned under every step. I flicked on the single overhead light, a weak bulb that cast more shadows than it eliminated, and it revealed a small room with a stone fireplace, a table with a few scattered chairs, and a narrow bed in the corner. A thin layer of dust covered everything, except for a few strange, circular marks on the floor near the door, which I assumed were from previous visitors. I set down my bag and began to explore. The kitchen was tiny, with a rusty sink and a stove that looked like it hadn't been used in years. The fridge hummed weakly, and I imagined it probably didn't work. There were cupboards, mostly empty, but I found a few cans of beans and a half-full bag of rice, which I set aside for later. The windows were grimy and streaked with dirt, the kind of grime that makes everything outside look distorted, dreamlike. I opened one and leaned out, staring at the thick trees that pressed in from every side. The sun was beginning to set, and the last light painted the forest in dull oranges and purples. Shadows pooled around the trunks, and I realized that if someone, or something, was out there, it could easily watch me without me seeing it. I decided to start a fire in the fireplace. The kindling was damp and smelled of rot, but after much struggle, I got a small flame going, feeding it piece by piece. The fire slowly grew, the warmth pushing against the chill that had settled into my bones. I sat back in one of the chairs, listening to the subtle sounds of the forest, branches cracking under their own weight, leaves rustling in the wind, distant birds calling before they settled for the night. Time passed quietly, the cabin growing darker as the light from the fire began to dominate the room. The shadows it cast were long and twitching, following every plank of the cabin's walls. I tried to focus on normal things, like checking the supplies and making sure the locks on the doors were secure, but every creak and groan of the cabin, under its own weight, made my stomach tighten. Night fell fully, and with it came a deeper silence. The wind had died down, leaving only the occasional snap of a branch, close enough to make me flinch each time. I sat near the fire, trying to read, but my eyes kept drifting to the windows, half expecting to see movement. That's when I noticed it, a faint, slow shuffle outside, just beyond the dim reach of the firelight. My heart jumped. I froze, listening. The sound didn't repeat immediately, but then it came again, closer this time. Footsteps? Or something dragging? I couldn't tell. I rose quietly and crept to the window, pressing my face against the cold glass. The forest beyond was black, almost impenetrable, but I thought I saw a figure, or at least the shape of one, moving between the trees. It didn't run, didn't make noise, just shifted steadily, methodically. I stepped back, telling myself it was a deer or some other animal. The forest was full of wildlife, and it was easy for the mind to play tricks in low light. But then the sound came again, this time from the side of the cabin. Something brushed against the wood outside. A low, dragging noise that sent a shiver down my spine. My rational mind screamed it had to be a fallen branch, but instinct told me otherwise. I grabbed a flashlight, checking that the batteries worked, and tried to peer outside. The beam cut a narrow path through the darkness, illuminating only the base of a tree and a patch of forest floor covered in leaves. Nothing moved. I waited, my pulse racing, ears straining. Minutes passed. Then came another sound, unmistakably deliberate, a soft, heavy thump against the porch. Someone was there. Or something. I tried to tell myself it was the wind, that maybe an animal had jumped up, but the thump came again, closer this time, and then a faint scrape along the wood. My breath caught. I considered leaving, but my car was parked down the small clearing, and the thought of stumbling through the dark forest without knowing what was out there was worse. I grabbed a kitchen knife from the counter, feeling the cold metal in my hand, and edged toward the door. My ears picked up every detail, the faint rustle of leaves, the crunch of gravel, the whisper of wind through the trees. I reached the door, pressed my back against it, and listened. Silence followed for a moment, and I thought maybe the sound had moved on. I took a cautious step outside, the flashlight in one hand and the knife in the other. The night air was colder than I expected, biting at my cheeks. I swept the beam across the clearing. Nothing, just trees and shadows. I let out a shaky breath and started walking toward the car, my steps light but hurried. The gravel crunched sharply under my feet. I glanced back once and saw a shadow shift near the edge of the forest. I ran the last few steps to the car, fumbling with the keys. The engine roared to life, loud and solid against the oppressive silence. I didn't look back as I pulled onto the narrow road, the headlights cutting a path through the darkness. But I noticed something in the rearview mirror, a flash of movement, something large and low, retreating into the black of the trees. My chest heaved. I drove without pause, gripping the wheel so tightly my knuckles hurt. By the time I reached the main road, the forest had disappeared behind me, replaced by faintly lit stretches of asphalt. My heart slowly began to settle, though the adrenaline still buzzed through my veins. I stopped at a gas station several miles down, bought water, and forced myself to sit for a while. I kept thinking about the cabin, the strange sounds, and the deliberate movements I had seen or imagined. I told myself over and over that the forest was full of animals, that the night plays tricks on your mind, that isolation amplifies fear. But I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, the certainty that something had been tracking my movements outside the cabin. I drove until the sun began to rise, casting everything in soft, pale light. The mountains that had seemed foreboding in the dark now appeared peaceful and quiet, their peaks dusted with early morning frost. I stopped at a small overlook, just to catch my breath, and looked back at the path I had come from. The clearing where the cabin sat was gone in the distance, swallowed by the trees. A thin trail of smoke curled from the chimney, and I realized it had been empty all night, abandoned in a way that made the presence I had felt even more unsettling. Weeks later, I returned with a friend during the day to check the cabin again. It was exactly as I had left it, except there were new footprints in the mud outside. Human footprints, unmistakably. They led to the forest and vanished. There was no one around. The marks near the door inside were fresh, too. I realized then that whatever had been outside that night hadn't been an animal, and the thought lingered longer than any rational explanation could chase away. I never stayed there again. I never felt the need to test the silence of that forest or the isolation of that cabin. The memory of the dragging sound, the thumps on the porch, and the shadow among the trees stayed with me, a constant reminder that some places hold a presence you can feel even when nothing is visible. The cabin was quiet now in the daylight, but I knew what had been there, and I knew it was waiting for the next person foolish enough to come alone. I arrived at the cabin in the late afternoon, just as the sun was beginning to tilt low behind the trees. The gravel road had been a narrow, twisting trail for miles, bordered by dense forest on both sides. I had driven slowly, aware that a wrong turn could have left me stranded in the wilderness for hours. The cabin itself was isolated, perched on a small clearing surrounded by thick pine and oak. It was old, built from rough-hewn logs, the roof sagging slightly in the center, and the wooden porch boards creaking underfoot as I stepped out of the car. The place had a smell of damp wood, dust, and the faint tang of mildew, like it had been waiting for someone to notice it again after years of neglect. Inside, the air was musty but not unpleasant. The cabin had a single large room with a stone fireplace at one end and a small kitchen area at the other. A staircase led to a loft above, which I assumed was the sleeping area. The furniture was sparse, a battered couch, a wooden table with mismatched chairs, and a few shelves holding a scattering of old cooking utensils and canned goods. Light filtered through the grimy windows, creating sharp contrasts across the floorboards. I set down my bag and started to explore, making mental notes of the state of the cabin, checking the locks on the doors and windows, and testing the fireplace. The chimney seemed intact, though it was clearly long and used. I decided I would need to sweep it before lighting a fire. By the time I had finished inspecting the cabin, the sun had dipped below the horizon. The forest outside turned almost black, the last traces of daylight vanishing into deep shadows. I lit a lantern, placing it on the table, and prepared a simple dinner with the supplies I had brought. The sounds of the forest at night became clearer as darkness settled. Leaves rustled with the movements of small animals, branches cracked under the weight of squirrels or raccoons, and the wind carried occasional whines and whistles that I couldn't immediately identify. The isolation made every sound more pronounced. After eating, I decided to take a walk around the clearing to stretch my legs. The ground was uneven, covered with fallen branches and patches of thick undergrowth. The moon had risen high enough to give some light, but the shadows between the trees were long and deep. I felt exposed, as if the forest itself was watching. I made a mental note to stay within the clearing after dark, but curiosity drew me closer to the tree-line. Something in the movement of the branches caught my eye, a shape slipping between the trees, quick and low. I paused, heart hammering, and tried to focus. The shadows were dense, but the movement seemed deliberate, not like that of a deer or a raccoon. It vanished as suddenly as it appeared. I returned to the cabin, convincing myself it was just an animal or a trick of the light. I double-checked the doors, secured the windows, and settled on the couch with a blanket. I tried to read, but the rustling outside kept drawing my attention. It was constant, closer now, with a subtle crunching that suggested something heavy was moving through the underbrush. I sat very still, listening, straining to hear more. Then I realized the sounds were circling the cabin. Slow, deliberate, moving around the perimeter. I grabbed a flashlight and cautiously stepped outside. The cold night air hit me, sharp and biting. I swept the beam across the clearing, revealing nothing but empty trees and darkness. No eyes reflecting in the light, no figure, nothing. Yet the sounds continued, always moving, sometimes stopping, then resuming in another direction. I began to pace, my mind racing through possibilities. A bear, a pack of coyotes, or perhaps someone else in the woods. The thought of another person being here made my stomach tighten. I had told no one where I was going. There was no reason for anyone to be here. The minutes stretched long. I returned inside and barricaded the door as best I could with the heavy table pushed against it. I kept the lantern close, ready to grab a heavier object if needed. Every shadow in the cabin seemed alive. A gust of wind rattled the windows, making me flinch. My flashlight's beam danced across the walls as I swept it over the room again and again. The noises outside continued, now accompanied by a faint snapping sound, like twigs breaking underfoot in short, uneven bursts. Sleep was impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined movement in the shadows, the presence of someone just beyond the edge of light. Around midnight, I decided I could not sit still any longer. I needed to know what was out there, to make sure I wasn't imagining it. I grabbed my coat, boots, and a small hatchet for protection, and stepped outside once more. The cold air stung my face. My flashlight's beam carved a narrow path through the darkness, revealing only trees, the uneven ground, and the occasional glint of a wet branch. As I moved around the cabin, I began marking a rough mental map. The sounds had settled into a pattern, moving through certain parts of the forest repeatedly. I noticed broken branches and disturbed leaves, footprints in the soft mud near the edge of the clearing. Too large for any deer I knew, irregular, possibly human. My pulse quickened. Whoever or whatever had been circling the cabin had left evidence now. I considered leaving, but my car was on the narrow road half a mile away, and the forest seemed thicker at night, making it almost impossible to navigate blindly. I returned to the cabin and reinforced the doors, then decided to climb into the loft. It felt safer up there, away from the ground, with a better vantage point through the small windows. I piled chairs and boxes under the loft ladder, making it more difficult to access. Hours passed. The sounds outside waxed and waned, sometimes almost stopping, sometimes circling again. Eventually, exhaustion took over. I dozed lightly, listening for any disturbance. At first light, I descended to find that the forest was calm. the noises of the previous night reduced to normal morning sounds of birds and small animals. The footprints were gone, as if whoever, or whatever, had been there had disappeared with the night. I decided to spend the day inspecting the surrounding forest carefully. I found signs of recent human activity. A small, camouflage trail leading into the woods, discarded wrappers, and a makeshift campsite a few hundred meters from the cabin. It seemed abandoned, though, with no one present. Whoever had been circling the cabin had used this trail. My unease grew, but I was relieved to have evidence that it was likely a person, not some animal. I spent the day preparing better defenses, blocking windows from the inside with heavy furniture, placing makeshift alarms from cans and string around the perimeter, and keeping my hatchet and flashlight close at hand. By nightfall, I had a plan in case someone tried to approach. The forest seemed quieter, almost holding its breath. I could see the road from the porch now, which gave me some comfort. The second night was long but different. I stayed alert, scanning constantly. At one point, a figure appeared at the edge of the clearing, illuminated by the faint moonlight. I held my breath, ready to call out or strike if necessary. But the figure hesitated, then turned and disappeared back into the woods. I realized this person had been observing the cabin, and I had been equally cautious, outwitting each other without confrontation. By morning, I made my decision. I packed my belongings quickly and locked the cabin securely behind me. I followed the road back to my car, leaving the forest and the small clearing behind. The sun was fully up, lighting the trees and clearing, making it appear serene and harmless. The isolation that had felt so threatening at night now seemed peaceful, almost beautiful. Driving away, I felt a mix of relief and curiosity. Whoever had been out there had retreated, and I had survived, but the thought lingered. I would return one day, perhaps with friends or with more preparation. But for now, I had my story, my caution, and my memory of a night when the forest felt alive in ways I had never imagined. The cabin still stood, quiet, waiting for someone to notice it again. And I knew if I ever returned, I would be ready. The experience left me with a heightened awareness, an understanding of how vulnerable isolation can make you feel. I replayed every sound, every movement, every shadow in my mind, learning to trust my instincts and respect the wilderness. The forest had not been supernatural, and there were no fairy tales at play. Just human presence, the raw tension of isolation, and the subtle terror of the unknown. In the end, I walked away unharmed, aware, and stronger, carrying the memory with me in vivid detail. I drove up the narrow dirt road as the late afternoon sun was starting to sink behind the trees. The forest was dense, the kind where sunlight barely touched the ground, and the road seemed to wind endlessly without any sign of life beyond the occasional bird or squirrel. The cabin was tucked back a few hundred meters from the road, partially hidden by a stand of pines and oaks. Its wooden walls were darkened with age, and the roof sagged slightly in the middle. I had rented it for a week to get away from everything, work, people, noise, but as I pulled up and cut the engine, a quiet unease settled over me that I couldn't quite shake. The kind of quiet that felt like it was watching. The cabin looked abandoned from the outside, but the smell of must and old wood inside was not unpleasant. It was just old. Dust motes floated in the beams of sunlight coming through the windows. I ran my fingers over the table and counters, feeling the grain of the wood and noticing tiny cracks and scratches. The floor creaked under my weight, and every step echoed in the empty space. I could see the corners were shadowed, and at first I thought it was just the light, but some shadows seemed to move slightly as if the air itself was pulling them along. I shook my head and set my backpack down, trying to focus on something practical. Outside, the wind rustled through the trees. It wasn't strong, just enough to make a soft susurration that filled the forest. I unpacked my things slowly, setting my clothes and food in the small cabinets, checking the tiny fridge, and lighting a few candles I had brought. The electricity worked, but the switches clicked loudly and the bulbs flickered when turned on. That only added to the feeling of isolation, as if the cabin itself was reminding me I wasn't alone, even though I knew I was. As evening fell, the shadows deepened, and the forest outside seemed to grow darker and heavier. The smell of damp earth and pine grew stronger, almost choking at times. I stepped outside to stretch my legs, noticing how quiet it was. Not the calm quiet of a peaceful forest, but a weighty silence that pressed in from all sides. No birds, no insects, nothing. Just the sound of my own breathing and the crunch of dry leaves under my boots. I walked a short path around the cabin, trying to see if there was any sign of a neighbor or another property nearby, but there was nothing. Only trees, dense and dark, as far as I could see. I returned inside and started a fire in the small stone fireplace. The flames crackled and sent sparks up the chimney, giving the room a warm glow. I sat in an old chair near the fire, listening to the wind outside, and tried to relax. But I couldn't stop glancing at the windows, half expecting to see someone, or something, just standing there. Hours passed, and the fire dwindled, leaving the room half-lit and cold. My eyelids grew heavy, and I decided to sleep, though I left a candle burning just in case. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke to a strange sound. At first, I thought it was just the wind, but the noise was rhythmic, deliberate. A crunching, like footsteps, but slow, measured, moving around the perimeter of the cabin. I froze, straining to hear over my own heartbeat. The wooden floorboards outside groaned slightly, and then the noise stopped. My pulse raced. I told myself it had to be an animal, a deer, maybe, or a raccoon, but the sound was too heavy for small creatures. Too precise. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. Every small noise made me tense. The hiss of a branch snapping, the rustle of leaves, even the wind shifting against the walls. I stayed by the fireplace, wrapped in a blanket, watching the darkness outside as best I could. When dawn came, it brought little relief. The forest was still oppressive, still dense, but at least I could see it in the light. I went outside, circling the cabin to see if there were any signs of an animal or person, but found nothing, only footprints in the soft dirt, which I immediately dismissed as my own from the day before. The next night was worse. I had thought the sounds were a one-time thing, a fluke of imagination and an overactive imagination in the dark, but as darkness fell again, I heard them return. Crunch, pause, shuffle, pause. I could hear it circling the cabin, slow and careful, sometimes stopping, then moving again. I stayed inside, trying to ignore it, but the sound grew louder, more deliberate, closer to the walls. At one point, I was certain I could hear a faint scratching, like nails against wood. My stomach dropped. I checked the locks on the doors and windows, making sure everything was secure. Even though the locks were old and slightly rusted, I felt safer knowing that at least the doors were closed. I stayed awake all night again. My candle burned down to a stub, my firewood was low, and I barely moved from the chair. In the morning, I went outside and examined the perimeter once more. Near the back of the cabin, I found deep footprints in the soft earth. Larger than human, but not impossibly so. I froze. They were fresh, and they led around the cabin in a wide arc, disappearing into the forest. Panic rose in my chest, but I forced myself to calm down. Whatever it was, it hadn't tried to enter, and I could see no sign of attempts to force doors or windows. I spent the day preparing. I moved furniture to block the windows I could reach, set up makeshift noise traps with cans and stones that would rattle if touched, and made sure I had my phone and keys close by. The sun dipped low behind the trees again, and the shadows stretched across the cabin. I lit a strong fire, stacked my limited firewood nearby, and stayed vigilant. The first footsteps came just after twilight. Crunch, shuffle, pause. I watched through a window, the fire casting flickering light outside. The footprints appeared at the edge of the clearing, and a large, dark shape moved slowly between the trees, circling the cabin. I caught glimpses of it, tall, broad, moving carefully, deliberately, aware of my presence. Night after night, the pattern repeated. I began to notice small signs of intelligence, too. Broken branches carefully placed to mark paths, deeper impressions in the ground that suggested it was checking doors or windows, and occasional faint scratches on the wood. The creature, or person, was patient, almost methodical. I realized I couldn't confront it. There was no way I could match whatever strength or stealth it possessed. I had to wait for a safe chance to leave. On the fourth night, I made a plan. I stayed close to the cabin, keeping my fire lit, but I prepared a route to the road, noting every obstacle and area of cover. I waited until the shape moved far enough around the cabin to the far edge of the clearing, then slipped out the back door, moving low and fast toward the road. Every step was careful, deliberate. The forest seemed to hold its breath around me, the shadows thick, the ground soft beneath my boots. My heart pounded, and I could hear the shape moving again, but I kept going, using trees and underbrush to hide my path. I reached the road just as dawn was breaking, the pale light filtering through the trees. My legs ached, my lungs burned, but I kept moving, walking quickly until I hit a main gravel road. Eventually, I saw a truck coming, and I flagged it down, breathless and shaking. The driver stopped without question, letting me climb in, and I gave them the address of the nearest town. As the truck drove away from the cabin, I looked back once. The forest behind it seemed calm again, almost ordinary, but I knew better. Something had been watching, calculating, waiting. I never went back. The cabin was beautiful in the light of day, the forest peaceful and inviting, but I couldn't shake the memory of those nights. Even now, thinking back, I can feel the weight of the silence, the deliberate steps in the dirt, the sense that something was out there just beyond the edge of sight, aware of me. I told myself it was likely a large wild animal, a bear or something similar, but the footprints, the scratches, the careful circling, none of it matched any bear I had ever seen. Months later, I learned that several cabins in the area had been broken into by a skilled poacher or survivalist, someone who moved silently, observed, and knew the forest well. No one had been hurt, but the cabins had signs of methodical exploration, doors checked, paths mapped. Everything matched what I had experienced. I realized then that I had been lucky. If I hadn't stayed alert, had made a wrong move, I might not have made it out that first week. The memory stayed with me, sharp and visceral. Even now, when I walk through a forest or hear footsteps in the dark, I feel that same tension. The knowledge that some things in the woods are patient, calculated, and waiting, and that survival sometimes comes down to staying still, staying quiet, and trusting your instincts above all else. I remember driving down the long, winding dirt road that led to the cabin. The trees were tall and dense on either side, their branches arching over the path, creating a tunnel that swallowed up most of the sunlight. It was late afternoon, and the air had a heavy, earthy smell from the recent rain. I could hear the faint rustle of leaves above me and the occasional crack of a distant branch snapping under its own weight. The cabin had been rented through a small local agency, the kind that specializes in remote properties, and the pictures online had made it look cozy, secluded, and inviting. In reality, it felt much more isolated than I had anticipated. The drive had been longer than I expected, with the GPS cutting out halfway through and me relying on rough paper directions scribbled by the rental agency. The first thing that struck me when I arrived was the silence. No cars, no distant voices, no hum of electricity. Even the wind seemed muted under the canopy of trees. The cabin itself was modest, a simple wooden structure with dark-stained logs, a pitched roof, and a small stone chimney. A thin wisp of smoke curled from it, suggesting it had been used recently, though the place appeared deserted when I walked up. The air was thick with the scent of wet pine, damp earth, and moss. As I set down my bag and looked around, I noticed the surrounding forest seemed unnervingly still. There was no movement, no birds, nothing, just the heavy weight of quiet pressing in from every side. Inside, the cabin was dimly lit by the fading sunlight streaming through dirt-smudged windows. Dust covered the wooden floors and furniture, and the air had that distinctive musty smell of an unused space. The main room was small, with a stone fireplace taking up most of one wall, a few worn chairs scattered around, and a wooden table in the center. The kitchen was equally sparse, a small counter, a few cabinets with basic utensils, a sink, and a tiny stove. A hallway led to two bedrooms, both furnished with old mattresses and blankets that looked freshly laundered, though their age showed. There was no running water, only a large barrel in the corner that smelled faintly of chlorine. The cabin had electricity, but only a single, weak light bulb flickered on in the main room. I unpacked slowly, trying to shake the creeping feeling of unease that had settled in the pit of my stomach. The isolation was one thing, but there was something more, subtle and indefinable, in the way the shadows clung to the corners of the rooms and the forest pressed close to the cabin walls. I lit the fireplace and stacked some wood, listening to the sharp crackle as the flames took hold. The warmth was comforting, but the shadows only deepened, dancing along the walls in uneven, unpredictable patterns. Outside, the wind rustled the treetops, sending a series of soft, hollow knocks against the cabin walls, like distant fists rapping at a door. Night fell faster than I expected. The forest outside was black, and the thick canopy blocked the moonlight almost entirely. I went outside briefly, flashlight in hand, to take in the area. The ground was soft and uneven, covered in a thick layer of fallen leaves and twigs. I could barely make out the outlines of other trees beyond the small clearing around the cabin. It was so quiet that my own breathing sounded loud, echoing in the darkness. I stayed outside only a few minutes before returning to the warmth of the fire. As the night deepened, strange noises began. At first, it was the familiar sounds of the forest, the creaking of trees, distant animal calls, the occasional rustle of underbrush. But then I noticed something different, heavier, deliberate sounds, like someone walking across the forest floor. The steps were slow, measured, and seemed to circle the cabin. At first, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe a deer or a raccoon or some other wildlife common in the area. But the sounds didn't match any animal I knew. There was a weight to them, a distinct rhythm that suggested something larger. I froze near the window, straining to see anything beyond the circle of flashlight and firelight, but the darkness was thick and unyielding. Hours passed. Every few minutes, the sound would return, close enough that I could hear the crunch of leaves and the snap of twigs under heavy feet. I kept the fire going, moving slowly around the cabin, checking the windows, trying to convince myself it was just wildlife. But the sense of being watched was overpowering, pressing against my chest, making each breath feel shallow. At one point, I caught a glimpse of movement just beyond the tree line, a flicker of shadow that vanished the instant I blinked. My hands trembled slightly as I fumbled with the matches to keep the fire alive. I realized I had to secure the cabin. I locked the doors, wedged the furniture against them where possible, and checked the windows. Every creak of the wooden walls, every whistle of wind through the gaps sounded amplified, like it was echoing some presence just beyond. The fire had dwindled to a low glow, and I fed it more wood, listening to the muffled thumps outside. The weight of isolation, the sheer darkness, and the uncertainty of what was out there combined into a tension I could physically feel in my chest. Sleep was impossible. I lay on one of the narrow beds, eyes open, firelight casting weak glows into the room. The noises outside continued sporadically, some near, some far, but always deliberate. I tried to make sense of them, telling myself over and over that there was a reasonable explanation. Hunters, a large animal, someone else renting property nearby. But deep down, I knew none of those explanations fit the pattern. The sounds moved in a way that suggested observation, circling, testing boundaries. Around midnight, a particularly loud thump against the side of the cabin made me sit up sharply. I could hear scratching along the wooden siding, uneven and persistent. My heart pounded so loudly, I was sure it would give away my presence if anyone, or anything, was outside. I grabbed a heavy flashlight and crept to the door. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating nothing but shadows and trees. Every instinct screamed at me to stay inside, but curiosity and the need to understand what I was hearing drew me to the edge of the porch. The beam of the flashlight swept over the forest floor and caught nothing. No movement, no figure, only darkness and the occasional shimmer of leaves. The noise stopped. Silence returned, but it was an even heavier silence, the kind that presses down and makes your ears ring. I stayed on the porch for what felt like hours, listening, straining to catch any sound, any hint of movement. Then, slowly, faint crunching returned, further away this time, receding into the blackness. I didn't follow. I didn't want to. The sound diminished gradually until it was gone, leaving only the low whisper of wind in the trees. By dawn, exhaustion overcame the tension. I hadn't slept, but I had survived the night. The forest outside was transformed in the daylight. Trees that had seemed oppressive and menacing now looked normal, even peaceful. Birds called from the canopy, and a thin mist clung to the undergrowth. I stepped outside, surveying the perimeter. The ground was disturbed in several places, trampled leaves and broken branches forming tracks that suggested a large animal, or multiple animals, had circled the cabin overnight. I photographed the marks, careful to document what I could, though I knew no one would fully understand how real the fear had felt. After breakfast, I packed up the cabin, deciding not to linger another night. As I loaded my car, I felt the eyes of the forest on me once more, the trees silent witnesses to the tension of the previous night. Driving back down the dirt road, I looked in the rearview mirror at the cabin, receding into the distance, small and solitary. I promised myself I would never return. The experience stayed with me, not like a ghost story or an imagined fear, but as a stark, realistic reminder of how isolation in the wrong place can strip away comfort and leave only raw, primal awareness of what lies in the shadows. I shared my experience with the rental agency, emphasizing the signs of disturbance around the cabin. They acknowledged the report, mentioning occasional sightings of wildlife that could be dangerous and cautioning other renters, though no one ever seemed to confirm exactly what had caused the night's terror. I realized later that the most terrifying part had not been an attack or direct threat, but the uncertainty, the raw vulnerability of being alone in a remote place where the rules of the city didn't apply, where the smallest sound could mean life or death. Months later, I still recall every detail vividly. The smell of damp pine, the creak of the cabin floor, the flicker of shadows in the firelight, the thud and scrape outside in the dark. It left a mark, a lesson in awareness and respect for nature and solitude. I never returned, but the experience taught me to prepare carefully, to trust instincts, and to understand that sometimes the real horror is not monsters or myths. It is the stark reality of isolation, the awareness of how vulnerable a single human can be when surrounded by endless, indifferent wilderness. I had been driving for hours on narrow, twisting roads lined with dense pines and oaks, the kind of roads that made you feel like the world had been cut off from everything else. My goal was a small cabin my uncle had bought years ago, sitting on a remote piece of land in the mountains, far from any town or main highway. The GPS signal had long since vanished, leaving me with only the map my uncle had mailed me and the faint memory of his directions from years before. The last few miles were rough, the road crumbling in places and littered with rocks and fallen branches. The sun was dipping low, burning orange and gold across the trees, and shadows stretched long and uneven across the path. I had driven carefully, but each bend brought the road closer to disappearing into the forest, until I finally spotted the cabin, its weathered wood blending into the landscape, almost invisible against the surrounding trees. The cabin looked small from the outside, more like a sturdy hunting lodge than a place for living, but it had been built to last. A wide, wraparound porch stretched across the front, with a few rocking chairs that had seen better days and a small stack of firewood leaning against the wall. The windows were dark and reflective, and the chimney, though empty now, hinted at the warmth the place could provide in winter. I parked my car in a clearing just beyond the porch, stepping out to stretch and take in the quiet. The air was thick with the smell of pine and damp earth, a smell so strong it almost felt like a physical presence. No sounds of people, vehicles, or even distant wildlife reached me. Only the occasional creak of the trees as a gentle wind passed through. I carried my backpack and a small duffel bag with essentials, enough food and supplies for a few days, and I was hoping to spend the weekend alone, away from work and the city noise. The porch floorboards groaned under my weight as I stepped inside, immediately feeling the drop in temperature. The cabin interior smelled faintly of old wood and something else, a mix of mildew and dust that seemed to settle into the corners. The living room was small, with a low ceiling and a single window that let in fading light. There was a fireplace with old ashes and a few logs stacked to the side. I set my bags down and went through the small kitchen, checking the stove and sink, and then made my way to the bedroom. It was modest, a bed, a dresser, and a small desk. I placed my things down, glad to see the blankets were clean, and glanced out the window. The forest was already swallowing the edges of the clearing in darkness, the tall trees casting long shadows that flickered in the wind. By the time I had unpacked, the sun was gone, and the forest outside had turned into a wall of near-complete darkness. I lit a lantern in the living room, its yellow glow painting soft circles across the walls, giving the cabin a quiet, almost comforting warmth. I made a small fire in the fireplace, the crackle of burning logs filling the room and making the shadows dance. The forest outside was silent, but there was a faint sense of movement. It could have been the wind shifting the branches, but I kept catching glimpses of something at the edge of my vision. Trees swaying unnaturally or shadows that didn't align with the wind. I tried to ignore it, chalking it up to the exhaustion from the drive and the strangeness of being completely alone. I decided to take a short walk around the clearing before it got too dark, flashlight in hand. The beam cut a narrow path through the trees, illuminating roots, fallen branches, and patches of moss. The cabin, once a comforting sight, now felt like a small island in the middle of a sea of trees. I walked slowly, listening. My footsteps sounded unusually loud against the forest floor, but every so often, I thought I heard other sounds, a branch snapping, a rustle that didn't match any wind movement. I stopped, holding my flashlight out in front of me, scanning the darkness. The forest was dense, the undergrowth thick, and the trees so tightly packed that my beam barely reached more than 10 feet in front of me. I convinced myself it was just small animals moving through the brush. Deer, maybe a fox. I had read about coyotes being active at night in these mountains, but nothing I heard could be pinpointed. Returning to the cabin, I felt the warmth of the fire and the stability of the four walls around me, but the uneasy feeling didn't leave. I prepared a simple dinner, beans and bread, heating them on the stove. The smell was oddly comforting. I ate slowly, listening to the occasional creak and pop of the wooden cabin settling, or maybe just the sound of the trees brushing together outside. Afterward, I sat in one of the rocking chairs by the fireplace, letting the firelight fill the room, and tried to relax, reading a book by the lantern. Outside, the wind had picked up, whispering through the trees, and I kept noticing sounds that seemed to be moving closer. Around 10 o'clock, I decided to check the perimeter again. The moon was bright, but it barely penetrated the forest's thickness. I walked slowly, keeping close to the cabin, the beam of the flashlight slicing through the darkness. I noticed footprints in the soft earth near the edge of the clearing. Human footprints, too large to be mine. My heart rate spiked. They didn't seem fresh, but I couldn't be sure. They came from the edge of the forest and stopped just short of the clearing. I scanned the trees with the flashlight, the beam catching nothing but branches and shadows. Still, the hairs on my neck stood on end. I decided to head back inside, locking the door behind me. Inside, I checked all the windows. Each was latched, the doors secure. Still, the feeling of being watched didn't go away. I paced the room, trying to calm down, listening to every creak, every shift of the cabin. The wind had died down, and now the forest was eerily silent. The kind of silence that presses on your ears, making you notice even the tiniest sound. Then I heard it, a low, deliberate crunch of footsteps just outside the cabin, moving slowly from one side to the other. I froze. The sound wasn't natural, not like a deer or a raccoon. It was careful, deliberate, almost patient. My mind raced. Whoever it was could be just a hiker or hunter. But why hadn't they announced themselves? Why were they lingering in the dark? I grabbed the phone from my pocket, checking for a signal. Nothing. No bars. I tried to remember the directions my uncle had given me for emergencies, but I realized I was alone, completely cut off. I spent the next few hours in the living room, moving from the fireplace to the desk and back, keeping the fire going, listening. The footsteps came and went at irregular intervals, sometimes close, sometimes fading back into the forest. I kept a baseball bat close by, and a small knife in my pocket, just in case. Sleep was impossible. Every shadow outside seemed to shift toward the cabin. Every sound felt amplified. The wind occasionally rustled through the trees, but now it seemed like it was carrying the footfalls closer. When morning finally came, I was exhausted, my nerves raw. The first light made the forest look almost peaceful, but I knew it was only an illusion. I stepped outside cautiously, scanning the clearing. The footprints from last night were gone, but new ones appeared around the edges of the clearing, closer this time, circling the cabin in a wide arc. Whoever had been there had spent the night moving around me unseen. My stomach turned. I quickly gathered my things, deciding to leave immediately. As I drove back down the crumbling road, the forest seemed alive, every branch, every tree, every shadow watching. The sun rose fully, burning through the mist in the valleys, and I finally reached a place where cell service returned. I called my uncle, telling him I wasn't coming back for now. Later, I learned that the area had a few cases of squatters, people who lived off-grid and sometimes moved through the forest at night, avoiding any traceable presence. It explained the footprints, the careful circling of the cabin, and the sense of being watched. No harm had come to me, but the thought of someone moving unseen in the dark, so close, made my skin crawl even weeks later. The cabin was beautiful, isolated, and quiet, but I realized that isolation could hide more than peace. There were shadows in the forest that could wait silently, watching, knowing you were there while you slept, and the memory of that made me wary of going back alone. The experience stayed with me, the way the wind sounded like whispers, and how the trees seemed to lean in, almost eager to conceal something waiting just beyond the edge of light. I eventually returned, this time with friends, and we installed motion sensors and reinforced the doors. The first night with people around was easier, and the feeling of being watched dissipated. I explored the forest during the day, mapping paths, understanding the terrain, and realizing that while it was beautiful and remote, it wasn't empty. Wildlife and humans alike passed through these woods. The key was respect, preparation, and knowing the difference between being alone and being vulnerable. The cabin became a retreat, a place where I could feel safe because I had acknowledged the risks, prepared for them, and had others around when it mattered. It remained my escape from the city, but I never again underestimated how close someone or something could be without your knowing, and how that closeness could make every shadow, every sound, and every night feel far longer than it had any right to. Even now, years later, when I drive past that stretch of road, I remember the quiet darkness, the circling footsteps, and the way the trees seemed to lean closer, as if they were hiding something waiting. It taught me that solitude in the forest isn't always peace. It can be awareness, and awareness is the difference between leaving unharmed and leaving as just another story the forest keeps to itself. I remember the first time I went to that cabin. It was late October, the kind of cold that seeps into your bones no matter how many layers you wear. The forest surrounding it was dense, mostly tall pines mixed with a few scraggly oaks, their leaves long gone, leaving bare, twisting branches. The road that led to the cabin was little more than a dirt track, overgrown in places and slick with fallen leaves and early frost. By the time I arrived, the sun had dipped below the horizon, and the shadows between the trees were deep and solid. There was no cell phone signal. There wasn't even a clear view of the sky because the canopy was so thick, and the fading light made the world seem more enclosed, tighter, heavier. The cabin itself was small, made of old logs, the kind that had been cut and stacked decades ago. It looked sturdy but tired, the roof sagging slightly in the middle, shingles missing in patches, and the windows dusty and streaked from years of rain and wind. The porch creaked under my boots, and when I stepped inside, the air was musty and cold, smelling of old wood and damp fabric. I had brought some supplies, enough to stay a couple of nights. A small bag of food, a lantern with extra fuel, blankets, and a few candles. The cabin had a wood stove, which was crucial because the temperature had already dropped close to freezing. I started a fire immediately, the smell of burning pine filling the room and giving me some comfort. I spent the next hour checking the cabin, making sure the windows latched and the doors closed tightly. One of the doors didn't lock properly, but the old bolt on the inside worked, and that would have to do. I unpacked my things, laid the blankets neatly on the bed, and tried to relax, though there was a tension in the air I couldn't shake. It wasn't fear at first. It was just an awareness of being completely alone in the middle of nowhere, far from any help, with only the sounds of the forest outside. Night fell quickly. With no streetlights or passing cars, darkness enveloped the cabin like a thick blanket. The lantern flickered as I read by its light, and every small noise, the wind through the pines, the occasional snapping of a branch, the distant howl of a coyote, felt louder than it should have. Around 11, I went to check the fire. The wind had picked up, rattling the window panes and making the cabin groan in ways it hadn't during the calm afternoon. I stacked a few more logs, trying to ignore the chill creeping through the floorboards. It wasn't long after that when I first noticed it. A sound outside, low and deliberate. At first, I thought it was a branch falling, or maybe an animal moving through the underbrush. But then I realized it wasn't random. There was a rhythm to it, a crunching pattern like someone, or something, was walking around the cabin, just beyond the line of trees. I froze, listening. My heart was racing, but I kept as still as possible, waiting for the sound to either go away or become identifiable. The noise continued for several minutes, circling the cabin, stopping occasionally, then moving again. I could hear it moving slowly, deliberately, boots crunching on frozen leaves, or claws scratching the ground. I checked the windows. Outside, in the dim light of the moon, all I could see were the dark shapes of trees, shifting slightly in the wind. No shadows moved between them, but I knew something was out there. My instincts screamed at me to leave, but the thought of stepping into the forest at night, in freezing conditions, with only a single flashlight, seemed more dangerous. I lit another candle and tried to focus on the fire, telling myself it was an animal, maybe a deer or a coyote, moving near the cabin. But the sounds didn't match anything I knew. They were too heavy, too deliberate. I sat by the fire for what felt like hours, listening. At some point, the steps stopped. Silence settled over the cabin, heavy and complete. I tried to sleep, but every crack of wood, every rustle of leaves outside, made me jump. Around 3 in the morning, I woke to another sound, this one closer. A tapping, soft at first, like a finger lightly drumming on the wooden walls. Then it became more pronounced, moving across the cabin exterior, pausing at each window, as if someone was testing them. My pulse shot through the roof. I stayed still, thinking, calculating. The doors were locked from the inside. The windows were closed. Whoever, or whatever, was out there couldn't get in easily. But the knowledge didn't make me feel safe. I grabbed my flashlight and cautiously opened the door, just a crack, to peek outside. The beam swept across the yard. Nothing. Only the forest, quiet and dark, the ground glistening with frost. I stepped outside fully, flashlight in hand, moving slowly around the cabin to see if I could find a trail or any sign of movement. There were footprints in the dirt, large, booted, leading from the tree around the side of the cabin and disappearing into the woods behind me. I didn't recognize them. They were human-sized but too heavy, the imprint deep and deliberate. No one should have been here. I went back inside and secured everything again, placing a chair under the doorknob as a precaution. I couldn't sleep, not really. I kept thinking about the footprints and the sound of deliberate movement outside. At some point, as the sky began to lighten, I finally dozed, exhausted and tense. Morning brought no relief. The sun was weak behind thick clouds, barely lighting the clearing around the cabin. I stepped outside and examined the yard. More footprints had appeared overnight, circling the cabin, leaving the snow and frost disturbed. I realized then that I hadn't heard footsteps leaving. Whoever had been there had stayed close, watching, waiting. Panic began to settle over me, but I forced myself to stay calm. I needed a plan. I packed my things, deciding to leave immediately, but as I loaded the last of my gear into the car, I noticed something else. The firewood pile, which I had neatly stacked the day before, was disturbed. Logs were scattered, some broken, arranged in a way that suggested someone had leaned against them, or worse. The sense of being watched returned, sharp and insistent. I got into the car, locked the doors, and started the engine, listening. There was no one there. Nothing but the wind and the distant groan of the trees. I drove slowly back down the dirt road, eyes darting to the tree line, scanning for movement. Every shadow seemed like it might hold something, every bend in the road a potential hiding place. When I finally reached the main highway, relief washed over me. I stopped at the first gas station I saw, shaking, and called a friend, telling them where I had been. I didn't stay long. Weeks later, I learned that a group of hikers had been camping nearby the same week I was there. One of them had reported hearing heavy footsteps around their tents at night and waking to find items moved or missing. Rangers investigated, but found nothing conclusive. I don't know who or what was in those woods that night. All I know is that I'll never go back to that cabin. The forest itself, with its dark, enclosed paths and the way it swallowed sound, felt alive in a way I couldn't describe. I could still see the footprints in the frost, the broken logs, and hear the echo of heavy steps circling, always circling. Since then, I avoid isolated cabins in dense woods, especially in late autumn and winter when the cold and darkness make the world seem smaller and stranger. I stick to populated trails, cabins near towns, anywhere I can be seen or helped quickly. The memory of that night still comes back in dreams sometimes, and when it does, I feel that same icy weight in my chest, the sense of being watched, the echo of footsteps that don't belong to anyone I've ever met. I learned that some places are just too lonely, too quiet, and too easy for danger to hide in plain sight, waiting patient until it knows you're alone. I remember the first time I stayed in that cabin. It was deep in the mountains, far from the nearest town, and I had convinced myself that isolation would be peaceful, maybe even freeing. The drive up the winding dirt road was long and exhausting, with trees pressing in on both sides, their branches scratching against the car windows like fingernails. By the time I reached the small clearing where the cabin sat, the sun had begun to sink behind the mountains, casting long, dark shadows across the uneven ground. The cabin itself was old, made of rough-hewn logs darkened by years of weather, with a tin roof that had rusted in patches and a small porch that sagged slightly in the middle. The air smelled of pine, wet earth, and something faintly metallic, though I didn't think much of it at the time. The first thing I did was unpack the car, moving slowly because I could feel the cold creeping into my fingers, even in the late summer. I stacked firewood by the porch, careful to keep it dry, and lit a small lantern inside the cabin. The interior was dim and smelled of dust and wood smoke, a faint, lingering odor of mold in one corner where the roof had leaked in a previous storm. The floors were uneven, with boards that creaked sharply under every step. I set my bag down by a small table and tried to ignore the way the walls seemed to lean in slightly, as if the cabin itself were watching me. I told myself it was silly, just the imagination. As night fell, the sounds outside became more pronounced. The wind moved through the trees, making a low, moaning sound, and every so often, a branch would snap under its own weight or from some unseen animal. I could hear the distant howl of a coyote, then the rustle of something moving in the underbrush. I tried to focus on small tasks, checking the fireplace, stacking more wood, making sure the lantern had oil. But the noises didn't stop. They grew more varied, closer, and harder to place. Something scuttled near the cabin, a fast, deliberate movement that I couldn't see through the darkened windows. My stomach twisted, but I kept telling myself it was just a raccoon or a deer. I slept fitfully that first night, waking every hour to a new sound. The floorboards groaned beneath me, the wind tapped at the windows, and once, I could have sworn I heard something scratching at the door. Morning brought a false sense of relief. Sunlight poured into the cabin, and the forest looked peaceful in the early light. Birds were chirping, a small stream babbled in the distance, and I felt foolish for being so jumpy. I spent the day exploring the area, walking the perimeter of the clearing, noticing signs of animals, claw marks on tree trunks, flattened grass where deer had bedded down, and tracks that led nowhere I could follow. It was the second night when everything started to feel wrong. I had been reading by the fire, the lantern flickering, when I heard a sound outside, footsteps. Slow, deliberate, crunching through the gravel and dead leaves. I froze, straining to listen. They stopped near the porch, then moved around the side of the cabin. I didn't make a sound, didn't even breathe, trying to convince myself it was just the wind or a branch falling. But the sounds didn't leave. They circled the cabin slowly, methodically, always stopping where I couldn't see. My heart hammered in my chest. I wanted to leave, but the nearest town was miles away, and the dirt road had washed out a bit from recent rains. My car was parked in the clearing, but to reach it, I would have had to walk through the dark woods. I sat still for hours, listening to the footsteps that seemed to echo in my mind more than the clearing. Every now and then, I heard a faint rustle, a soft scraping, like something brushing against the cabin's walls. The fire had burned low, and the shadows danced across the room, making the corners seem darker than they were. I tried to stay rational, telling myself that maybe some deer or a large raccoon had found its way close to the cabin. But deep down, I knew the rhythm of the movements didn't match any animal I'd ever heard. Sleep came eventually, but it was shallow. I dreamed of being outside, moving through the forest, always feeling eyes on me, always hearing that slow, deliberate step following just behind. When I woke, the lantern had gone out. My fire had died. The morning light didn't help as much as I hoped. I felt exhausted and hollow, like a part of me had been left in the night. I decided to stay inside, checking the cabin from the windows, scanning the tree line for any movement. By midday, I began to gather wood again, but every trip outside made my skin crawl. Branches snapped underfoot, shadows shifted unnaturally, and I was sure I saw shapes moving between the trees. By the third night, I couldn't ignore it anymore. I was tired, hungry, and constantly on edge, my nerves raw from hours of listening and watching. The wind picked up, rattling the windows, and the cabin seemed to shrink around me. I couldn't tell if the sounds were outside or inside, and every little noise made me jump. Then I heard it, a sharp, distinct tap at the window, like a knuckle knocking. My heart stopped. I stayed as still as possible, my eyes fixed on the spot. After a long moment, it came again, then again, slow, deliberate, a rhythm meant to be noticed. I realized with a sickening certainty that someone, or something, was out there, watching, waiting. I gathered the courage to look outside, but the forest was thick, dark, and silent. No figure, no movement, just the shadows of the trees swaying in the wind. I checked the perimeter, walking cautiously, my bare feet crunching on the gravel. There was nothing, only the marks of animals, but the feeling of being watched remained. I realized I had been right all along. It wasn't the wind, it wasn't animals. Someone had been circling the cabin, hiding, waiting for me to leave or fall asleep. The next day I made a decision. I couldn't stay another night. I packed quickly, keeping my movements quiet, and loaded the car. I waited until the sun was high, then left the cabin without looking back. The drive down the mountain was tense. Every shadow along the road seemed like someone standing there, waiting to stop me. I arrived at the nearest gas station with my hands shaking and my heart pounding, trying to tell myself it was over. Weeks later, I returned with the police. They searched the cabin, the surrounding woods, and the road leading up to it. There were no signs of anyone having stayed there recently. No tracks, no evidence, just the marks of wildlife and the uneven earth around the cabin. It made me question what had happened, if maybe it had been my imagination running wild from isolation and fatigue. But I knew what I had heard, what I had felt, the deliberate steps, the taps on the window, the circling in the dark. I would never stay in that cabin again, and I would never forget the feeling of being watched when there was supposedly no one there. Even now, I can remember the smell of the damp earth, the cold bite of the wind through the broken windows, the way the shadows clung to the walls inside, and the sound of those steps moving around the cabin as if it had a mind of its own. That cabin wasn't haunted by ghosts, but by something just as unsettling. The certainty that someone else had been there, hidden in the dark, waiting. And I'll never go back to see if they still are. I remember driving up the winding dirt road, the tires crunching over loose stones and patches of dried leaves, feeling a mixture of excitement and unease. The forest on either side was dense and dark, the tall pines and oaks leaning over the road like silent sentinels. I had found the cabin online, listed as remote and quiet, and the pictures had made it seem cozy, tucked into a small clearing far from the nearest town. The reality was even more isolated. By the time I reached the cabin, the sun was just a low orange smear behind the trees, and the shadows stretched long across the forest floor. The cabin itself was made of weathered logs, the kind that had seen decades of rain and wind. The roof sagged slightly in the middle, and the porch creaked underfoot as I stepped onto it. The windows were clouded with dust, and the front door, though solid, looked like it had been left to the elements for years. I unlocked it and pushed it open, the hinges groaning loudly, echoing into the empty interior. Inside, the air was heavy and cold, carrying the smell of damp wood and something faintly sour, like old mold. Dust motes floated in the last rays of sunlight that managed to sneak through the dirty windows. I dropped my bags on the floor and started inspecting the cabin. The living area had a stone fireplace, blackened from years of use, and a wooden table with chairs that wobbled when I touched them. The kitchen was small, with a rusted sink and counters covered in dust and stains. There was a bedroom off to one side, a single bed with a thin mattress, and a bathroom with a cracked mirror, and a sink that leaked slightly when I turned the tap. Everything felt untouched for a long time, like someone had walked away and never come back. I felt a shiver run down my spine, but tried to brush it off. I had stayed in remote cabins before. The isolation was part of the appeal. I spent the next hour getting the fireplace going. The wood stacked outside was damp in places, and it took several attempts to get a decent fire going. By the time the flames caught, the cabin glowed faintly with a warm orange light. Outside, the wind rustled the trees, and I could hear branches snapping under their own weight, but inside, I felt a small sense of comfort. I unpacked some food, boiled water for coffee, and settled in with a blanket on the creaky couch. Night came quickly. The sky outside darkened to a deep blue, and the forest became almost impenetrable in the shadows. I had brought a lantern and some flashlights, but I kept the fire going as my main source of light. Everything outside the cabin seemed alive in a way I wasn't used to. Every crack of a branch, every rustle in the leaves, sounded amplified in the quiet. I told myself it was just deer or small animals moving through the forest, but the feeling of being watched was difficult to shake. I checked the locks on the door and windows, making sure everything was secure, even though logically, I knew the nearest neighbor was miles away, and any person would have to drive an hour just to get here. As the night deepened, the noises in the forest grew. A distant howl echoed between the trees, low and mournful, and my stomach tightened. I had heard wolves in these woods before, but the sound was closer than I had anticipated. I tried to focus on the fire, keeping it alive, feeding small logs one at a time. The crackle and pop of the flames became almost hypnotic, but then I heard it, a distinct thump against the outside wall of the cabin. My heart stopped. I froze, listening. The sound came again, slow and deliberate, like someone stepping cautiously across the deck. I grabbed the flashlight, my fingers trembling, and shone it toward the window. Nothing. Only shadows of the trees swaying in the wind. I reminded myself that it could be an animal, maybe a raccoon or a deer brushing against the wood. But then I heard another sound from the other side of the cabin, a dragging noise, faint but definite. My pulse raced, and I moved toward the door, flashlight in hand. Every step creaked, announcing my movement to whatever might be outside. I reached the porch, shining the beam over the clearing. There was nothing, just the black silhouettes of trees and the ground littered with leaves. I scanned the forest, my breath catching in my throat every time a branch snapped nearby. Nothing moved, but the sense of being observed didn't fade. I tried to laugh quietly, telling myself I was letting my imagination run wild. I went back inside, bolting the door and pulling a chair against it for extra security. I sat back down, the firelight flickering across the walls, but sleep didn't come. Every noise outside, the wind shifting, the branches rubbing together, even the faint crunch of snow or leaves underfoot, felt magnified. I started checking the cabin again, going through each window and door, making sure everything was locked. The flashlight's beam danced across the room, catching every shadow, and I realized that the darkness outside made the cabin feel smaller, almost suffocating. Hours passed slowly. The fire burned low, and the wind picked up, rattling the cabin and making the walls groan. I could hear something moving near the back of the cabin again. This time, it was deliberate, slow, and cautious, almost like someone was circling. My stomach twisted, and I debated leaving, but the forest around the cabin was impenetrable in the dark. My only option was to stay put and hope that whoever, or whatever, was outside would leave. I kept the lantern close, the weak light casting shadows that danced across the walls. The sounds continued sporadically, never constant, always just enough to keep me tense. Eventually, I decided to try to sleep. I moved the chair back, closed the bedroom door, and lay down under the thin blanket. The noises outside didn't stop, but they became a background rhythm. I told myself I would leave first thing in the morning, after daylight returned. Sleep came in short bursts, broken by the occasional noise that made me sit up and listen. Morning arrived slowly, the first light of dawn creeping through the dirty windows. I opened the door cautiously, the cold air hitting my face. The forest was still, eerily quiet. I stepped onto the porch and looked around. The ground was covered with scattered leaves, but no footprints. No signs of anyone having been near the cabin, except for the tracks of deer and small animals. I breathed a sigh of relief, but the unease lingered. My body was tense, adrenaline still high from the night's events. I decided not to waste time. I packed quickly, leaving behind nothing that might weigh me down, and locked the cabin securely. As I drove away, the winding road stretching before me, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, had been watching me all night. The thought was unsettling, but there was nothing I could do about it. The cabin faded into the trees behind me, looking just as empty and uninhabited as when I had arrived, and yet I knew I wouldn't be returning. The experience left a mark, a constant awareness of how vulnerable isolation can make you feel. The forest was beautiful, serene even, but it was alive in ways that I hadn't fully appreciated before. I had faced the night alone, and though I made it out unharmed, the tension and fear had been real, palpable, and unforgettable. Even now, thinking back, I remember the smell of the damp wood, the cold that seemed to seep through the floorboards, and the sounds that made me jump at every turn. It taught me a lesson about being truly alone in the wilderness, and about the small but important things, like a locked door, a fire, and a flashlight, that can mean the difference between feeling safe and feeling hunted. The cabin stood silently in the forest, waiting for the next visitor, and I knew it would take someone else's courage or recklessness to experience the same fear that I had. I left with a mix of relief and lingering dread, grateful for daylight, for the safety of a road, and for the ability to drive away from a place that had made me feel truly exposed, aware of every sound, every shadow, and every inch of the wild around me. I remember the first time I went out to that cabin. It was late summer, the kind of summer that hangs in the air like a thick blanket, making the evenings warm but the mornings sharp and cold. The cabin itself sat at the edge of a dense forest, a small clearing surrounding it just wide enough for a car to squeeze in and for some grass to grow. The structure was old, probably built decades ago, with logs darkened by age and weather, and a roof that had clearly survived more storms than I cared to imagine. From the outside, it looked cozy, almost inviting, but there was a stillness to it that didn't sit right. Standing there on the porch, I could feel the silence pressing in from the woods, a quiet that felt unnatural, like the forest was holding its breath. The path leading up to the cabin was narrow and overgrown, more of a track than a road. Driving up, I had to swerve around fallen branches and large stones that dotted the path. Each bump in the car made my stomach tighten, the sound echoing in the quiet like a warning. When I finally pulled into the clearing, I stepped out and noticed how the forest seemed closer than it should have been, the trees towering over the cabin like silent sentinels. There was no wind, not even the faintest rustle of leaves, and the air felt heavy, humid but still. I shook it off and carried my bag inside. Inside, the cabin smelled of wood, old blankets, and a faint dampness that suggested it hadn't been aired out in a while. The floorboards creaked under my weight, and the furniture was sparse. A table, a few chairs, and a couple of rickety beds pushed against opposite walls. There was a small wood stove in the corner, a stack of firewood beside it, and a lantern hanging on a hook near the door. I set down my bag and began inspecting the place, opening the windows to let in some air and checking the locks. Everything seemed intact, but the quiet felt denser inside, as if the walls themselves were listening. That evening, I decided to make a fire. The sun had dipped below the horizon, and the forest was turning into a black mass, the edges blurred in shadow. I stacked some logs in the stove and struck a match. The flame caught, flickering and casting long shadows that danced across the walls. I sat back in a chair and watched the fire, the warmth comforting but the silence pressing. Outside, I could hear nothing. Not a bird, not the wind, not even the scuttling of small animals. The quiet was so complete it was almost loud. I tried to read, but every time I turned a page, the creak of the floorboards seemed amplified, and I imagined something moving just outside the window watching. Around midnight, I went to bed. The mattress was thin and hard, the blankets rough against my skin. I kept the lantern lit, more for comfort than anything else, and lay listening. At first, there was nothing. The silence remained, absolute and complete. But then I thought I heard it, a subtle sound, like something brushing against the cabin from the outside. I froze, straining my ears, and the sound stopped. I waited, heart pounding, and after a few minutes, I convinced myself it had been the wind, a branch against the roof. I tried to sleep, but every small noise, the crack of the firewood, the distant rustle of leaves, made me startle awake. Hours passed like that. I would drift into half-sleep only to be jerked awake by noises I couldn't place. A soft scrape on the porch, the brush of something moving outside, the occasional thump that seemed to come from the trees themselves. Each time I convinced myself it was nothing, but each time the feeling of being watched grew stronger. I got up and checked the windows. All were closed, the locks secure, and yet the sensation of someone, or something, lurking beyond the walls refused to fade. By dawn, I was exhausted but restless. I left the cabin and walked the perimeter, looking for any sign of animals or intruders. There were tracks in the dirt outside, but they were strange, inconsistent. Too big for a deer, too small for a bear, the impressions oddly spaced. I traced them through the clearing and toward the edge of the forest, where they disappeared into the shadows. I tried to shake the unease, telling myself the tracks belonged to some wild animal passing through, but there was a pattern to them that made my stomach tighten, as if whatever had made them had been circling the cabin watching. That day passed in a haze of anxiety and vigilance. I kept checking the locks, inspecting the windows, and sitting near the door with a heavy stick in my hand. Every sound outside made my pulse spike, the distant caw of a bird, the flutter of leaves, the snapping of a twig. By evening, I was too wound up to eat or relax. I built another fire, keeping the lantern nearby, and sat in a chair facing the door, eyes constantly scanning the shadows beyond the clearing. Darkness fell quickly in that forest, the trees swallowing the edges of the clearing, and with it, the cabin seemed to shrink, confined within the weight of the shadows pressing from all sides. Around midnight, I heard it again, louder this time. A distinct, deliberate scraping at the porch, followed by the sound of wood shifting, like someone leaning against the wall. I froze, every muscle tense. The lantern flickered, casting long, uncertain shadows that made the corners of the cabin seem to writhe. I gripped the stick, my knuckles white, and held my breath. The sound continued intermittently, scraping, shifting, moving around the cabin. Then, silence again. I waited, straining to hear anything, the minutes stretching unbearably. When nothing came, I dared to peek out the window. The clearing was empty, but I could see movement at the edge of the forest, shadows slipping between the trees like liquid. I knew I couldn't stay inside, trapped by fear. At first light, I packed everything quickly. My hands shook as I threw blankets, clothes, and the few supplies into my bag. I took one last look around the cabin, the walls and floorboards suddenly hostile and unfamiliar, and stepped outside. The air was cold and crisp, a stark contrast to the oppressive warmth inside. I moved quickly down the path, keeping my eyes on the edge of the forest. Every rustle, every whisper of movement, made me tense, but I kept walking, stepping over the branches and rocks, moving faster than I ever had in that stretch of clearing. By the time I reached my car, the sun was rising, spilling pale light across the path and the tops of the trees. The forest seemed less menacing in the daylight, but the memory of the night lingered, a tight knot in my chest. I got in the car, locked the doors, and drove off the narrow track, glancing in the rearview mirror. The cabin disappeared behind the trees, swallowed up by shadows that the morning couldn't fully chase away. I didn't look back after that, focusing only on the road ahead. When I finally got back to a place with other people, the sense of isolation faded, but the fear remained as a shadow at the edge of my thoughts. The cabin itself had been untouched, structurally sound and unremarkable, but the experience stayed with me. I realized that what had terrified me wasn't anything supernatural, wasn't a ghost or a creature from a story. It was the silence, the isolation, the knowledge that something unseen could be just beyond the walls, watching, moving, and waiting. I never went back, and I don't think I ever will. That cabin, the forest around it, and the oppressive quiet had carved themselves into my memory. A reminder that some places are dangerous simply because the unknown is enough to keep you awake, tense, and unsettled, even when nothing directly harms you. I remember driving down the winding dirt road toward the cabin, the sun just starting to dip behind the dense forest. The gravel crunched under the tires, and every time I hit a small rock, it jolted through the floor of the old car. I had been excited about the trip for weeks, seeking some quiet away from the city, away from the constant hum of lights, cars, and people. The cabin was in a remote area, far enough from any real town that the GPS signal faded completely once I hit the last turn off the main road. That thought both thrilled me and unnerved me a little. It was exactly what I wanted, solitude. But as the shadows stretched and the trees thickened, I began to notice just how dense and unbroken the forest really was. There were no other houses, no signs of life, just the dark green mass of pines and oaks pressing in on both sides of the narrow road. By the time I reached the small clearing where the cabin stood, the last traces of sunlight were gone, leaving a soft gray twilight. The cabin itself looked older than I expected. Its wood siding was dark and weathered, the kind of wood that had soaked up decades of sun, rain, and snow. A thin trail of smoke curled from the chimney, meaning someone had been here recently, though no one was around now. The porch sagged slightly in the middle, and the front steps creaked under my weight as I climbed them. I fumbled with the keys, finally getting the lock to turn after several tries. Inside, the cabin smelled of old pine and something faintly metallic, probably from rusted tools stored in a corner. I dropped my bags and started a fire in the small stone fireplace. The first flames seemed to flicker unevenly, struggling to catch, but after a few minutes, they grew strong and steady. The warmth felt good against the sudden drop in temperature outside, and the light made the room feel a little less empty, a little less like I was the only person alive in the middle of a vast forest. I had expected isolation, but the silence here was deeper than I anticipated. It was the kind of silence that made every creak and snap of wood or shifting of the fire feel amplified. After setting up the fire, I wandered around the cabin, taking note of every detail. The furniture was sparse, a wooden table with 4 chairs, a couple of cabinets with basic dishes, a small bed pushed into the corner, and a loft that could be accessed by a narrow ladder. The windows were thick with grime and dust, making it hard to see the forest outside clearly, though I could just make out the silhouettes of the trees swaying gently in the wind. Everything looked untouched for months, maybe even years. There was a sense of abandonment here, even if it had been maintained enough to still be livable. Night fell fully, and I ate a simple dinner I had brought along. The sounds outside the cabin had grown sharper. The wind rustled through the branches, and somewhere, a bird or small animal let out a sudden cry. I tried to convince myself it was nothing, just the natural life of the forest, but the darkness pressed against the windows in a way that felt oppressive. It was more than just visual darkness. It felt like the trees themselves were leaning in watching. After dinner, I decided to explore the area immediately surrounding the cabin. I walked down the small path behind it, trying to stay close to the clearing where I could see the moonlight reflecting off patches of snow that hadn't yet melted. The forest floor was uneven, littered with fallen branches and thick patches of dead leaves. Each step felt deliberate, cautious. Every snap of a twig underfoot made me tense. I noticed animal tracks, deer mostly, but also smaller ones that I couldn't immediately identify. The forest was alive in a way I hadn't felt in years. The deeper I went, the quieter it became, and it was then that I realized how easy it would be to lose the path and be swallowed by the trees. I turned back before venturing too far. Back in the cabin, I double-checked the locks on the doors and windows. The sense of isolation was both thrilling and unnerving. I tried to focus on reading a book by the fire, but every time I looked up, I felt the weight of the darkness pressing against the walls. At some point, I noticed a faint sound from outside, a low, rhythmic thumping that seemed too deliberate to be random. My heart jumped, and I strained to listen. The sound would stop, then start again a few seconds later. It wasn't like any animal I had ever heard. I couldn't see anything outside, just the black silhouettes of trees. I considered that it might be some kind of natural phenomenon, maybe a falling branch or an animal dragging something. But the pattern was too consistent, too purposeful. I grabbed a flashlight and stepped onto the porch, shining the beam into the forest. The light cut a narrow path through the trees, illuminating nothing but leaves and trunks. The sound stopped as soon as I was outside. I scanned the clearing and the shadows beyond, and after a few tense minutes, I decided to head back inside. As the night grew colder, the noises became more frequent. Thumps, scratches, something moving just beyond the reach of my firelight. I stayed in the cabin, huddled near the fireplace, flashlight at the ready. The longer I sat there, the more I realized how exposed I really was. The cabin was just a thin layer of wood and nails between me and whatever was out there. The thought was both terrifying and oddly fascinating. Around midnight, I was awakened by a loud crash from the back of the cabin, near the small storage shed I hadn't explored yet. My heart pounded in my chest as I grabbed the flashlight and carefully approached the door. The shed door was ajar, swinging slightly on its hinges, though I was certain I had closed it earlier. I shone the light inside, but it was empty. The crash had apparently come from the interior walls, as though something had struck them from the inside. I stepped back, trying to rationalize it. Perhaps the wind had blown a branch into the wall, or maybe a raccoon or deer had gotten inside. I decided to stay up the rest of the night, unable to sleep with that sound echoing in my mind. Hours passed slowly. Every rustle, every snap made me jump. I kept checking the windows, listening intently. The forest felt alive, almost aware of my presence. The moon moved across the sky, casting eerie shadows through the dirty glass. Morning finally came, pale light seeping into the cabin. I stepped outside, cautious but determined to check the surroundings in daylight. The forest looked entirely different in the morning sun, less threatening, more natural, but still imposing. I inspected the shed and found signs of animals. Squirrels or raccoons had clearly been inside, leaving bits of food and droppings. The thumping, the crashes, it seemed plausible now that they had caused at least some of the night's disturbances. I decided to make the day productive, exploring the paths leading out of the clearing. I found a small creek not far from the cabin and a few clusters of wild berries. The forest was beautiful, but I remained aware of how easily one could get lost. I marked trees along the way to ensure I could find my path back. The daylight made the forest navigable, but I knew the shadows would return, and with them, the same uneasy tension from the night before. That evening, I prepared another fire and settled in with a sense of accomplishment. I had survived the first night, explored the area, and realized the disturbances weren't supernatural, just animals and natural occurrences amplified by fear and darkness. Still, I remained cautious. I kept a log of every noise, every movement outside. The cabin, though old and weathered, felt increasingly like a fortress the more I understood it. On the third night, I was better prepared. I reinforced the shed door with some old planks I found, cleared some brush around the cabin to improve visibility, and made a small pile of stones in case I needed to create noise to scare animals off. The forest still pressed in, still loomed, but I had a plan. Every sound, every movement, was noted and rationalized. The fear was still there, but it had shifted from paralyzing terror to cautious respect. By the fourth day, I had developed a rhythm. Mornings were for exploration, Afternoons for maintenance and preparation, evenings for fire and observation. The nights were still tense, but I had learned to manage my fear, to stay alert without panicking. I realized that the cabin, the forest, and the solitude were teaching me more than I had expected. The sense of danger was real, but it was manageable, tangible, and understandable. On the final night, I sat by the fire reflecting on the experience. The forest was alive, yes, but it was a natural life, not something malevolent. The crashes, the thumps, the sounds that had terrified me were all explainable. I had learned to observe, to anticipate, to prepare. The cabin was old and creaky, but it was solid. I could survive here. I had survived here. Morning arrived, clear and bright. I packed my belongings carefully, made one last sweep of the cabin, and locked the doors behind me. Walking back to the car, I felt a strange sense of calm and accomplishment. The forest had tested me, but it had also shown me resilience, patience, and awareness. The sun rose higher, and I drove away, the gravel crunching under the tires now sounding less ominous and more like a familiar rhythm. The forest receded in my rearview mirror, vast and endless, but no longer threatening. I had faced the isolation, the darkness, the unknown, and emerged with a clear understanding and a sense of mastery. The cabin, the forest, the long nights, they were behind me, but the lessons I had learned would stay with me forever. The drive back to civilization was quiet, but I didn't mind. I had the memory of the forest, the cold nights, the fire, the thumps in the dark, all recorded vividly in my mind. I felt stronger, more alert, and more aware of the world around me. The cabin had been scary, but it had also been a place of growth. By the time I reached the first signs of the city, the streetlights, the hum of traffic, the distant sirens, I realized I wasn't just leaving the forest behind. I was bringing I remember the drive up to the cabin vividly. The road was nothing more than a rough dirt path, winding through thick forest on either side. The sun was low in the sky, filtering through the dense pine trees in long, slanting beams that painted the dust in the air gold. Every so often, a gust of wind would shake the treetops, sending a cascade of needles down like rain. I had been looking forward to this weekend for weeks, a chance to get away from the city and the noise, to be completely alone in the woods. What I didn't anticipate was how alone it would feel once the sun dipped completely below the horizon. The cabin itself appeared out of the trees suddenly, small and made entirely of dark, weathered logs. Smoke from the chimney rose lazily into the evening air, a faint promise of warmth inside. The front porch sagged slightly, and the boards creaked under my weight as I stepped onto it. The air smelled faintly of damp wood and pine resin. The door was old, with a rusted iron handle, and when I turned it, it groaned in protest. Inside, the cabin was simple but functional. A stone fireplace dominated one wall, a thick layer of ash already visible in its hearth. The furniture was sparse, a rough wooden table, 2 chairs, a small bed in the corner with a thin mattress. The floor was made of worn planks that creaked with every step. I set down my bag and unpacked a few essentials. The cabin was quiet in a way that felt unnatural at first. There was no hum of electricity, no distant road noise, no chirping of crickets yet. Just the faint whisper of the wind outside and the occasional snap of a branch. I decided to light a fire in the fireplace to keep warm and to illuminate the cabin. Matches struck with difficulty in the damp air, but eventually, the kindling caught. The flames licked upward, casting long, moving shadows across the walls. The glow was comforting, but it also made the darkness beyond the windows seem deeper. Night fell quickly. The forest outside seemed to close in around the cabin, swallowing the last traces of twilight. I could hear the rustle of leaves, the distant call of an owl, but mostly it was silence. I ate a simple meal from the cooler I had brought, trying to ignore the growing feeling of being watched. It wasn't that I actually saw anything, but the awareness of the dark, empty forest pressed in on me. After dinner, I decided to explore the property. The cabin sat on a small clearing, perhaps 50 yards across, before the trees began again. I walked to the edge of the clearing, my flashlight cutting through the blackness. Everything looked normal, nothing out of place, yet every crack of a branch or rustle of leaves made me jump. I tried to convince myself it was just the wind, small animals moving in the underbrush, nothing more. But there was a rhythm to some of the sounds, a pause, and then another step that didn't feel natural. Returning to the cabin, I double-checked the locks and windows. The door rattled slightly in the wind, but otherwise seemed secure. I sat in a chair by the fire, trying to calm my nerves, listening to the wind and the distant sounds of the forest. After a while, I convinced myself I was imagining things. It had to be the isolation playing tricks on me. I told myself I would go to sleep, wake up early, enjoy a quiet morning, and all of this would just be part of the experience. I didn't sleep well. Every sound seemed amplified in the silence. Branches snapping, the wind rattling the roof, distant calls of animals I couldn't identify. Around midnight, I heard something different. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, outside the cabin. At first, I froze, straining to hear. The steps moved around the perimeter, pausing occasionally. The sound of crunching leaves and twigs was unmistakable. Whoever, or whatever, was outside knew I was in there. My heart pounded, but I forced myself to stay calm. I thought maybe it was a deer, but the rhythm of the steps, the weight behind them, didn't match any animal I knew. I grabbed a flashlight and went to the window. The beam swept over the trees and the clearing, but nothing moved. No shadows, no figure, nothing. Yet the sound continued, circling the cabin. My rational mind screamed that it was probably an animal, maybe a bear, maybe someone hiking in the area. But the area was remote, miles from the nearest trail. There shouldn't have been anyone out here. The footsteps stopped. For several long minutes, there was nothing. Then a knock on the door, faint but deliberate. I froze, unsure what to do. The door was locked, but that didn't ease my fear. I moved to another window to look out, scanning the darkness, shining the flashlight in every direction. Still nothing. I considered calling for help, but cell service was weak at best, unreliable at worst. My rational mind kept trying to argue that the woods could play tricks, shadows could bend and stretch, noises could echo strangely. But the knock had been real, tangible, and it had come from outside. I spent the rest of the night in the living room, sitting close to the fire with the flashlight across my lap, listening. Every time the wind shifted, I imagined footsteps. The fire died down, leaving the room darker than before. I refilled it with logs, trying to maintain a circle of light and warmth. The forest outside was alive with noises now, far more intense than before, and every time a branch cracked, I jumped. Sleep came in short, uneasy bursts, interrupted by the slightest sound. Morning finally arrived with a dull, gray light. I opened the door cautiously, peering out. The clearing was empty. No footprints in the soft dirt, no disturbance in the underbrush. Nothing. My unease eased slightly, but I remained cautious. I decided to explore further during daylight, hoping to make sense of the previous night. I walked through the forest, flashlight in hand, inspecting the perimeter, trying to find tracks or signs of an intruder. I saw some animal tracks, deer, probably raccoon, but nothing human. The forest seemed normal, peaceful, though every few minutes I would hear a noise behind me, a snap of a branch, rustle of leaves, making me spin around. By midday, I had convinced myself that the night had been an exaggeration, that isolation had amplified every minor sound. I returned to the cabin, feeling some relief as the sun climbed higher. I spent the afternoon chopping firewood, checking the cabin for weaknesses, reinforcing windows and doors where I could. Every so often, I would hear a distant sound, a rustle, a snap, or a low groan of the trees, but the sun made the forest less intimidating. Evening came again, bringing shadows and lengthening shapes. I lit the fire early, prepared to stay vigilant. The wind picked up, rattling the roof and shaking the trees, sending long shadows across the cabin walls. Around 8 o'clock, I heard it again, footsteps in the clearing, slow and deliberate. My pulse quickened. I stayed by the window, watching, flashlight in hand. The steps moved along the edge of the clearing, close to the tree-line. No figure was visible, yet the sound of weight, of someone moving, was unmistakable. I decided to wait it out. I kept the fire high, maintained the circle of light, and sat silently listening. The steps circled the cabin, coming closer, then receding, like a predator testing its prey. Then, after what felt like an eternity, silence fell again. Hours passed. The fire burned low. My eyes grew heavy. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I slept fitfully in the chair, still alert enough to wake at the slightest noise. At dawn, I woke to silence and the gray light of morning. I carefully stepped outside, scanning the clearing and the surrounding forest. Nothing moved. The dirt was undisturbed. No footprints of any kind. I realized the person, or animal, had left sometime during the night. Relief washed over me. I spent the morning packing some things, deciding not to risk another night. I took a long walk down the dirt path, making sure the cabin was secure, then left, glancing back only once. The cabin stood there, silent and empty, with smoke still curling lazily from the chimney, a small, harmless structure in a vast forest. Driving back down the rough road, I felt a mixture of relief and disbelief. Nothing tangible had happened in the end, nothing confirmed, yet I would never forget that feeling of being watched, the slow, deliberate footsteps around the cabin, the knock on the door that came from nowhere. It was a reminder that isolation magnifies fear, that the mind fills in the blanks with what it expects or fears the most. But I left knowing I was safe, knowing the forest, while intimidating, had no supernatural force. It was just the raw, unsettling presence of the wilderness, patient and silent, indifferent to anyone who passed through it. The fear stayed with me, but it was a fear rooted in reality, and somehow that made it manageable, and even afterward, it felt like an experience I could carry with me without breaking me. The cabin itself remained a distant shape in my memory, its dark logs and creaking floors, the heavy silence, the small circle of firelight. I never saw or heard anything again like that, yet the sense of awareness, the instinct to notice every detail, stayed with me long after I left the forest behind. It became a story I told myself over and over, a reminder of how the world can feel larger and stranger when you are alone, and how even the simplest place, a small cabin in the woods, can hold a tension that tests every nerve. I never returned to that cabin, and I don't think I will. But I remember every detail, every sound, every shadow, and every heartbeat of that long, uneasy night. The memory is sharp, real, and completely human. It doesn't need anything supernatural to terrify. It is fear itself, distilled into one long night, in one small cabin in the middle of nowhere. The forest remains the same as ever, indifferent, quiet in the daylight, alive at I arrived at the cabin just as the sun was beginning to dip behind the line of tall pines, casting long, dark shadows over the narrow dirt road that led to it. The place was isolated, deep in the woods, far from any sign of civilization. Even though I had been here before during the day, the approaching darkness made it feel like a different world entirely. The air had a sharp bite to it, and the smell of damp earth and pine needles was thick and heavy. I parked the car on the small gravel patch near the cabin and stepped out, feeling the weight of the quiet pressing down on me. There were no sounds of traffic, no voices, only the occasional rustle of branches in the wind. The woods seemed to hold their breath, as if waiting to see what I would do next. The cabin itself was small but sturdy. Its wood was aged and weathered, grayish-brown with the sun having bleached it over years of exposure. A thin layer of moss clung to the north side, and the roof sagged slightly, though not dangerously. The windows were dark, reflecting the last streaks of sunlight like black mirrors. I unlocked the door and pushed it open. The smell of old wood and faintly of mildew hit me immediately. It wasn't unpleasant, just raw and untouched. The cabin had a single room that combined a small kitchen and a living space, and a narrow stairwell led up to a loft where the sleeping area was. I dropped my bag near the door and ran my hands over the counter, feeling the grooves and roughness of the wood. Everything was still, and I felt a strange mix of anticipation and unease. I set about lighting a small fire in the stone fireplace, careful to arrange the kindling just right. Sparks leapt from the logs as the flames caught, and the cabin slowly filled with a warm, flickering light. The sound of crackling would seem unnaturally loud in the otherwise silent cabin. I watched the shadows dance across the walls, long and jerky, stretching the corners of the room. Once the fire was stable, I went outside to gather some more wood. The forest around me was thick, and as I stepped onto the soft bed of pine needles, the ground felt uneven beneath my feet. Every step made a faint crunch, and I found myself constantly glancing over my shoulder. The light from the fire behind me cut through the dark like a thin line, and the trees seemed to press in closer, their branches swaying even though the air was still. I collected a small pile of logs and stacked them near the cabin door, trying to convince myself that I was only being cautious. But there was something in the silence that felt alive, like the forest was watching, waiting. I went back inside, shutting the door and pulling the bolt across. The cabin suddenly felt smaller, the walls closing in with the night. I sat by the fire, absently poking at it with a stick, when I heard it, the first sound that didn't belong to me or the fire. It was a soft, deliberate scraping, like something heavy moving across wood. I froze, listening. It came again, slower this time, as if whatever it was testing the structure of the cabin. My heartbeat quickened. I told myself it was probably an animal, a raccoon or a deer brushing against the outside wall. But the sound didn't stop. I grabbed a flashlight and moved to the window, shining it across the dark forest. The beam sliced through the black, revealing the trunks of trees and the underbrush, but nothing more. I circled the cabin slowly, trying to see if anything had left marks or tracks, but the ground was soft from earlier rains, leaving the forest floor looking like one uniform carpet of needles and mud. I kept walking around the cabin, shining the light into the dark, my hands trembling slightly. That's when I noticed the prints. They weren't small like a raccoon's, and they didn't match any deer tracks I had ever seen. They were human-sized, deep impressions in the soft earth, starting at the edge of the woods and leading straight toward the cabin, stopping abruptly at the porch. A cold sweat ran down my back. I backed away, my mind racing. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was an old print from hikers or hunters, but the soil had been wet all morning. No one had been here until I arrived. The prints were fresh. I went inside quickly, locking both doors, and sat back down by the fire. I tried to calm myself, telling myself I had imagined the sound of scraping, that the prints had to be old. But the firelight, dancing over the walls, cast shadows that seemed too deliberate, almost like they were moving on their own. My ears strained for any sound. Then I heard it again, footsteps slow, deliberate, approaching the cabin. My stomach dropped. The steps paused at the edge of the porch, just outside the door. The wood groaned faintly under the weight. My hand hovered over the fireplace poker, and I gripped it tightly. The footsteps moved slowly along the perimeter of the cabin, circling from one side to the other. The scrape I had heard before returned, closer this time, like something scraping against the side of the building. I tried to think clearly. The cabin had no other exits besides the door I had entered through, the loft window, and a small basement hatch beneath the floorboards, which was heavy and locked with an old padlock. I grabbed my keys and flashlight, weighing my options. Running through the woods seemed impossible. It was dark, I didn't know the terrain, and whatever was outside could be anywhere. I stayed put, moving quietly, trying to listen. The fire flickered, and I caught a glimpse of movement outside the window, a shadow moving along the far wall of the cabin. It was too fast, too precise, like whoever or whatever it was knew exactly where I was. I backed away, keeping low, and tried to slow my breathing. The shadow paused, and the night went silent again. I didn't dare move for what felt like hours. Eventually, I realized that whoever it was hadn't tried to break in. The footsteps retreated, fading into the forest. I stayed by the fire until the flames burned low, listening for any hint of movement outside. When I finally stepped outside again, the forest was quiet. The prints, however, had not disappeared. They led into the woods, disappearing among the trees. The next morning, I woke early. The sun was just breaking through the canopy, casting golden streaks across the forest floor. The air was fresh, and the smell of wet earth was strong. I examined the area around the cabin more thoroughly. There were no footprints beyond those I had seen the night before, no signs of broken branches or anything else suggesting recent passage. It was as if whoever had been there had vanished completely. I searched the trees for anything unusual, but there was nothing. I stayed inside the cabin for most of the day, keeping the doors locked and the fire going. I explored the small loft, the corners of the room, even the attic space above the ceiling beams, trying to make sense of what had happened. Everything was exactly as it had always been: old wood, familiar cracks, no sign of intrusion. Still, the feeling of being watched lingered. By the second day, I began to notice small details I had missed the first time. The subtle scuff marks near the porch, tiny scratches on the siding that looked fresh, a displaced rock by the edge of the cabin. Each one confirmed the events of the night before. Whoever had come to the cabin had been cautious, deliberate, and remarkably silent. I decided to stay until evening, thinking that leaving too soon might be dangerous. I kept the fire burning high and stocked it with extra wood. As night fell, I watched the shadows of the trees stretch long across the clearing. The wind whispered through the branches, creating faint sounds of movement, but nothing approached the cabin. I realized I had survived the first night. The fear was still there, low and persistent, but manageable. I started planning my departure in the morning. When dawn finally came, I packed my things, making sure to lock the cabin behind me. I followed the narrow dirt road back to the main highway, constantly scanning the woods. I didn't see any sign of the previous night's visitor, and I didn't hear a single noise that made my stomach twist with fear. By the time I reached the paved road and the first glimpse of a passing car, relief washed over me. I never saw the footprints or the shadowed figure again, and I never returned to that cabin alone. But the memory of that night, the sense of isolation, and the knowledge that someone had been there, observing me, stayed with me for a long time. It was a reminder of how vulnerable you are when you are alone in the wild, how quickly quiet can turn into fear, and how careful you must be, even in places that seem safe. The cabin was still standing when I drove past months later, empty and silent, the same old wooden structure, but I never stepped foot inside again. The experience had left its mark, a lesson carved into my memory as sharply as the footprints in the soft forest floor outside the cabin. The woods can be beautiful, they can be peaceful, but they can also be patient, and they can hold secrets that no fire or flashlight can chase away. And sometimes the fear isn't about what is there. It's about what could be, waiting quietly, just beyond the edge of sight. I learned that night that safety is fragile, that silence can be as loud as a scream, and that some places, no matter how familiar, carry the weight of uncertainty that never fully lifts. I still think about the cabin, sometimes, when I'm driving past a stretch of forest, or when the wind rattles the trees outside my window. The memory doesn't haunt me with images of a face or a shadow. It haunts me with the knowledge that someone had been there, and I had no way to know why. It left me cautious, hyper-aware, but also strangely respectful of the isolation, of the wild, and of the fact that some experiences in life are unforgettable because of how real and unexplainable they are. Even now, years later, I can feel the weight of that night pressing down when I close my eyes. The dark, the silence, the careful, calculated steps on the porch. The fire I built still flickers in my mind, casting long, uncertain shadows across walls that were supposed to be safe. And though I have moved on, I know that cabin in the woods will always be a part of me, a reminder that fear is often not born of ghosts or monsters, but of